Guys, huge announcement. We have the Menulog meetup at Caxton Hotel. That's right, the yearly meetup that we do every single year, brought to you by Menulog. We'll be at the Caxton Street Hotel from 12 till 2 on Saturday. So come down, say hi, shake our hands, have a yarn. We're also giving away a bunch of bloke stuff as well. Obviously not the jerseys, but we've got like some really cool bloke merch and little bloke merch that we're going to give away as well for free, just as a way to say thank you. That is this Saturday coming at Magic Round, Caxton Hotel, 12 till 2 p.m. The whole crew's going to be there. Come down and say hi. Brought to you by Menulog. And while you're at Magic Round, make sure to use your Menulog codes for the local legends. So what we're going to do is we're going to give out some codes heading into, so make sure to stay tuned. Get out some codes so that when you order food to your hotel room, make sure to use Menulog so you'll get a discount. So the Menulog meetup this Saturday, Caxton Hotel, all the boys are going to be there, 12 to 2 p.m, our yearly meetup. We absolutely love it. And it's always a thank you, always a meetup to say thank you guys for all the support, that we really appreciate it.
Just a bloke in a bar.
What is up, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome to another episode of Bloke in a Bar, brought to you by Bloke Jerseys. That's right, Bloke Jerseys are still available at bloke.shop. I made sure to order a lot of Bloke Jerseys this year so that everyone had an opportunity. I think we're sold out of about 4 sizes. Head over to bloke.shop, grab your Bloke jersey. Once these designs are gone, we're never doing them again. Never ever doing them again. So that's at bloke.shop. If you're a part of the Bloke Club, $99. If you're not, $110. It's the best way to support the platform. So if you've been thinking about it, you consume a lot of content, grab a Bloke jersey. And also, I just wanted to give a massive shout out to the Alpha Bloke boys. And they had a boxing event, their second content clash or podcast royale. And it was awesome. It was awesome. Watched it on the weekend, and I just want to send a shout out to the boys for setting that all up. I tell you what, the power of podcasting, just a bunch of blokes putting together a podcast, and then all of a sudden they're getting thousands of people. Their last podcast royale, or clash royale, that sold out. That's the fastest selling boxing event in Australian history. Anyway, so I want to send a massive shout out to the boys for putting that on. It was a fun watch. And seeing some of we saw Streety obviously on there, Hello Sport. There's a bunch of different podcasts. So massive shout out to the boys. Incredible event. And it's awesome. Yeah, I mean, it just shows you like you don't need to have played professional sport or whatever to start your own podcast and build something great. These boys are putting on massive events, outselling huge promotions, which is just incredible. So a shout out to the boys and everyone that, anyone that got in the ring as well. Massive respect, because it's a daunting prospect getting in the ring. The great Ruther, how's the weekend, mate?
Good, mate. I actually went down to Melbourne for Anzac Day, to Melbourne South. I reckon Amy Park, game day experience, right up there with the best of them.
Up there with Suncorp?
To where?
Oh, wow.
Did you know that Amy Park, like
Rue's come back a raging lefty. his hair's blue under that.
It was unreal, though. It was fantastic down there. Shout out to him.
He almost cancelled me earlier, and I had a bit of a banter with him. He was like, where's HR?
I did not see this.
Timmy, how you going, mate?
I'm good, mate. How'd you fit in with that hipster vibe down there, Rue? You all right, or comfortable?
No.
How you going, Hammy? Speaking of conservative, raging conservative right person, we've got Hammy here.
Yeah, how are you? Anyone else getting hammered by these trumpeted Patriots texts? Anyone else getting them? What's doing there? How'd they get my number?
That is bizarre.
Guess I'm just going to have to vote for him now to stop him from...
we know how far right you are, mate.
Yeah, I don't know what's doing there, but...
huge politics guy.
Yeah, oh, massive. Just because I grew up in Canberra doesn't mean... No, great weekend. I mean, what a way to finish it as well yesterday with the Tigers. What a result.
Yep.
Never in doubt.
Never in doubt.
Yeah, nice, easy watch, that one. It was good.
Look, I'd like to say what a weekend of footy, but maybe not for all the positive reasons. It was a bit of a bizarre weekend. Also, guys, next week, we have a really, really fun Grumpy Coffee announcement. So you're going to enjoy that. It's a brand new member of the Bloke and Grumpy family. I can't wait to announce it. So stay tuned for that. It will most likely be on Monday's show. So give Grumpy Drinks a follow on Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. We've got some really, really fun stuff. It's just content, guys. It's just content. So that's next week. We'll announce that, and then that'll be the content. That'll be pretty much weekly going forward. Really, really excited because we've been working on this for months and months, and it's content that I think a lot of people that listen to the podcast will enjoy. It's not necessarily sport content, but it's cool. It's fun. Alrighty, boys. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Comment on YouTube and Spotify as well, guys. It's really helping the video. Really helping the video. We had record numbers in March. It's been a record start to the year, and that is all thanks to you guys as well. When you like and comment on the video or you leave a positive review, I think we're up at 6,000 reviews on Spotify, which is insane. So leave us a positive review on Spotify, like, subscribe, all that stuff on YouTube. Leave a comment. As you know, I always answer all the comments on YouTube. I try to get to Spotify too later in the week, and it really does help. It really does help us, guys. It really has helped us this year. All right, time to face the music. Brought to you by our friends over at Sportsbet.
Before we face the music, just want to give a bit of a shout out to a feed punter this week, Doc75. Now, Doc had a bet on the Thursday game, the Broncos-Dogs game. He had a same-game multi. Jesse Arthurs, Bronson Cherry, Dean Mariner, Jacob Preston, Billy Walters, anytime. $266.
No way.
He was paying. 8 punters followed him in. So, well done. Doc75. Make an appointment with the Doc for more multis like that.
On the feed, there are some just great multis just floating around.
There are.
You can copy straight away. I copied one to my yesterday that nearly got up. So, yeah, get on the feed, guys, because there's some great multis getting around.
Yeah, there's also some poor ones getting around, like
mine.
Sharks to win, which you had on the weekend.
I think I had them to win by 11 to 16 or something like that.
Couldn't have been more wrong.
Yeah.
I'll let those ones do the keeper, but there is some good stuff out there as well. All right, on to this week's.
No, thank you. I'm following one person, and it's Hammy. So, no, thank you.
After I complained on the show last week. So,
that's
the
good.
squeaky wheel gets the grease. All right, first game of the round. Broncos, big upset, 42 points, defeat the Dogs 18. Doggies' first loss of the season. Everyone had the Dogs in some way, shape or form, apart from you, Denon, who took the Broncos head-to-head for $2.55.
Easy money, baby.
Off to a flyer.
No doubt. Absolutely no doubt in my mind.
Gee, that field looked like it's going to cope well with 8 games of footy this weekend as well.
Yeah, listen, it's not looking good.
No.
Not looking good. I feel like they've taken grass up from Sydney or something, because their grass used to be strong, pure and true.
Yeah.
It's all weak and pathetic at
I'm
times.
sure it'll be fine, but I did have some concerns watching on Thursday.
Queensland grass is just stronger. We know that.
Oh, jeez.
It's Origin time. Fuck me.
I know. The Origin chat's starting early.
All right, next game, triple header on Anzac Day. The first game, the Chooks 46 defeat the Dragons 18. Now, the Dragons, they were outsiders and everyone's eyes lit up. A lot of us backed the Dragons. Most of them had them in some way, shape or form, except Denon, again, who had the Chooks 13 plus for $3.60.
Easy money, baby.
Yeah.
Easy money, baby. Someone just get rugby league.
Got his iron.
Someone just gets rugby league on this panel.
He's got his
You're
iron.
going to go enormous this week.
No, I'm not actually.
Well,
No,
watch your space. You go
You've
pretty well.
forgotten one of your tips.
Yeah. All right, next game. Warriors 26 defeat Knights 12. Denon had his first incorrect one of the week. He had the Knights. Timmy had the Wars 1-12. Just missed out. Rue and Matty had the Wars to cover the 9.5. Well done. And I had them 13 plus. Never in doubt for $2.18. They won by 14.
So that was only $2.18 for 13 plus.
Yeah, great punting.
Oh,
Get
yeah.
around me.
The risk for that.
Yep, and it paid off. Then the Storm 24 defeats Souths 16. Denon, very brave. Took the Storm head-to-head $1.24.
Smart. That's smart
Really good
punting.
stuff.
Smart punting.
Matty had Souths plus 12.5 for $1.90. You guys are the only two who collected any points from that final Anzac Day
Exactly. So you
game.
want to bag me, but I'm the one that got the points.
Yeah,
I could
embarrassing,
dare to get a nude run here. I'm on track.
Yeah, yep. Don't touch that dial,
No.
people. All right, Cowboys 50 defeat Titans 18. No points for Timmy, Denon, or myself, who had the Titans plus 9.5. Head-to-head or 13
Why did I
plus.
do it? Like the Titans, they do it every time to me. Why do I do it?
Yep, it's a good point. Good question. Let us know in the comments. Why does he do it? Rue had the Cows head-to-head for a massive $1.37. Matty had him 13 plus for $2.18. So well done to you, Matty.
Boring.
Then we've got Penrith versus Manly. Panthers 10 defeated by Manly 26. Only person who had any faith in Manly was Kempy. Not only did he have faith, he had them 13 plus for $8.50, which is the biggest single win in Face the Music history.
Wow.
Some of us get rugby league, guys. Some of us just get rugby league. Anyone could see Penrith are getting beaten 13 plus. Anyone could see that. Thanks for coming.
Well played.
I'm here all week, baby. All year as well. No holidays here.
Credit where it's due. Then we're on to...
He's all on board for the value plays.
Welcome to NRL 180 with Dan and Kev. All right, then we're on to the Sunday games. We've got the the Milk 40 defeat the Fish 28. No points for Denon. In
Who
this
gives
one,
a
you had
shit?
the
I don't
Fish
care
head to
about the
head.
rest. I got me $8. Who gives a shit?
He's got the feet up now. Rue had the Fish 13 plus, incorrect. Timmy's off the nudie run here. He had the Raiders 1-12. They won by exactly 12.
Thank God.
Myself and Matty also had them. $2.95 we pick up there. Last game of the round, Tigers 20 defeat Sharkies 18. Never in doubt, as we mentioned before. Sucked into Den and Timmy and Matty, who backed the Sharks. Well done to Rue, who had the Tigers 1-12 for $4. Well played.
I needed that.
And myself had the Tigers plus 7.5 for $1.96. So that brings us to the end of the round. Round 8 results. Denon, $15.89. Matty, $8.93. Rue, $7.27. Myself, $7.09. Timmy, a whopping $2.95. For the season overall, we've had a bit of moving and shaking. Matty is still leading, $70.99. Denon, $70.20. He's gone from 4th to 2nd. Rue, 66.17. Myself, 61.37. And Timmy... Daylight and then Timmy, 47.86.
Oh my God.
Oh, yeah.
That's horrendous tipping.
Should Timmy do a nudie run down Caxton Street at Magic
my
Round? Let us know in the
God.
comments.
I could be doing that for free by the end of Saturday.
Holy heck, is that bad?
That's all right, work to do, but we'll get back to the 1%ers and focus what makes the
Oh, God.
Is $15 the best individual week we've had?
I think it is, yes.
Sure.
I can't remember us ever getting into the mid-teens.
I just needed a few rounds to just get a lay of the land, boys, and then understand a bit of rugby league, and then I just eyes in the rest.
Took you a few weeks to get your head around the new system. And,
Yeah,
you finally
look,
hit your stride.
I'm going to say till I die. I believe the 1 point, but I'm not going to go there. I'm not going to be a what's the word? A bad winner. I'm not going to be a bad winner. I'm not going to rub it in at all. I'm not going to say I'm the greatest tipper alive or anything like that. I'm just going to take it very graciously.
Good.
So that gracious win was brought to you by Sportsbet. Massive thank you as always to our friends over at Sportsbet. Got some content planned this week for Magic Round. Anything that the people can be waiting on?
Well, I mean, we had a little bit of success with it last year, but we're going again. The final word brought to you by Den and Kemp. We'll be having out on the field, which is great access. Looking forward to that one. So Friday morning, that one will be going live. But, looking forward to that, and a few other little bits and pieces too, but I won't give them away.
No spoiler.
No. You got one spoiler. That's it.
Okay. So, massive thank you to Sportsbet. On to the next segment. Brought to you by Code Sports. Now, Code Sport is sport and nothing more, guys. It is only about sport. It's all about sport. It's the best sporting articles in rugby league, but also in all sport. Go to codesports.com.au/bloke and then use code bloke for a massive discount. It's $49 for the entire year. $49 for the entire year. That's essentially a pub fee. You get the entire year of incredible content, guys. So head over there. And obviously, the more people that get around it, the more we can have partnerships that last a long period of time, guys. So get around Code Sport because they've got around us. We really appreciate it. And, mate, the big fella, he's back. I mean, we had Carianis last week. What happened? Is he scared to come back?
I heard female viewership had gone down last week with Carianis on deck, so I got the call from Hammy and I said, mate, I'll come back if you need me.
Mate, you know what's funny? We got a lot of complaints from a lot of females saying they didn't like Carianis, so you're on the money there, mate. You're on the money.
I had a question for Hammy. Have you got a Code Sports subscription? Because we're no BS, just sport. There's no politics, and you being a right winger and everything. Do you want your politics with your sport as well, or what?
No, I just got my Fin Review subscription, and I'm covered there. So
Sky News and Spin Review.
Strictly no sport for me.
Purely politics.
Just politics for me.
Oh, it's good, mate. I think we can all guess what the topic's going to be because it has decimated the game on the weekend. The last couple of weeks, we had 18 sin bins. And to put that in perspective, guys, when we all lost our minds in Magic Round a few years ago, there were 14 sin bins and 3 send-offs. So there were more sin bins than in the Magic Round crackdown a few years ago. Mate, speak to me. What is going on?
Do not call it a crackdown.
Oh,
all right?
okay.
There was 18 this weekend. There were 18 sin bins in the first 5 rounds of this year. Do not call it a crackdown.
It's not a crackdown, though.
It's not a crackdown.
No,
apparently.
absolutely not.
So, it's tough, isn't it? Because I think everyone's having nightmares heading into Magic Round this year because they remember what happened in, was that 2021 when that happened? So, look, we've got something over at Code Sports at the moment. Buzz Rothfield's had a look into a bit of a state of the game of things, and that's all everyone's talking about from the weekend. And I spoke to the NRL this morning who, their explanation of things is there was no crackdown, there was no edict. They say that they sent a reminder out earlier this season to clubs and to referees, and just
They said there's no crackdown.
said there's no crackdown, is what I've been told. So they've put it down to the interpretation this weekend of from the referees, and they're going to be having discussions. So, long story short, I won't expect to see 18 sin bins in Magic Round this weekend. Don't quote me on it, but I'm thinking that they've seen what's happened at the weekend, and there's going to be some conversations and a look around things, because clubs are upset. You know, clubs are questioning the consistency around things. Like I said, 18 sin bins in the first 5 rounds, 18 last weekend. Look, they don't coach players. It's not like the 80s and 90s where you go in and you could take someone's head off. That's been rubbed out of the game now, hasn't it, really? So, you know, the frustration with some of the clubs I spoke to over the weekend, well, actually last night when you texted me and said you wanted that, I made a couple of late night phone calls. So thanks for that. Some of those
no worries,
clubs
mate.
really appreciate it.
I really cared about your time when I sent that text.
But a lot of the things they were worried about was saying, you know, the NRL wants this faster game. You know, we've sped up the game through 6 agains, more time in play. The NRL loves spruiking the fact that, look how much time the ball's in play in our sport as opposed to rugby union, all that. But what that brings in with it, right, is fatigue. And fatigue affects technique, and then players slip up in tackles or they struggle to, you know, and that happens at times. But it's incidental, it's not deliberate, and yet you still see 18 blokes sent to the sin bin for different things over the weekend. So, it's tough, right?
Mate, Rue's got something for us here.
I was just about to say, without upstaging the bloke team of the week, this is the sin bin team of the week. And I think they'd win a comp. At fullback, Ryan Pappenhausen. On the Sting, Dean Mariner and Montoya. The centres are Latrell Mitchell and Alamotti. The halves, Sandon Smith, Jake Clifford. Front row, Leo Thompson, Takiaho, Nikarima at hooker. Sorensen on one edge, Britton Nikota on the other edge. Josh Curran in 13. The bench, Joel Niakore, Tupanua, and Fanua Bole. Shout out to Harry Youngs who sent that in. That is a top 4 side.
But I mean, as all jokes aside, it does show you those are key players in teams getting sent to the bin. Like, they're not just willy-nilly, you know, wingers and that doesn't really matter. Yeah. I guess, did you get a feel from the NRL, like, and this sounds a bit facetious, and I'm not trying to be facetious at all, but like, what do they expect the players to do in certain occasions? Now, I understand there were certain ones where players, you know, for example, Britton Nikota, it wasn't that hard, but his feet left the ground and he was trying to put off a bit of a shot. So with that one, you go, look, yes, okay, 10 years ago that wasn't a sin bin, but in today's environment, I think that's a sin bin. But there's other ones where, you know, Tommy Turbo is slipping over and Isaiah Yeo is literally just standing there. What does the NRL expect players to do in those situations? Yeah,
and that's the thing, right? Because you saw the other one was Fanua Pole's tackle. They went back to it a couple later, right? And that was shoulder contact, and they called that medium or whatever. But you saw the charge sheets just come out this morning. He doesn't face a charge. So there's 18 sin bins and 7 charges that are going to result in games missed. So that sort of tells you there's a discrepancy, isn't there, with what's going on? And you know, I think the NRL, their feedback to me was that the interpretation around what can be sin binnable was probably overstepped this weekend, and I think we all agree on that. So hopefully now that they've said that they'll have a chat with the referees boss, and they'll address it. And then so this weekend we can actually have a Magic Round where all we have to worry about is the dodgy surface. Well, actually they're replacing 3,000 square metres of it this weekend.
Oh wow!
I heard you guys talking about it before, and I mean they had an A-League game and a Super Rugby game after that monsoon that the Bulldogs and Broncos played the other night. So they've had to rip up a stack of turf to put that back down. So hopefully that's the only thing they have to worry about. That, you know, it shouldn't get to the point where you're 8 rounds in and you see 18, and I keep saying it, 18 sin bins in one weekend to go, okay, we need to have this conversation.
There's so many levels to it, right? Like, there's so many different angles you could talk about this sin bin, which is absolutely a crackdown, despite what they say. But like that Bolle one that you mentioned, Mobsy, the fact, it just irks me, and I think every rugby league fan, that the Tigers have just defended their line for 1 or 2 sets, forced an error on the last tackle or a turnover, whatever it might have been. Then they pull it up, go back to it. Then they sin bin him because they caught up on the fair play. Okay, so be it. But then to penalise the Tigers and give the Sharks the ball back after the Tigers defend their line, that is just madness to me.
Yeah, I just cannot, like, and what I find a bit frustrating from that messaging from the NRL of saying it's not a crackdown. and we didn't send any messaging. Well, then how come every single ref had essentially the same interpretation of the head highs this weekend? It feels a bit like, to me, that you're almost not hanging the refs out to dry, but hang on a sec here. You're telling me that there wasn't a message sent to the refs to be harder on the head highs, and yet every single referee, there was 18 sin bins. It wasn't like we saw one game where it was like, oh, that was pretty well refed. Every single game was a lot of sin bins. Like, where? I feel like they're telling us one thing, but it seems another thing is happening in front of our eyes.
I think for that reason, they kind of are hanging the refs out to dry. Yeah. Everyone's blaming them from the weekend. Like, it's obviously come from somewhere.
Free and oath have been hanging out to dry, and it's like refs are getting hammered by fans because there's sin bin and blokes left, right, and centre. But at the end of the day, imagine like you're doing your job, you've been taught for years and years and years, the interpretation is that this is a sin bin, this isn't, etc. And then in the space of a week, because of an email that came through or a call or a meeting, whatever it was, you've got to change this substantially. The poor old refs, yeah, there are a few barriers on the weekend, but they've been hung out to dry on now, having to completely have a new interpretation on something. They're basically get scapegoated. I feel so sorry for the refs.
So that's why I wanted to ask you the wording from the NRL, because if they have worded it exactly like you just said, then I agree, boys. They're hanging the rest out to dry. But that's why I wanted to ask you, what's the kind of wording from them?
Well, that's it. That's I use the word crackdown. I got told, no, it's not a crackdown. Edict, no, there's no edict. It was a reminder. The rules are in place and it's the way they're enforced. But to your point about the referees, it wasn't just the on-field referees either, because how many moments on the weekend did we see where the video referee, the bunker, was going back 4 or 5 plays and finding something? And I didn't know if that was allowed. I questioned the NRL on that. But so the ruling is, to clarify that, is you can't penalise someone more than one play later, but you can go back as far as you want. If there's an active foul play or a sin-binable, reportable offence, they can go back as far as they want and then do that, but they just can't penalise it. And I didn't know that interpretation. So, but it's not just the on-field referees; it's the bunker as well. So someone's getting the message that this is the way they wanted it this weekend.
So just with that, because like when they say that it's not a crackdown, it's just a reminder, I would argue that the bunker would have changed their method of viewing the game this week, because how do they stay up with every tackle that happens? Like, for them to be watching the game as it goes, but then also know to go back a set on that specific tackle and give a sin bin away. Are they watching the game at 10 seconds delay, 20 seconds delay? Like, because it seems to me like if it was just a reminder, why is the bunker seemingly watching the game in a different way?
I don't know the answer to that one, because that's the Fanua Polo one that I spoke about from Sunday's game is, I didn't see anything wrong with it. And, he might have caught him on the bottom of the chin, but he wasn't swinging arm high. He wasn't going in. The footballer's upright. And they talk about bending backs, whatever else there is, but he sort of just went.
Mate, I will get to that. Like telling blokes just to change their tackle technique. We'll get to that in a sec.
Yeah.
Sorry.
But so how long are they spending looking back at that incident, and what else are they potentially missing? Something? How many? Because there's only a couple of bunker officials, so I know there's a lot of cameras in there, but it's all like the game keeps going while these are being looked at. So that doesn't add up for mine.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I'm not understanding. Like, unless that's why when they just say it's just a reminder, it seems to me that the bunker has been directed. You need to go over every single tackle, because how are they catching these ones that? Even with the Sorensen one, and maybe I'm blind and they got other angles, I'm still yet to see definitive evidence that he contacted his head. Like, I've watched that a lot of times, and I just don't know how anyway, so what are you going to say, Rudy?
Oh, just, it's just one of the great miscommunications of all time, is it? Yeah. There was a reminder sent out, and there was 30 individuals that have done this job for years that all of a sudden overnight completely changed what they did. Well, there's 4 sin bins in the first game.
And also, I'd make and don't get me wrong, there were some really poor referees' performance this week and last week as well. But I'd make the argument most of the refs, if not all, don't want to be reffing like this. Yep. Because they came through an era, reffing and learning their trade, that was prior to this crazy crackdown. Now, I know the NRL are probably never going to, I guess, answer this question, but is this crackdown because it's... First of all, I do believe it is genuine care for the players. The NRL understand that if the players aren't in good health, it's not going to be a good product. But is one of the main drivers litigation in the future? Has to be.
Absolutely. The NRL won't really address it, but it absolutely has to be, because you look back 10 years ago, the NFL signed off on it's $1 billion settlement deal with 4,500 players around concussion. The AFL itself at the moment, they're facing a couple of class action lawsuits around this. And so there's no doubt that the NRL's got one eye on, okay, what are we going to do here? And to their credit, they banned the shoulder charge. Everyone was up in arms about it. Still a great game. They brought in concussion and they've concussion rules, the head bin, and looking at HIAs, and that's been really good as well. I don't think there's been a safer time to play league in that regard, but you're never going to stamp it out totally because it's just such a fast-paced game. I spoke before about fatigue, but the incidental contact that's just going to happen, and people aren't going out deliberately trying to hurt anyone. So I don't think and we've seen a couple of cases in the NRL. James McManus from the Knights had he'd attempted to sue the Knights and through back in the time about care there, and you even hear about clubs in training, Denon, that they're looking at contact sessions there because there's some we're doing a bit of digging around this at the moment to see where things are, but about the amount of contact training there is and concussions that are suffered there. And you could probably speak to it more than anyone, having played. And what's that feeling among players about the badge of honour of playing on with it or not showing weakness? But I think that mindset's changed a little bit. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, well, when I was coming through, it was just a different culture. But also, we didn't have the information. I just, when you're in it, most players are understanding that they're consenting adults and they are choosing to play a sport where you will most likely have long-term damage. And I just wonder, when are we going to get to a point as a game where people realise these are consenting adults? They've been given all the information possible. Because the difference between the NRL and the NFL is the NFL allegedly was hiding studies and information around head knocks. The NRL have been extremely open from the get-go, to my knowledge, about every bit of information they've known about brain trauma and CT. And I just think that at some point, we have to accept as a game, these are consenting adults that are playing a professional sport, getting paid for it, and no matter how much we try to referee head highs and head contact or whatever, you're going to have long-term damage. And I think that until we accept that as a game, it's just a race to the bottom where we've got two options: ruin the product to the point where it doesn't look recognisable, and all of a sudden it's just in a position where in 20 to 30 years, is it as watched as it is now? Maybe not. Or accept the fact that these players are consenting adults making this choice with all the available information. The amount of times they get told the likelihood of this and this is what damage and this is what there's so much information on it now, and I just think that at some point we're going to have to accept that there's going to be injuries, head knocks, everything. Now that doesn't mean that we just willy-nilly go crazy. In regards to where does this end? Because we tried to crack down on it a few years ago. Then it looked like the game got into a really good spot where head highs were down and sin bins had gone away and we'd had this free-flowing footy. We're all the way back here again. Is this just going to be a never-ending cycle? Where do you reckon the end point is for it, the NRL, where they go, this is the acceptable amount of head knocks that we're going to cop?
Well, it's funny. You look at the way rugby, because rugby union was the first one to ban the shoulder charge, right? And then now they're talking about points of contact. They're lowering it. I can't see the NRL going too far down that track. Because like you said, the consenting adults, at some point you've got to realise that, a tackle here across the chest, it's okay, and the incidental contact that gets high, it's part of the game that we think they'll have to deal with. But I think for mine that it's going to be cyclical, right? It's going to come back around again at some point. There's going to be a couple of moments where, and look, they're not going to get it right all the time, referees. There's going to be something that slips past or something that's under policed, and they're going to turn the screws again. But I think there needs to be accountability from the NRL and from the referees' bosses about what they're saying and where the communication is, because we're all seeing this, right? And I don't think we're all accepting of what they're saying to us about where the messaging's coming through. So I don't think we've seen the end of it. I don't think we're ever going to get a happy medium, because I don't think rugby league's such a dynamic sport. I don't think there's anything like it, a sport where you can actually get to a point where in the way that the game's played that you can rule this stuff out. It's such a dynamic game where you're coming at people from everywhere, and concussions is it the guy running the ball? Is it the guy defending the ball? Because that's the other thing. The defenders get a lot of concussions that are underreported as well from stuff that we're hearing. So it's going to be a mixed bag the whole way through, but I think they're just going to treat it on its merits and see where they get to.
Has there been any talk from the NRL of like, what do they want players to do in certain environments? Okay, so the Nathan Brown, Scott Sorensen one. Any other technique there from Sorensen, he probably is increasing the likelihood of knocking himself out. If he fully bends his back, he's most likely going to dislocate his shoulder. Like if he doesn't win that contact because Nathan Brown is coming off the back fence and he's fully bent like that, all the impact goes into there and there's not much give. Whereas when he was with his contact that he had currently, he's a bit higher, which gives his body ability to fall back with the contact. Therefore, he's not going to dislocate his shoulder. If he goes low, he's definitely going to knock himself out. Like, what do they expect Soren to do? Like, do they genuinely expect, you know what, do an arms tackle and let him go through the line? Because he's got one or two options. What he did, and then let Nathan Brown through. Because if he could go maybe a tiny bit lower. But as I said, if he bends his back, your shoulder's probably going to go. What do the NRL talk about what they expect there?
Well, this is the thing. Do you remember probably about a year ago there was a discussion around should the NRL ban kickoffs? And I just went, oh, please no. The run off the back fence is the great thing, but and we're not in an era anymore where it's where it's Chief and Spud crashing into each other and KOing each other. But that is the point of time in a game where you've got the greatest distance to travel, the greatest velocity that you're hitting at, and the greatest collision. And fans love it, and the players, well, I don't know about wingers, but front rowers
hated it.
Front row,
ban it.
Front rowers enjoyed it, but I don't know. Yeah, I don't know where they think that they're going to be able to stamp that stuff out that's where there's going to be that incidental contact, right? And as long as they're doing their best to tackle around the body, and then should they be punished for trying to protect themselves and to a certain extent the other guy by not you're not going too high, but you can't be putting yourself down low like that and putting yourself at risk in that regard, can you?
Because the concern I have is like in any business or walk of life, if you say there is a problem, you should also offer a solution. And I'm yet to see the NRL actually go to clubs, and maybe I'm wrong, and say, we've actually looked at a lot of technique and this is actually the safest technique to tackle with. Has that happened yet?
No.
So how can they be so enforceful and almost like tisk the players and say, you need to be better? And I saw a lawyer last week telling players they need to work on their tackle technique. A lawyer. Imagine a rugby league player telling a lawyer anyway. It's just craziness. So that's where I get frustrated, where I go, okay, you say there's this big problem. You say you want the players to change, but you're not offering a solution for the players. Is there any work on a solution for them?
No, there's not. But the NRL, the clubs get referees to come and see them in the off season and at certain times during the year to work on things and interpretations on stuff. But that's the fabric of the game. They're not changing that, and that's there's no answer to that. That's the thing with where we get frustrated now, that if you're not deliberately trying to hurt someone by going high and taking someone's head off, there needs to be a little bit of common sense in that regard.
Intention matters, I think.
Yeah. And I think, they got to a point where, taking that part out of the game, and it was so black and white with it. And that's why you see now penalties, anytime there's contact with the head, it's a penalty. But I don't know whether the sim binning a bloke for 10 minutes, and then when the charge sheet comes out on a Monday and it's a grade 1, $1,000, did that deserve 10 minutes on the bench? That's what impacts your on-field product. Yeah. And that's what's going to upset the fans, and that's what's going to annoy the clubs, and which it has done.
Yeah. To that exact point, Mobsy, and that's where, I think you're spot on what you said, and the tough position the NRL are in with, the NFL lawsuits, which have undoubtedly impacted the crackdowns that happen year in, year out. What I would like to see, if they want to persist with this, of course they're trying to future-proof the game and protect themselves from lawsuits in the future. If they want to keep cracking down on head highs, that's fine. Do it at the judiciary. Don't do it during a game and sim bin blokes. Because when you're sim binning 18 blokes around, it changes results. 2 competition points get, I think unfairly handed to an underperforming team or whatever it might be. Penalise them. Move on. Give them a week or 2 at the judiciary. The player gets punished. They'll learn from it. They'll get better. But just don't ruin the immediate game.
Yeah, and you get more accurate punishment because And I understand the argument that the player that got head high, they're in that team and they should get the reward of the player that's sin bin. I get all that. But it would be more accurate because if you've got obviously time to look at the tackle, look at the damage of it all.
And don't get me wrong, mate, I don't want our superstars of our game missing action because they flicked a bloke in the ear, but I would prefer them miss that one game and they can bring in a more than capable player into their 17 the following week who plays 80 minutes and it doesn't impact a result because a bloke was flicked in an ear. Much better.
The one thing that is constant concern I have as well is how desensitized we have become to sin bins. It used to be a big deal when a bloke got 10 in the bin because you understood the impact of it to the team. And I think that now, whether it's a crackdown or it's the refs, I think it was a crackdown, but we're not appreciating the work the players go through to get to where they are on the weekend to try and win a match of footy that costs the club tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands. A win is worth $100,000. You could definitely measure it, and a club could probably show you how much a win is worth. But then you also got it's a working class game. It's a cost of living crisis at the moment. You got these people paying all this money to come to the game, and then as soon as their bloke goes to the bin, at a certain point in a game, they go, well, we're done here. We're done. And it's where are we offering the product we promised the fans if we continue to go down this path? I don't think we are offering the product that we promised the fans, and they spend their hard-earned cash every week in a cost of living crisis. We've got all these records, and we like to talk about how great we are as a game, and yet are we respecting the fans by sending blokes to the bin willy-nilly like it's nothing when they're the ones in a cost of living crisis making all these records? They're the ones that make the records happen, not us. It's the fans. And that's what I just don't... There's no thought for how the sin bins in this crackdown affects... let's say there was a person that travelled 4 hours to a game on the weekend, spent their last $100, and they just wanted to watch their team get a fair opportunity to win, and they got 2 or 3 sin bins. Of course they're going to sit there and go, that wasn't worth it. And I just wonder, are we thinking enough about the fans when we like to spruik all these records, but what about when they're actually at the game and consuming the product? Are we giving them the best product that we promised? I don't know if we are.
And if it happens this weekend, there's going to be 80,000 fans spending an arm and a leg to go to Brisbane.
Yeah, and
get a result like we had this weekend would just be insanity.
It'd be insanity. And as I said, we're so quick to go record this, record that. We've promised the fan a certain product. Can we honestly say we've delivered it this year, at least in the last few weeks? I don't think we can as a game, and yet we like to talk about all these records. I don't know.
Well, do you remember a couple of years ago when Taylor May got that suspension for the off-field incident, and then he got a couple of games, and they pushed the suspension into the next year because, we want our best players on the field. We want, we want the best product for our fans during finals, blah, blah, blah. And that's where the inconsistency with those kind of decisions annoys fans. You're 100% right. The sin binning of, and even the 10 minutes of a sin bin. The sin bin was brought in how many years ago? 50 years ago? And 5 minutes and 10 minute sin bins. The amount of time that ball was in play back then as opposed to now, 10 minutes now is a massive portion of your game.
It's 3 tries.
Yeah. And mate, another one that I've always been a massive advocate of, and it's not going to completely fix all this, trouble that's going on with it and the controversy, but I can't remember last year when we brought it up. I don't know if you two were that keen on it, and it's not the 5 minute sin bin because I know you hate that idea, but it's when a play gets binned and the opposition with 13 players scores 3 tries in 10 minutes. You go, all right, that game was dictated and decided in a 10-minute period because there was a player off the field. I'm such a big fan of if a player gets binned, once a try is scored by the opposition, you bring him back on. They've been disadvantaged massively. They've had 4 or 6 points against them. You bring him back on and it's game on. It's not going to change the result of the game, or it might, but it's not going to decide it in that lone period. Is there anything against that?
I used to be against it. I reckon if you could find a way where, as long as the player that had the head high on them isn't off, let's say he doesn't get taken off for 15 minutes and he continues playing, then I reckon that the person that gets sent in the bench should be able to come back on after a try. Because we funnily enough as a game, we kind of already do it with penalty tries. When you get a penalty try for you, you're sometimes sitting there going, I'd rather 10 in the bin. So for example, when there's a professional foul on a player, and they're about to give 10 in the bin or penalty try, I sometimes sit there and go, I'd rather 10 in the bin because I reckon 10 in the bin is more advantage, usually more advantage than a try. And so we already kind of weigh that up as a game, just in obviously a different thing. So I reckon, let's say there's a head high and a player does have to get taken off for a HIA, that's when I don't think he should be allowed back on in that period. I think we should just keep the 10 in the bin if he deserves the 10 in the bin. But I think in the situations like the Nathan Brown situation where As I said, I don't know what Sorensen was supposed to do in that situation, but let's say he was to get 10 in the bin and then Manly score. I reckon Sorensen should have been allowed straight back on the field there. So I don't mind that. Mate, now in regards to the article, what's the article breaking down from Buzz Rothfield on Code Sports?
Well, he's looking into this. There's I think we were talking about this off air before, but the amount of controversy, the amount of talking points around the game at the moment are, it's what's driving things. And I'll get you guys' thoughts on this because, past Vegas, things were sort of going okay on the field. The stand-up play was okay, and then you've got the player manager stuff with Dylan Brown going to Newcastle, and then Daly Cherry Evans, and then the Lockie Galvin stuff. Everyone starts talking about that. We have this crackdown. Everyone started talking about that. We're talking about the stadium policy. South want to go back to Allianz, and Uncle Nick Politis wants to keep them out and keep them out of the core. So Buzz is looking through all these key things that are just sort of overshadowing the game heading into Magic Round, because while everything should be about what's on the pitch and celebrating that great weekend of footy, there seems to be a lot of other elements that just kind of get in at the game. So Buzz has gone through that and seen where he thinks things are, and it's in true Buzzy fashion, he's not sat on the fence.
Okay, so make sure to go to codesports.com.au/bloke. Use code bloke for $49 for the entire year. And every bloke code that is used, that helps us as well, guys. That supports us. Shows code that we're a good partner to partner with. And you will not be disappointed with the value you get for $49 for the entire year. Massive thanks again, mate, for coming on the show. Can't wait to have you on next week. We appreciate it, brother.
Thanks, boys. And Hammy, I just got a message from the Trumpets again. So I don't know what you've done to geotag me in this, but I got to go out and vote.
Someone's obviously using my code, which is great. Shows I'm a good partner.
Oh, how good, mate. Thank you. Thanks, bro. Appreciate it. Alrighty, it is time for Menulog's Hungriest Player. And this week, the Hungriest Player. There was quite a few. Payne Haas, Sandon Smith, some very, very good candidates for Hungriest Player this week, but we couldn't go past the great Tommy Dearden. That's right, Tom Dearden, 5 try assists, 200 plus metres. I think the only other Cowboy ever to do something like that is Scotty Drinkwater, and that was from fullback. To do that from number 6 is unbelievable. Tommy Dearden. And I'll tell you what, heading into Origin, this kind of performance, even though Munster's he's been pretty solid. I think we'd all agree this solid, but he hasn't set the world alight this year so far. I would say he has the jersey at the moment, but Tommy Dearden, at the very least, I think he's locking himself away for that 14 role. Maybe even putting pressure to start. I don't know. What do you reckon, boys? Because that was a performance for the ages from Tommy Dearden.
I don't know if you could pick him to start just because of who Cam Munster is, but if he
especially who Cam Munster is in Origin as well.
Exactly right. The Cowboys. I didn't even realise it this morning. They've won 4 games in a row.
I know.
They're on a run. They're doing good things. So, as a New South Welshman, I think the idea of Dearden being at 14 scares me more than Ben Hunt right now.
Right now, I would have Dearden at 14.
Yeah.
Benny Hunt, he played really good on the weekend, but I just wonder, has Harry Grant developed enough? I mean, he's on a hamstring injury, so he's probably not going to play.
If Harry Grant's there, it's not even for me, has he developed enough to play 80, but you've got Ruben Cotter in the side anyway. If you get desperate...
And Dearden can play 9.
Cover it, and Dearden could do it in a heartbeat.
The only problem is that Hunter's done so well in Origin that impact. What do you reckon, Timmy?
Phenomenal performance Tommy Dearden, wasn't it? 5 tries in that game. Huge performance. And as you said, boys, just the timing heading into Origin. So I think Harry Grant will be good to go for Origin.
Okay.
In the Origin opener. Prior to Harry Grant hurting his hamstring, I honestly would have gone Harry Grant aiming to play him 80 minutes, and then you've got Ruben Cotter there that can slot in for 10 minutes if Harry needs a break, if it was to eventuate that way. The fact that he'll be coming back from a hamstring injury, very much underdone, you probably have to have a bit more of an out-and-out hooker coverage for him. Does that be Ben Hunt, Tommy Dearden, how do they...
Plath, man.
Plath. There are so many options, right? And you go, as a New South Welshman, it scares me way more, with no disrespect to Tommy Dearden, who was fantastic, to have Cam Munster there. Big game Munster. We know he'll get up for it after an okay start to the season by his standards. I don't think he'll be the 6. Every chance he's the 14. But if you've got Max Plath there, who can deputise and spend time, at number 9 for Harry Grant, it's hard. Do you need Tom Dearden on your bench if you've got Max Plath there? Obviously, you can run both of them and you can just play Max Plath as a 13. But Max Plath, He's a starting hooker in the NRL quite often. He's at the moment outside of injury. So, like, what would you do?
I would be carrying Dearden and Plath or Dearden and Mann. I'm still undecided between Kurt Mann and I've got one position for a smaller forward on the bench, and that would either be Mann or Plath. So I'm locking either Dearden or Hunt into that 14 jersey. Right now, I would lean towards Dearden just because of the red hot form that he's in, and also remember how he played for Australia as well. He's unbelievable for Australia. It's actually so I'd basically have Dearden there, and then the small forward bench would be Mann or Plath, and then you might have a we'd have to get our lists out because I know I'm going to forget someone.
Where are you injecting Tom Dearden?
I would be bringing Dearden on. Let's say Harry Grant. Let's say he was to start. I would be bringing Dearden on at hooker for a few minutes throughout the middle. Now, if Grant went down for a longer period of time, I'd consider potentially putting like a Plath in there just because the physicality in defence. But I've got full confidence that Dearden could come on and play hooker.
If you're playing Dearden at hooker, though, why not just go Plath, who's far more of a hooker than Tommy Dearden is?
See, I would see Plath as an out and out forward, because if you've got Dearden at 14, that covers your 6 and 7 if there's any injuries as well. So that's why it's important to have that 14 that can cover 6, 7. I actually think Dearden could cover 13 at a pinch and also 9. Whereas Plath, he can play edge back row, 13 at front row if you had to as well.
Plath could cover 6 though with like a DCE though.
Yeah, I don't think he'd be as. You bring Dearden on at 6 or 7, I think you'd be not just as scared as with DC on, but you consider them origin level halves playing, whereas I don't think Plath, with how much forward he's played over the last 2 years, he'd do a job, but I don't think he'd be as potent as Dearden.
But all going to plan. There's no injuries or whatever, so you're covered there. It's like Cam Munster will be playing 80, DC will be playing 80, barring head knock or injury. I understand the coverage, but the fact that you can make your bench a lot stronger, you probably won't need someone to come on and play in the halves, but Max Plath can do it. It's a great conundrum to have. Like, you have plenty of good options, don't you? It's just what is the best fit and which bench is the best makeup for it. Like, it's fascinating.
Well, I'd make the argument that Plath doesn't even need his utility to be playing good enough as a forward. You know what I'm saying? So, like, let's say he was the exact same player but didn't have utility. I actually think he's playing one of our best forwards in Queensland.
That's fair, and he covers so many positions, obviously edge and middle, and you're sort of saying pick him as an out-and-out middle forward and come on and play as 15, 20.
Him or man.
Yeah, but like what you could do is, and Kurt Mann, the same argument, you come on, you're playing 15 at hooker to give Harry Grant that spell, and then he just drops straight back into that lock forward role and plays as a middle forward. So that's where I sort of sit there and go, do you need Tom Dearden? And it's no knock on what Tom Dearden's done. He deserves a spot to be there, and what he did for Australia, what he did in Origin last year, his form on the weekend. So I don't know if you need him.
Well, I think you look at the history of Queensland that have brought DCE on at that 14 role. They brought KP through that 14
Cooper
role.
Cronk did it for a bit, I think.
Cooper Cronk did it as well. I think it's almost just a natural progression for their next half to be that 14, to be there and play through the middle. I think Dearden could. What do you reckon, Rune?
It's interesting because, like, when you talk about coverage for positions as well, like, if you need a hooker, you'd rather Plath over Dearden. Need a ball player, you'd rather Dearden over Plath. But Kurt Mann's probably in between the both of them in both categories.
Yeah.
So he's sort of like, could Kurt Mann sort of be the guy if you are looking for that?
I'm pretty content on going both. So Dearden or Hunt, and having a smaller forward on the bench. You know what I mean? So in my lineup, unless we get closer and change it, I'm always going to have a genuine half utility. It's either Hunt or Dearden, and a small forward, whether that's Kurt Mann or Plath. And then I'd have a front rower and maybe either 2 front rowers or an edge back rower that can play front row on the edge.
Okay.
And then my starting forwards would be Tino, Carrigan, most likely Cotter at 13. And we'd have to sit down with lists and everything, and we'll have that whole episode, guys. But just back in, what do you reckon? As a part-time
Proud Queenslander.
As a fake Queenslander, what do you think, mate?
Where's the Mobsy gone? I would have Dearden in there. And I think because, especially in this age now of like very meticulous HIAs and things like that as well, if you've got a genuine half go down, you need someone to be able to slip in for them. So I think Dearden could play either that 6 or 7 role. If one of the guys went down, we saw a couple of years ago, Munster got knocked out very early in a game. Left without him for the rest of the game. So I'd definitely find a spot for him at 14. And I think if you've got someone like Plath, I don't think you're leaning on him to be able to play the hooker kind of role. But then if you needed to rejig that utility, you could squeeze it out of him if you needed to. So I reckon Dearden, just the way that he's playing and how good he is at the moment, I'd have him there over Hunt.
Yeah.
Yep.
Man, what a game though! Like, and what a bloody player! We've spoken about his journey so many times, but just a really good example of getting a second opportunity at a new system that he flourished in. And also an example of sometimes sometimes the players aren't bad. Sometimes the system at a club is terrible. And at that time, at the Brisbane Broncos, the system was bad, and we weren't producing the best talented players as we could. He goes away to the Cowboys, and Peyton has got the absolute best out of him. They're 4 in a row. Behind the Dogs, you could argue they're the form team of the competition, but because they're up north, you just don't hear about it. At the very least, you could argue they're on par with your Dolphins and your Raiders at the moment when it comes to form. It's a bloody good performance coming into Origin from Tommy Dearden.
I think as well, like I saw a lot of comments on the weekend, like how did Brisbane let him go? But like, I think he had to leave to become who he was.
There was too much damage there.
Too many scars for him to become who he is there.
He just wasn't treated the right way, I don't think. I thought they brought him in too early and relied too much on him and then blamed a lot on him when it's like he was almost a bit of a scapegoat for how bad everything was at the club, because when he was brought in, the whole staff and everything that brought him in, I'm pretty sure within 24 months were gone, or at least 12 months. So, I'm glad for Dearden that he's gone away and done this, and he's killing it, absolutely killing it. So that's why use code TOM, TOM, for free delivery this week. Minimum spend is $30. So at Magic Round, the Menulog meetup, if you want to get Menulog to your room, use code TOM. Minimum spend $30, you get free delivery, and also we're going to try to get some more codes for you to celebrate the Menulog meetup. That is this Saturday, guys, from 12 till 2 at the Caxton Hotel. A massive thank you to Menulog for putting it on, and a massive thank you to everyone that turns up. We do this once a year, guys, and it's such a good experience to say thank you guys for all the support. We really do appreciate it. So Tommy Dearden, he is our Hungriest Player of the Week. Use code TOM. Alrighty.
Tell you what, that code Tom's going to be in some trouble in my room.
Oh, mate, 100%. Mate, when you go away to Magic Round, you put on at least 2 to 3 kegs. It's almost a guarantee.
And the rest.
Alrighty, it is time for Team of the Week, brought to you by Bloke Jerseys. As I said, guys, if you enjoy the content, grab a jerseys. If even 5% of listeners grabbed a jerseys, they'd be going like that. So if you've been thinking about supporting the platform, grab a jersey. It would really help us. It helps keep us alive. It helps us grow. Helps us bring on new guests and all that stuff. It's really, really important. So
still a few left, I assume, due to the fact the goatie's gone?
Yeah, still a few left. Look, I'll be honest. I ordered a lot this year to make sure people could get them, because each year I know some people that don't have the $99 that week. They get frustrated and they're like, come on, Kempy, I want to be able to get it, but I didn't have the money at the time. So I went and got way more. So it's way more, obviously, risk for us. But at the same time, I'm confident that, we'll get through them. So we're sold out of 4 sizes, 3 or 4. But there's still plenty left at bloke.shop. Alrighty. At fullback, Bloke Jersey, Team of the Week, it's Tedesco. At 2, it's Derby. At 3, Garrick. At 4, Jackie Whiten. At 5, Tamale. At 6, Tommy Dearden. 7, Reynolds. At 8, it's May. That's Terrell May. At 9, Egan. At 10, the big fella Payne Haas. At 11, it's Katoa. 12, Olakawatu. 13, Aaron Clark, who was fast becoming bang for buck by the year, but even just by the year, he has been that bloody good. At 14, Sandon Smith. Is this his coming out party of him and NRL 6? He can partner Sam Walker long term. We'll see. At 15, Hudson Young. 16, Willison. Has he cemented himself on the edge? We talked about the depth of the Broncos when it comes to edge. Willison might be the man. And at 17, right around Origin time, the big fella Nanai starts to hit a bit of form, which is just great to see. Great to see. Brought to you by Bloke Jerseys. Grab a Bloke Jersey, guys. Alrighty, it is time for the Kayo can't miss moment. Alrighty, amp up all that Magic Round fixtures. They're live and they're ad break free during play on Kayo. Fox League exclusive games this round are the Sharkies versus the Eels Friday night, 6 p.m. It's the opening game of the round. Sharks have a streaky record at Magic Round, actually, coming away with only 2 wins. 2019 and 2024. Eels haven't had much luck at Magic Round in the past, with their last victory having been during the 2021 season. Then we've got the Rabbitohs versus the Knights at Saturday, 3 p.m. Then it's the Warriors v the Cowboys, Saturday at 5:30 p.m. The Cowboys have won their last 3 Magic Round fixtures. The Warriors showed plenty of fight last year against Penrith in their 2-point win, snapping a 3-game losing streak at Magic Round. Titans versus the Doggies, Sunday, 1:50 p.m. Bulldogs have yet to win a game during Magic Round, but their hot start to the season, all eyes will be on them and whether they can maintain their dominance. And then Storm versus Raiders, Sunday, 6:25 p.m. Canberra are on a 4-match winning streak at Magic Round. Last match of the round will be put to put a test to Suncorp turf. It will also be a look ahead at State of Origin selections and make some predictions on who may be a fresh face to the squad. And don't miss all the action and get on board today at Kayo. If you love sport, you can't miss it, and it's on Kayo. The Kayo can't miss moment. It is Adam Dewey's penalty goal, but more broadly, the West Tigers fight to stay in that game. I thought the Sharks were going to come over the top. Hines had the ball on a string for a period there in that last 20. They scored back-to-back tries, I'm pretty sure. All of a sudden, then Hazelton gets one-on-one. Hines gets Hazelton one-on-one. He just gets ankle tapped, and then Hines spreads the ball again later on. And Atkinson, one-on-one against his centre, just gets ankle tapped. An incredible win from the Tigers. And I'm telling you right now, what's so special about this for me from just a wider audience fan, I go back to a couple of years ago when it was a Radonicus game a few years ago with the black jerseys.
Yep, Cowboys.
It was against the Cowboys, and I say this respectfully, but it was one of the most embarrassing club performances I've seen in a long time, especially with such a club legend. Look, they didn't need to win, but it's just the way they played as a team. Look how far the club has come since then. That all the drama that's happened over the last few weeks, they bring the young fella back into the side, and they look like they haven't missed a beat, and beat a Shark side that's currently in the top 8. That's how far they've come. They have, a few years ago, they had a lot of pressure in with a club legend. They completely crumbled under pressure. They have all this pressure from one of the craziest weeks in news all year long, and they don't crumble under pressure. That's the difference with the club, and a brilliant win by the Tigers. Hammy?
Yes, they showed a lot of ticket for sure, and there was you mentioned a couple of moments there where there's a couple of little one-on-ones and some ankle taps and whatever came into play.
Kayo can't miss moments.
Kayo can't miss. I think Kennedy, again, he's been obviously leading the Dally M's this year, having a great year. There was a moment where he made a huge run on the first tackle, and I was like, it might have even been tackle 0 that they got all the way down there, and then you could just see all these Tigers jerseys just getting back, scrambling. And that's something that they've done really well this year. And, every now and again you look at the stat sheet and you go, there's still quite a few missed tackles there, but they're still making up for it and getting back. And there's definitely been a bit of an attitude shift. And, I was only there for the first half. I had to get to work and leave at half time, unfortunately.
Killing it on the Matty John show just quietly.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. Mate. But you had to get down there for that. But just the vibe around the place and stuff, and there's some great content that came out. A nice slow-mo shot of Dewey that went up on the Tigers socials, the hill just exploding, and there's a really good vibe in there. So a great hard-fought win after what's been a tough couple of weeks, and really good to see even the chats with the interviews after the game with Galvin, and there's some really positive stuff being said. So hopefully they can kind of keep up this, because they had some great form before it all kind of went down a week or two ago. They definitely bottled that up yesterday, and hopefully they can keep it going.
What do you reckon, Root?
Wasn't that it was Galvin that made the ankle tap on Hazelton, wasn't it?
Yeah.
What a moment. That was huge. As someone that had Hazelton as an ATS, I was filthy. But how good was that from Galvin? I thought he played really well, and I think bringing him back in this game, and I'm sure this wasn't planned, and you were there, Hammy, but I assume the Anzac ceremony before, it sort of took away the opportunity to boo him.
Yeah,
or anything like
good
that
point.
As he came out. So I think that sort of changed the temperature a little bit.
Yeah, there was they read the team out and the numbers kind of come through. And I got my phone out to film and I was like, this will be interesting. There's a bit of booing, not too much, and probably his first 2 touches there was a bit, and then it all just kind of dropped off.
That's so good to hear.
Yeah.
That's so good to hear, because winning changes everything. If you win. If Galvin stays at the club for the rest of the year, they win some footy matches, I reckon there's a lot of Tigers fans who'll go, you know what, now the emotion has all died down. Shit happens. I mean, how do you feel a bit more removed from it all?
Yeah, well, I still would have loved him to kind of go on, thanks for the offer, let's wait till the end of the season and see. Because if they end up coming 4th and going on a bit of a tear, maybe he goes, all right, maybe this is the place for me to get the best out of myself. But it got a bit ugly, got a bit messy. It was good to see yesterday, though, that it didn't get too nasty and all that sort of thing.
Yeah.
Obviously, there's still a bit of disappointment and whatever. But, I think the way that everyone kind of responded yesterday was great. And it was really good to see, kind of the interactions with the players on the field, getting around each other, the nice things they had to say about each other, Jerome's response in the press conference, all that sort of stuff. They looked a lot more together than they probably felt a week and a bit ago.
I can't stress enough. The whole club would have crumbled if something like this happened 2 years ago.
Yeah.
It would have literally fucking folded. And yet the fact that you can withstand this kind of crazy press cycle and win a game against not just a lower tier side, against Cronulla.
Yeah.
That shows you how far they've come. And we'll speak about it in the Tigers game. But what saddens me the most is Luai and him actually make an incredible halves pairing. The amount of time, whenever most of the time when Galvin had his big moment, it was a pass from Luai that set it up. I mean, even his first offload, that was all Luai setting that up and giving him the space to hit that. Obviously, the offload wasn't Luai, that was Galvin. But what I'm saying is the pass come from, and so that's the most. What do you think, Timmy?
Yeah, look, it was a turbulent week for so many reasons across the NRL and at the Tigers with Lockie Galvin. And Lockie Galvin to come in and set up that first try for Samuel Afinu was just an outstanding moment. But then across the weekend with the NRL with all the sin bins and the drama there that it had, I saw people on Twitter, which is not a great place to be at the best of times, blowing up and saying, I've had enough, I'm fed up with the NRL and this crackdown, the game's unwatchable at the moment, I'm giving up on it. I'm like, firstly, you're being so bloody dramatic, get over it. And secondly, it's like, cool, if you stop watching, you would have missed one of the great games of the season on Sunday afternoon at Leichhardt Oval. Like, that was just genuine edge of seat stuff that last 15 to 20 minutes, which was absolutely special. It's a shame for those people that have given up on rugby league mid-weekend who missed out on this game. But to be there, and the atmosphere at Leichhardt Oval on the hill, it just looked tremendous. So, and then to cap it off with Adam Dewey, who's had such awful luck with injuries in recent years, to have this amazing moment to nail the penalty in Golden Point, the crowd going bonkers. What a great moment for him as well.
Yeah, and also, we spoke last week about Metcalf. I know his converting wasn't as bad as Metcalf, but I'm pretty sure he missed a field goal prior to that conversion. Missed two. And so there wasn't really... there wasn't hesitation from Dewey saying, oh, shit, should I actually take this or whatever? And so, mate, for him the mental strength to just gather everything back in, get in the right headspace and nail that goal. And also for him to have that moment because, a couple of years ago, he was the main man at the club and he's had to probably swallow his pride a little bit and take a couple steps back because some, bigger dogs have come to the club and, more successful. But he hasn't, sometimes you can see players kicking rocks when they get demoted to certain positions or whatever. He hasn't kicked rocks at all. If anything, he's stepped up and played even better.
Yeah, game 100 for him last week when it all went down. And he had to change his roll-up, go play at number 7. And obviously, the Eels won that game. So it was nice for him to have in his 101st game a big moment like that. That will,
And Twally, they delivered. We'll talk about it in the Tigers game, but they delivered for the big fella, Twally.
150.
150.
Here's to the next 150.
Oh, here's the next 150 without any missed tackles again.
Yep.
Hopefully. So that's our Kayo can't miss moment, guys. If you love sport, you can't miss it. I tell you what, there was some incredible sport on the weekend. So if you want to watch any sport with documentaries, content coming out your ears, it's almost infinite on Kayo, and you can't miss it. Alrighty, and just before we get into the review, guys, don't forget the Wellness Warriors Gathering. That's right, I'll be speaking at the Wellness Warriors Gathering. This will be it'll be staged on the Gold Coast, the 7th of June, 2025, and so it's held by my father, who has won an Order of Australia for helping young men via sport. He's a doctor as well in this area, so he's highly qualified. And so it's a gathering of just men in regards to helping their mental health and putting things in place just to help you get through it. It's advice from some of the leading health professionals in men's health and wellness, life experience messages from former professional sportsmen, key topics in nutrition, fitness, financial management, e-safety. There'll be morning and afternoon tea, barbecue lunch, and 12-month membership of the Wellness Warriors Club to stay connected and get support throughout the year. There'll be also an optional post-gathering group experience, and tickets are $60. You scan the QR code to purchase, but you can also go to wellnesswarriors.com.au, or you can give admin at warriorsgathering.com.au an email if you'd like to contact them and get your ticket. So make sure to get your ticket because... it's just a really good way to meet like-minded men and get some really good tools to help you live a much better life. So that'll be on the Gold Coast, the 7th of June, really, really helpful. So give admin at warriorsgathering.com.au an email, or you can give my father a call on 0438 184 994 if you'd like to get your tickets and make sure to be there. I'll be there. There'll be a bunch of other people there too. Really, really important stuff, guys, for men's mental health. Okay, let's get into the review, shall we? The Broncos defeat the Bulldogs 42-18. One of those performances where on both directions you don't want to get too carried away. You don't want to get too carried away on an incredible win from the Broncos. You don't want to be too harsh on the Bulldogs because it's a mixture of two things. You can have off nights, but also the Broncos on paper are a really bloody good squad. But I will say the positive for the Broncos here is the the map is there, the plan is there, the evidence is there that you can be a top-tier side. You've just got to put it all together and it will happen, because they were, especially in the first half, absolutely unstoppable. And a lot of evidence to suggest that although that Bulldog system definitely can work, and I'm not suggesting they were at their best in the first half, however, a big, powerful forward pack that finds their front can find its way through that defensive system at times. At times. We saw in the second half the Bulldogs get a little bit better at it, but I thought this is it could be a season-defining win as long as the playing group really take out of it what they're supposed to, which is let's play boring for periods, let's just go straight through the middle and the points will come. Great win from the Broncos. In regards to the Bulldogs, look, everyone has an off night. I don't think it's panicked at all. A lot of people like to say, they got against a top-tier side and they suck now. And I think that's nonsense. I actually think that it was a perfect storm where it was wet weather, the Broncos played the best they can play, and also the Bulldogs didn't turn up in the first half. Root, what do you think, mate?
I thought you summed it up well, mate. You don't want to get too far ahead of yourself with both of these teams, realistically. And I think there's a world, as you said, like for the Broncos, this could be the game that brings them together this season. And for Canterbury, it could be the perfect game for them as well. You know, you're the best defensive side in the comp. You conceded 4 tries in 20 minutes to a side without Reece Walsh in it.
Yeah.
I think it'll be interesting to see how both these teams respond to it. But yeah, just watching Adam Reynolds, those 2 chip kicks he put into the corner, one of them in the pissing rain, to do that, in the dry is an incredible knock.
Yeah.
The way he just makes it look so easy, Adam Reynolds. He's a freak.
Oh, mate. Like him fully fit, because his biggest question is really the little niggly injuries. But if you said, look, I'm going to get that version of Adam Reynolds for another 2 years, I'd pay him $1 million a year. I know the Broncos can't afford that right now and they didn't plan for it. I get all that. But put it this way, I don't think there's going to be any troubles with him finding a club next year. Hopefully it's the Broncos, but I think that, mate, you could argue he's playing his best ever footy. That's how good he's been this year other than the Warriors game. Timmy, what do you think, mate?
Yeah, I mean, just quickly on the Doggies, I wouldn't read into it too much, to be honest. They had 3 players go to the sin bin in this game. The Broncos had 1. They had 3 players before the 52nd minute go to the bin. Everything that could go wrong did go wrong. And at the end of the day, look, they were undefeated to start the season. They were beaten by a tremendous Broncos outfit who played exceptional footy in this game, but it's the NRL. You can't be up every single week. There was a loss coming. Yeah, it was probably a bit more dramatic and probably more ordinary than they would have expected it to be, but mate, the Broncos played in those conditions a near perfect first half of footy, and they just blew them out of the park. And I wouldn't even say they shut up shop and played too conservative. Like, they were using the ball enough. They just, everything they did, Stark. The rainy conditions impact sides so differently. I think they impact a team like the Melbourne Storm negatively. The Brisbane Broncos, who like to use the ball, I think it could impact them negatively if balls start to go to ground and they get a bit too complacent. But Adam Reynolds just thrives in the wet. And Guru sort of summed it up well, but his kicking game in the wet conditions is probably the best in the NRL, and he can win games off his own boot when it is wet, because it becomes such a contest of attrition and through the middle. And what he did in this game, and for a lot of it injured by the looks of it, was tremendous. And yeah, the Broncos, a massive scout, a lot of confidence they'll get out of this, and especially the pack against the Doggies.
As you said with Adam Reynolds, best in the wet in the game, I reckon there's an argument he's the best in the wet we've ever seen. Kicking game.
Mate, his kicking game, Joey said that his kicking game is as good as anyone that's ever played the game. Yeah. I will say, I reckon the difference this time with the Broncos is they used the ball at the right times. It wasn't on play, if it was on play 2, it was they were attacking the Bulldogs line. They weren't coming out of their own end going, all right, it's play 2, let's spin it now. Whereas I think that they played the way Madge would want them to play, which is, guys, coming out of our own end, just super direct footy. I think also, when I say it's a perfect storm, it's exactly what you said. You've got all the sin bins. I'd make the argument, I still think the Broncos win the first half even without the sin bins. But you add that into the sin bins, there were a few 50-50 calls that sometimes you get them, sometimes you don't get them. They didn't get them, the Bulldogs. But also, I actually think the wet weather played into the Broncos' hands because they're the big, powerful fullback. If you go back to their game last year, what did the Bulldogs do? They just went side to side. You can't really go side to side coming out of your own end like the Bulldogs did last year in the dry weather. And I think that's probably, when you talk about perfect storm, of course the bigger, powerful forward pack is going to enjoy the wet weather rather than the smaller, more mobile one. And so, everything that could go wrong for the Bulldogs did. That also includes Broncos playing probably their best game of the season as well, at least in the first half. In regards to performances, it was just a I will say the Bulldogs, you don't want to lean too heavily on that second half performance, but I think the Bulldogs fans can take a lot out of that second half showed that the system still works. Like, it's not like, oh, the Broncos are just too powerful for this system and, oh my God, we're going to have to rejig everything. The system still works, but you need to make sure that all those little things that didn't go right from in the first half go right from in the second half. And I think even in the first half, you got the sin bins, you got the penalties, but also like Sexton kicked at 7 tackles set twice in the first 20 minutes. Like, all those little things began to add up, whereas the second half they didn't. And yeah, okay, the Broncos probably took their foot off the pedal a little bit, not too much. They came out pretty hard.
But Kempy, it was the doggies' ill discipline, and it was sort of accentuated by the wet weather and the slippery conditions, because it was high shot after high shot. And look, that will happen in wet conditions at the best of times, with blokes slipping all over the shop. But at the same time, there were also some really careless and ill-disciplined, like, shoulder charges and like no attempts to wrap arms.
Yep.
And you don't put that down to conditions. That is just poor discipline. And the doggies, I think, like Serrata said it after the game, he goes, we'll take so much from this after it was a perfect start to the season. They'll learn a lot, and the discipline wasn't on.
I spoke about this on Friday, and this might be a take that a lot of people don't agree with. I don't mind seeing a team lose their head, because, like, at least they give a fuck. And so I think the key for the Bulldogs will be, like, usually what happens when they're in a game and they're trying to win an arm wrestle, they're hyper aggressive and they lean on that hyper aggression to dominate teams. But sometimes when you try too hard with hyper aggression, you get exactly what happened, which was shoulder charges, knees and all that kind of stuff. And so I think it's just a matter of, like, I don't mind the aggression from the Bulldogs. It's like, but we've got to do it in smart ways, not dumb ways. Like shoulder charging, putting knees up, swinging arms. Like, that's not smart aggression. And I think that's probably what Serraldo's going to speak about to the boys in video session. Go, is this, boys, we want to be aggressive. We want to be known as the dogs of war and all that kind of stuff. But is this smart aggression? Like, it's not. It's dumb aggression. And I think that's probably going to be their biggest takeaway. I don't mind that they're overly aggressive. It's just as long as they can learn from it. The last thing you want, as I said, I spoke on Friday about it, is a team that gets 20 points put on them in the first 20 minutes and they just go, oh, fuck, game's done. The last thing you want is, I'd way rather my team lose its head than go to water and just let the game go.
Well, I feel like they channel their aggression so well, the doggies, and through their fitness, but just through their line speed.
Yeah.
And they're so fit and they're so energetic and they're so up and about. They fly off the line, they get up there. As a result, they put blokes under pressure, they put shots on. Channel it, use it through your line speed.
Yeah, for sure. Absolutely. What do you reckon, Hammy?
Yeah, they were great. They were ready to handle the conditions a bit better than the Dogs. Like, the Broncos, you've always kind of said if they can complete it up at around 80%, they're going to be a tough team to beat. In those conditions, they completed it at 83%.
Yeah, wow.
Amazing.
Yeah.
And it obviously showed on the scoreboard in the end. I was invested in the Dogs to win to 0 for a third week in a row. My night was over in 90 seconds. So it was a tough watch for me. But Broncos very impressive, and yeah, they just handle the conditions a lot better, I think.
Yep.
Especially early.
Did Sugar jump off this week?
He just mentioned it in passing. I'm sure he would have had a little bit of an investment, but no three-peat for the Dogs.
And just quickly, in regards to the Wellness Warriors Gathering, guys, the website is warriorsgathering.com.au. You can also go there to get your tickets. As I said, I'll be there. Come down, say hi. I'll be doing a little chat and just speaking out how I handle certain things. Plus, there'll be a bunch of other sportsmen as well. All right, in regards to individual performances, I mean, we could wax lyrical about Payne Haas and how great he is. I think that we've done that essentially every week. We don't have that much time to go through everything. I think Willison is a really big talking point, though, from the game, because it says the big pain point for the Broncos heading into this season and last season as well was the depth in the edge back rowers. Now, I'm not... there's some people that are like, yep, here's an edge back row, I'll lock it in. It's like, hey, guys, it's been 2 games. Like, you need to see a lot more than that to lock someone into that position. However, if he can become an edge back rower, at least for this season, it does begin to remind me a lot of the older Broncos packs where essentially they had at least 3 or 4 origin level forwards in their pack starting. I thought he was outstanding on the edge, and he'll fix a big problem because like when you compare the Broncos pack to a lot of these other big packs like Penrith or even the Dogs or even Melbourne Storm. Melbourne Storm have got Katoa, Penrith have got Liam Martin. The Dogs have obviously got Kickow, whereas the Broncos don't really have that edge back row they can throw to that gets quick play the balls all the time. Willison can become that if he can defend well on there. So I think he might be a big key to success this year if he can continue to play well there.
Yeah, it is only a game or two, but he couldn't have done much more.
Oh, yeah, it's
realistically. I think with Willison there has been moments over the last 2 years where he's had games that I've gone, he's turned a corner here, and then he sort of regresses a little bit. So that's probably my only concern. But as we said at the start of the season, the depth, there's just nothing there for the back row at the Broncos. So I think you keep at it, and even if he does have those 1 or 2 games where he's a little bit quieter or whatnot, I think you just persevere with it at the moment.
Because at the moment, Piakura is okay off the bench. He's okay this year, but he's been injured as well. No one's really, at least since 2023, where Ricky probably had his best career year. Since then, that we haven't had really a standout edge back rower. So much so that Jazeski, fought and won his way to it. And I reckon just stick with Wilson there. Now, granted, if we're getting 5-6 games down the track and defensively, laterally, he's just a bit too big, then obviously we can move him back into the middle. But I think Jensen come on and was outstanding through the middle anyway. So what do you reckon, Timmy?
Yeah, well, that edge at the Broncos, there was the clear gap in your roster coming into the season, which, 4 or 5 rounds into the season looked even worse because, Piakura struggled to start the year. Jordan Ricky, as you said, he's been okay. But if you can solve that problem from your squad internally in Xavier Willison, one of the brightest prospects in the game, and he can do a job on the edge. Not just do a job on the edge, but impact games and run for 170-odd metres. Like the way that they bring him under, and Getton's going forward again as well. Like it was so effective. As you said, he'll be good in attack. The question will be, as you said, Kempy, laterally, defensively. He's a big boy.
Yep.
How does he go? Because teams will begin to target him and, use that size against him defensively on the edge. So that'll be the big question mark. But on the the very small sample size of the game on the weekend, he looked fantastic. So if you can solve that headache and keep Willison there, whether or not that's a short-term fix or it's a long-term solution, I don't know. Probably the former, but it's interesting. Yeah,
super, super interesting. Another key moment, and we spoke about it last week or even a couple of weeks ago, Broncos need to straighten everything up. I thought Selwyn did that really, really well from fullback. And just one game, but I actually think there might be a bit of a headache on Madge's hands if they continue to play like this, because it's not necessarily about the talent of Walshy. Like we all know the talent of Walshy is one of the best fullbacks in the competition. It's just the style that Walshy plays. It's very different. And so if you do select Walshy, he's a different style of fullback. So you're going to play a different style of rugby league. I thought Selwyn Cobbo was really, really good. He straightened their attack up, took a lot of really tough carries. Yep, he doesn't have anywhere near the silkiness on the edges as Walshy does, but he offers something different, which is that straightening up through the middle.
It's going to be interesting to see, how long's Walsh out for? Another
4 to 6 weeks.
4 to 6. If you guys go on a run over the next few weeks, Reece Walsh still comes back in at the fullback for sure, but it'll be interesting to see how he does adapt his game.
See, I reckon if someone keeps playing like this, I reckon Madge, he might keep Selwyn back there and maybe Walsh comes off the bench. I wouldn't lock it in.
Kempy's lost it, boys.
I wouldn't lock it in.
Walsh off the bench.
Maybe.
But that's because Selwyn's likely to leave, potentially in the cap squeeze. So
Maybe.
what does that do for your future?
Well, if we don't know if he's leaving yet. He could stay. We don't know. If he's going to leave, then obviously you put Walsh back in. But if they go on a run, I don't think Michael Maguire's the guy that goes, oh yeah, you're just automatically back in because you're a good player. I don't think that's the kind of coach he is.
Oh yeah, it could age poorly, but I think there's a world where that happens. Because you get, you strengthen the outside backs, Cobbo out there, Reece Walsh, he's had a poor start to the year by his standards. There's been too many errors, but he's a superstar of our game. He comes straight back into the one jersey. Where there would be an adaptation to the squad, it's just a game style, and it's not playing as expansively. Maybe you do get Walsh to rein it in, and you focus on playing through the middle in that power game rather than going side to side and banking on stripping numbers and getting Walsh to turn a 3-on-3 under 3-on-2, but he comes straight back into the one.
I think he will come straight back in. I wouldn't lock it in right now, though. I think Madge is ruthless enough. If they're killing it and Selwyn's they've gone on 4 in a row or something like that,
which they could. It's the Broncos.
Yeah, it's the Broncos.
What do you do? Is it Hammy or what do you do to himself?
His knee.
So I just think they could bring him back for a game or two to ease him back into minutes, but as soon as he's fully fit, he starts.
Yeah, I reckon it's dependent on how the Broncos go to a degree. If Selwyn sets the world alight and the Broncos are playing incredible footy, I reckon there is a question whether you keep Selwyn back there initially. I wouldn't I wouldn't lock it in. I don't think Mike Maguire's like that. I don't think he's going to just go, oh, yep, you're straight back in no matter what happens. Because, so would you go, let's say they go on a 4-win streak, killing it, Selwyn Cobbo's setting the world alight, you'd say no matter what, Walsh is back in.
Yep.
I still think there's a very good chance he's back in. Yeah.
Or just you said yep. Would you just no matter what?
I can't
back
say
in?
100. That's ridiculous.
Not what he would do. What you would do.
I would lean towards having Reece Walsh straight back in there. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm leaning towards it, but I'm saying like if Selwyn kills it, they win 4 in a row. Timmy said, yep, no matter what, he's coming back in.
And the reason is you get both, right? Like, Cobbo goes to the wing, he's in scintillating form. All right, you get Cobbo in and around the ruck more and you get him supporting more and maybe you increase his role in the team. But that keeps a superstar in Reece Walsh on the bench in limited minutes. In what role, I don't know. You can have both.
I don't think it's a fully foregone. I think it's like 85% likely he comes back into the side, maybe even a bit more. But I do think there's room where if they kill it, I think I think he's quite strong with stuff like that. Like we look at Pia Cora's situation, Dean Mariner also not in the starting side with Jazeski. Yeah, we'll see. What do you reckon, Hammy? You reckon he's in no matter what?
Yeah, I think because he's like a marquee player at the club and all that sort of stuff as well. And I think probably upsets the apple cart more to leave him out of the side and creates more issues.
And I also think as well, like Reece Walsh, like he's a rep footballer. I think he goes in there with directions of how he needs to adapt his game. And if he doesn't, then maybe you make a move back. But yeah.
Again, I want to be clear. I'm not saying
you hate Reece Walsh. It's fine.
No. I'm
Live it
not,
up, Matty.
I'm not saying. I'm saying most likely he will be back in there, but I do think that there is a chance if Selwyn kills it that he may have to ease his way back into the side. Just with how everything started with the season and the form and everything like that, I think he was at like 17 errors, with the closest to him was like 10.
Fitness-wise and like match fitness, yeah, they could ease him back off the bench if they feel he's not like 100% ready and they want him in lesser minutes. But yeah, as soon as he's good to go.
Let's know what you think in the comment section. You reckon Walshy is locked in no matter what, he'll get that fullback jersey as soon as he wants it back, or do you think there's a chance Selwyn could hold on to it for a little bit longer? In regards to other performances, as I said, Payne Haas, I think he can go on the market November 1. One thing I spoke about on Matty John's show on Friday was I almost feel like the Broncos are playing for his signature at the moment, because if they have another poor year and miss the 8, why would he resign?
Yep.
Like, look what this guy's doing. He should have 2 or 3 premierships by now. That's how good he is. I think that they need to make sure to play well just to keep him.
Yeah. And I mean, like, if they're not winning, like the amount of money that a Perth will be able to throw at him, or like
1.5, I reckon they'd throw at him.
And it could be more.
Yeah,
like
maybe.
If there's another club that's desperate, it could get higher. You have a look at, and we'll rehash it a heap over the last 2 years. But, Wayne Bennett started a club in a fantastic spot in Queensland. Couldn't get marquee players. Like, I don't know who's going to be the coach at Perth if it's, Brad Arthur obviously doesn't have the same weight as a guy like Wayne Bennett.
Could be Wayne.
Maybe. I will say,
even if it is,
I reckon the Perth side will probably have a bigger salary cap too.
Yeah,
because they don't have the juniors that like the Redcliffe did. There's no way they can set them up and go, oh, you got the same salary cap as everyone else. Fucking get
shocked
counted.
if they did, but I hope they don't.
Yeah. So I just reckon that's something to keep an eye on. Paddy Carrigan, I thought, was absolutely phenomenal. I thought Ben Hunt played his role much better on the weekend. I thought that he waited for his opportunities and took them in good ball rather than... I think watching on the weekend, you could see that was Adam Reynolds' side. I think if you watch the Warriors game, you'd probably question, like, whose side is this? So I thought it was outstanding. All right, on to the Bulldogs. We've kind of said all we can say in regards to the Bulldogs' performance, because, like, they had a shocking first half. Their second half was much better, but it's just one of those days where, like, across the board, one of those nights. Like, you had just a brain explosion after brain explosion. Through positive, the fact that they cared so much, that they were trying so hard, but it wasn't like they had this 1 or 2 standouts that just absolutely killed it. It was just like across the board. They just weren't on speed, especially in the first half. And I think they can take a lot away from the second half, though.
Yeah, they can. As far as individual performances, mate, not really a heap to touch on here. I thought the one guy, I love watching this Harry Hayes play. Never going to play rep football. He's never going to be on a big contract or anything. But, geez, he's tough. When he comes on, he has an impact.
He can move.
Yeah, he's big and strong too.
Yeah,
strong in contact. Only 22.
Is going to be out for however fucking long over
Only
the next
22.
few weeks.
I reckon he might. I still reckon the origin in him. like rep footy.
Harry Hayes. Yeah. He's got it in him, yeah.
I reckon 22 playing like this. If he keeps, obviously he's got to develop.
He's so mobile.
Yeah.
Like, he's one of the most mobile big boys in the game.
Yeah. I thought Bailey Hayward was really bloody good. Really good. Interesting that he stayed on. And I think Marnie and Serraldo said that, Hayward was one of our best players. So I just didn't want to. I guess that's evidence that Serraldo really will, you would say Reid Marnie's one of their main players. Doesn't matter how well you're playing or what your name is. It only matters how well you're playing. He kept Hayward on the whole time.
If I'm Perth, he's one of the first guys I target.
He's
Hayward.
so good. He's so good.
Yeah, they're with the Doggies, easy to be critical of the performance here, but we said factors like the rain, the fact that they were blown off the park early, they had 3 blokes in the sin bin. If they back it up with another poor performance, that's when you start questioning a few things. But I said, it's so hard to get up every week in the NRL, let alone 8 rounds in a row for the Doggies. But you look at it, they conceded 6 tries in 31 minutes. They just did not turn up for it. They had the 3 blokes in the bin. They went on and scored 3 tries of their own in the second half. They conceded 1 try from the 31st minute to the 80th, and that was Billy Walters darting over in the 79th minute of the game. So they did. They came out. They got a return in the second half. They lifted. It was an awful night for them, but they'll take so much from it.
Yeah, it's the second half that's key for me. If they had come out and still just been pounded, it's I think that the second half was really important for them because it showed, there's got to be some part of them that goes, does our defensive system work against top tier forward packs that are at their best? And I think the second half showed, no, it does. We just can't do all the other dumb shit. We can't get sent to the bin. We can't be kicking 7 tackle sets. As long as we have everything squeaky clean, this defensive system works against anyone. And I think it's only natural for them to sit there and go, does this defensive system work against a Payne Haas, Paddy Carrigan, Willison? It does. It's just a matter of all the other things need to, it's a holistic approach, that defensive system. It's not just by itself in a vacuum kind of thing. Look, I totally disagree with people going, finally they travelled and they faced a top tier side. And I totally disagree with that, guys. I think it was just the perfect storm for things to go wrong. Now, however, if they come out next week, who are they playing this week? Is it
Titans?
The Titans. So they definitely should win. But if they come out next week and lose to the Titans, then it's okay, hang on a sec. Have we got a complacent footy side that's too caught up in the 6-0 narrative? That's when we'll know that.
Bit of a danger game, isn't it?
It's a massive danger game because we know the Titans on paper have a friggin'
nothing to lose whatsoever.
The Titans going to come out
big forward pack too.
But
the funny thing is though, the Titans actually have a big, powerful forward pack. So it's a good test. Good test to put it all together. So yeah, I don't think it's anything to worry about with the Doggies. They're still a top tier side for me. They're still premiership heavyweights. I actually think the bigger question is more on the Broncos of all right, the standard's been set, boys. Now it's week in, week out. You can't afford to step in and out of this form because you're going to find yourself, fighting for 10th to 6th rather than the top 4 was where they probably should be. Okay, on to the next game. Next game brought to you by Grumpy Coffee. Make sure to grab your Grumpy Coffee, guys, from grumpycoffee.com.au. We've got some really fun, exciting stuff coming soon, so make sure to stay tuned. Go to Grumpy Drinks, go to Grumpy Coffee on YouTube as well and Facebook, but also grab your Grumpy Coffee. Beautiful, beautiful blends. You will not be disappointed. All the reviews are super, super positive, and they arrive usually 24 to 48 hours from ordering. We also got subscriptions as well, guys. Okay, Roosters defeat the Dragons 46 to 18. 46 to 18, and this game, this is exactly what the Roosters needed. A win like this, I know they got that win against Penrith. But I'm sure they're probably looking across from each other going, okay, well, Penrith, who we think they are this year, their form's not been great. The Dragons, they haven't been a top 4 side this year, but they've been a gritty, grindy side that have fought in most games. And I think the Roosters can take a ton of confidence of this and go, okay, when it clicks for us, we can be a top 8 side. We've just got to make sure that we click more often than not. And could it be the coming out party of Sandon Smith that really makes him say, I am an NRL player and I will be the long-term partner with Sam Walker? We'll wait and see over the next few weeks. However, easily his best game in the NRL.
Yeah, for sure. He was fantastic. And it's hard, you look at their setup right now, and once Walker comes back, one of them's got a partner, him, Sandon or Hugo Savala, and you probably go, Sandon probably suits the 14 jersey more.
Yeah.
So maybe, and with the long kicking game that Sam Walker lacks, Hugo has that. So I think for fit in the side, I think Hugo is probably the better fit to go along him. But if Sandon's going to play like that, he's so hard to leave out.
Yeah, and I think as well, like, although Sam Walker doesn't have the longest kicking game, he's definitely getting better as the years progressed in regards to his kicking length. But yeah, that is the big key is really just the kicking game.
Yes.
That is truly the separator between the two. However, Sandon Smith and Sam Walker both at their best, attacking absolute weapons. What do you think of this game, Timmy?
Yeah, mate, Sandon Smith, just outstanding in this, and him and Sammy Walker moving forward, man, that's an exciting prospect for them. They said long kicking game maybe, but I said Sammy Walker, he's still quite young, he's still pretty small. He'll get a bigger boot, it'll increase, they'll be okay, but I think the beauty of it will be, and like, the Sandon Smith running game we've seen is so elite, not just on the weekend, we've seen it different glimpses already this season. Playing with an out-and-out 7 where he can play as a bit of a foil and like an old-school 5'8", a ball runner, he's got quite good footy IQ. Like, he can read a game really well and he senses opportunities. He senses when Angus Crichton's going to get that arm free or whoever it might be, and he just pushes up. I said it, I think, a couple of weeks ago with Fletcher Sharp in a similar sort of vein where when halves have to get back and set for the next play and worry about kicking, getting a team around the park, it can take away their best attributes. And for Sandon Smith, that is being on ball and his ball running and his support play. And we saw it in this game, how efficient it was. So, awesome performance. Savali, he was fantastic as well. But Sammy Walker and Sandon moving forward, Sammy is the dominant 7. I think they're going to be fantastic together.
All right, speaking of Teddy boys, who is your New South Wales fullback for 2025 Game 1?
I'm still leaning towards Edwards at this point.
Right now, 100% Edwards. That could change, but definitely Edwards for the moment.
Hammy, what do you reckon, mate?
Well, I think based on their current form, you'd have to pick Tedesco. Laurie's come out and said, I'm picking the team on form.
Yeah.
If that's the case, it's James Tedesco.
He's a tough one, is it? I'm leaning towards Edwards. I think that, he's still playing good enough footy for that to happen. However, if you're picking the team on form like Daly said, how could you not pick Teddy? You could argue he's probably been the best fullback this year.
Yeah, it's just the optics of you sacked the captain last year. You brought in Jake Trbojevic, you're now going to sack him and bring back the other captain. Before I don't know. I just feel like New South Wales made a decision to move forward, and I think if you're going to build a team around Yo, Cleary, which I think
we'll get into that later.
He's already made it pretty clear. Yeah, we'll get into the halves soon. But you're still going to have Cleary on the side. You're still going to have Isaiah Yeo on the side. There's still going to be key cogs. So I think Dylan Edwards is just.
Are you sure there'll be Cleary in the side?
Yeah, I think there will be a Cleary in the side.
Okay.
Yeah, and it's like, it's all good and well. I don't read too much into this quote of I'm picking on form. And I know Laurie's come out and he said, maybe mistakes were made, picking a bit too much on pedigree and history and that, but just if you're going purely on form, you don't ignore 12 and 18 months of Dylan Edwards, another premiership, what he did for the Kangaroos, what he's done for the Blues last year and how dominant he was there and how well he worked in our side. Picking on form's all good and well, but you don't completely ignore what's happening in the last 12 months.
See, right now, I'm going Edwards, and we'll get into the halves chat a little bit later, because I think that's the most interesting chat is a halves chat.
If the Panthers come out and have another awful 3 weeks and Dylan Edwards looks injured and doesn't impress, cool, I can flip, but still 3 or 4 weeks out from Origin and that team getting named. I saw enough from Edwards last week the week prior to think that he looks fit enough. But yeah, it could be changed, but right now, definitely Dylan Edwards.
Okay. Now, in regards to back to the Roosters, how good did Nwanga Nitawase look on the wing? Just flying down that edge. I think I want to keep him on the wing. I think that he could be one of the best wingers in the competition. So much so that, he could rocket into contention for Origin if there is injuries on the wing. That's how good I think he will be on the wing. I thought he was outstanding on the weekend. Yeah,
it's interesting. You've obviously got the Lomax injury at the moment. You've got Kiraz, who could be the guy to step up there. I've heard Taruva's name thrown around. Like, personally, I think I'd have Nwanga Nitawase in front of him.
Oof. Well, just the damage of the crossfield kicks. The only question, though, is the defence at Origin level. Has he played enough NRL to be confident that he'll be ready for that?
Only one way to find out, but geez, he's ticking all the boxes as far as I'm saying. You disagree?
Yeah, 12 months. Give him another 12 months. Like, a gun, the amount of quality in that Queensland lineup, and in particular in their spine and the attacking superstars they've got, they would just pick him apart, I think. He's improving week in, week out defensively, but you keep in mind he's transitioned back to the NRL, played a bit when he was younger, obviously as a centre. He's now gone on the wing. It's bloody difficult to get that defensive read right. And he's had moments where he's been caught out already. You do that in an Origin arena, you can't afford the one or two poor reads. You know, if he goes toward early like that defensively, I think they'll pick him apart. So I think it's too soon.
Let's say Lomax and To'o are out.
To'o will be right.
Let's say Lomax is out, and you get that one spot. Are you going Kiraz?
Tom Trbojevic.
Tommy Turbo.
Yep. Latrell and Critter at
Critter
centre.
in centre.
Yeah, 100%.
Okay.
I'm not even thinking twice about it.
I tend to agree. I think Critter has to be a centre.
Yep. Okay. So let's say Lomax is fit. Who's your centres?
I've got the same team.
I'd go with Critter.
So you're not selecting Lomax at all.
Critter, Latrell centres. I'm not thinking twice about that. To'o, provided he's fit, and then provided Tommy Trbojevic looks fit and his return on the weekend was pretty bloody good. He gets a bye this week. As long as Tommy looks healthy enough going into Origin, I'm not leaving Tom Trbojevic out of my team. That sucks for Zach Lomax, but you add into it, Zach Lomax will also have had, 6 weeks out or 5 weeks out or something. It's not like he's playing at the moment and killing it because he's coming back from an injury as well.
If he was playing like last year and killing it on the wing.
I'm not leaving any of those back five out.
See, this is their problem. Can't be no loyalty.
Who are you leaving out?
So, Roo, who are you going?
Well, given the context, as Tim just said, of Lomax being out, I think you have to go with Turbo there.
Yeah, wow. See, the big question is, it's around Critter or Lomax. That's the hard one. If Lomax was fully fit, that would be the hard decision. Obviously, Lomax is not fully fit, so you put Critter there and you can put Tommy on the wing. I'd even consider Critter on the wing. Maybe not. I'm just saying that's an option.
I can't leave the best centre in the game out of the
and
side.
you just add into it as well, like we speak about it all the time, mate, but the non-tangibles and the immeasurables of the leadership of Stephen Crichton that he's shown with his success at the Panthers. He's shown on the big stage time and time again, and he's now shown at the Bulldogs and what they've done in the last season and a half. That's leadership that you want in around that playing group.
Yeah, I just said I would pick Critter. I'd even go as far if I needed to. Like if there was just, let's say Tommy and Turbo were killing it. Tommy and Trell were ripping it and back in the centres where they essentially won player of the series. I'd even consider putting Critter on the wing. That's how much I would get him to squeeze in that side. But I do think there is an argument by some people, not by me. I know people got super fucking when I asked this question on SEN, like who would you have, Tommy, Trell or Critter in the centres, and maybe the Bulldogs might have not many people that make the Origin side. I just asked a question and people got very upset about it, me being a Queenslander. But I do think there are some people out there that would say Tommy and Trell are the best centres for New South Wales.
No, I disagree. I think if you're going to have Nathan Cleary, Liam Martin on the right, you pair him up with Stephen
So
Crichton.
would you have Lomax or not?
I'd have Critter. I want to make that extremely clear.
No, I'm talking on the wing.
I would go as far to get Critter in the side. I would even put him on the wing
So
if I
you've
had
got no
to.
Lomax.
Yeah, I would get Critter. So Critter would be in the centres with Tommy on the wing. But what I'm saying is that even if you were to sit here and tell me that Tommy and Trell are better centres and Lomax was fully fit, I'd still put Critter on the wing just to get him into the side because of all of the intangibles that I talked about. But there is a chance, and this is what I was talking about on SEN, that the Bulldogs could go through the Origin period with only one or two people in the blue side, which is a good thing for the Bulldogs because they'll just keep picking points up. But I think Critter is a lock into that back line, however you can try and square it. I do think Lomax definitely hard done by, though, because he was actually one of your best players last year.
Yeah, 100% he was, yep.
It sucks.
And I think that if Lomax was fully fit, killing it like last year, that question becomes even harder. Like, do you look at, is it Trell? Is it Tommy? That's the hard decision you would have to make. But I do think, anyway, we'll get back to the Origin chat later. Back to the Roosters, boys. Anyone else that stood out for you, boys? Obviously, we've spoken about Teddy. We've spoken about Mark Nwanga and Nitawase. Anyone else stand out for you, boys?
Savala, we sort of gave him a rap. I thought he was good in this
game. What about
too.
White? This has been easily his most consistent season by a long shot as front rower.
Yeah, he's still having moments here and there, but he's been overall. I think he's been one of their. Has he been their best forward? It's probably
easily their best forward.
Yeah, I think he's been their best forward. And yeah, I definitely still has those moments every now and then. But he's such a big bopper, and he's so consistent in attack. Like, don't get me wrong, I'm not excusing his mistakes, but I almost look to other people in the forward pack and say, you need to cover. If you're not going to be running for the 150 to 200 metres, you need to cover for him because he is.
It is almost such an unfair standard that Payne halves, Terrell Mayer setting that if you're the big guy, if you're the alpha in the team, you don't make fucking mistakes.
Yeah, it's like
that's
40 tackles, no misses, plus a 200 metres. Whereas like a bit old school thinking of like, mate, if you're a gun in attack, yes, obviously you need a standard of in defence and you're still going to be held accountable for your mistakes. But at the same time, there are other people in this forward pack who are supposed to clean up for you and help you out. And that because you're cleaning up for them in attack. You know, if they make 70 metres a game as a forward and you're making 180, then there's got to be some kind of, you know, that's why it's a team.
I think as well, to White's credit, like for, you know, he's a young guy. You know, he was sort of a edge guy over the last years. He's now become an out and out guy through the middle. Like it's hard to when the guy you're playing with, your combination changes all the time. Whether it's Lindsay Collins, Spencer Leniu, Nat Butcher, like I would imagine he's probably started with 4 different front row forwards to start the season.
Yeah. So look, really, really important win for the Roosters. Great to get on the board. Now onto the Dragons. To be honest, from this game, like I could take heaps away from it, but I feel like I'd be jumping the gun in regards to being too negative on the Dragons. Like, yeah, okay, it's a big loss or whatever, but like I don't expect the Dragons to be super, super consistent yet because I don't think they have developed into that side yet. So I still think the same Dragons is going to come out next week, be super gritty, be super, super tough. I think that they're still going to probably be fighting for an 8th position. I will say the only thing is that, you know, you just can't get ahead of yourself if you are the Dragons. You can't get a big win and think, okay, all right, boys, this is the standard that we've done every week because I don't think they're there yet as a side. And I just think that you look at your forward pack and it unfortunately just got totally dominated in the middle there. And but I don't want to be too critical because it's just like this. The Dragons are not in a rebuild per se, but they're in a bounce back period, I guess. And I expect sometimes this is going to happen with the Dragons at the moment.
I think when you look at the whole picture, I agree with you. But geez, just on this day, fuck, I expected more out of them.
Yeah, I'm with you. Like the completion rate was low and they turn up and got blown off the park. Like I understand. I almost have come to expect that from the Dragons.
See, I come to expect a Flano side on Anzac Day. You show the fuck up.
Didn't they get fucking towed up last week though?
But they're just like I just thought that their DNA was at the moment was we dig in, we hang in games, and I just didn't feel really at any point they were overly in this game.
Yeah, I guess we're at the same point. I just almost expected this game to pop up. The Dragons, whereas
you know what I did, but I didn't expect it to be Anzac Day.
Yeah, okay,
big game like this. I expected them to rise for that.
Fair enough. Fair. Timmy, what do you reckon, mate?
Oh, super disappointing the Dragons. I thought, you know, for Rue's reasons, it's Anzac Day. It's my favourite regular season fixture of the year, that one, and very hard not to get up for it, I'd imagine, as a player. And the Dragons just didn't. They were blown off the park. Credit to the Roosters, they were way too good, but the Dragons were never in this game. They never looked like getting into that arm wrestle. To me, it looked a little bit like complacency had set in a little bit. Like their backline movements had been so slick this season. They'd been scoring so many tries out wide, just tearing teams apart and stripping of numbers. I just felt like they didn't want to get in the grind and they didn't want to earn the right to put these sweeping big movements into play out wide. And they were just going early. There was never anything on. You know, their discipline was poor. Their ball control was poor. A really off day. I'm confident in what I've seen from this year that they can bounce back in the coming week or weeks, but I thought it was a really disappointing performance.
Yeah. See, I thought that, like the way I kind of went into this week was they'd won 2 in a row. Hopefully we see them come out and play really well, but if they come out and have a Barry Crocker, I kind of expect that's going to happen.
Take out Anzac Day, I agree with you.
Yeah. But you're right. Like in regards to just if you have high expectations of the Dragons, not even high, just normal.
I just have expectations they're going to be in the fight.
They're
going
exactly.
to get in the gutter.
They didn't have to win the game, but like they were blown away on a big day.
Yeah. And I think that the worry I have with the Dragons is like when you get to big games, to have your forward pack so dominated, the worry I have is like as the season progresses, what happened last year when they had a few big games when they needed to win them to make the top 8, they crumbled. And so they've got to fix this problem where big games, because I think they got towed up last year in the same game.
They conceded 60.
Yeah. And so I guess just in big games, this team, this current crop, they need to turn up, especially in the middle, because they just didn't turn up, just totally blown off the park.
I think if you look back to that game last year, like I think they had a HIA, I think Sully might have got HIA'd off the kickoff or
Yes, he
something.
did.
They had a few things go against him. In this game, I don't think they really did. Like this, I think they were probably one of 3 teams that didn't get a fucking sin bin this weekend. Like it wasn't like they had the world against them in this game. They just weren't up for it.
Even like you look at the penalties conceded, there's not much difference. 6-2, and then 3-2. So there's like about 4 difference. Just one of those situations where I think that I think Flano will be most disappointed is like where I'm disappointed is I felt like they had made a bit of progress since last year, but the worry is that evidence would suggest that they may not have made as much progress as we would have thought, and I think that also that it's one thing to get blown off the park and like you just have no possession and whatever, but you're still completing it like 85 to 90% or whatever. The fact they couldn't catch a break. Not even, sorry, that's the wrong word. They couldn't hold the ball.
Yeah.
And that's a concern because that's just like purely choice, attitude, turning up.
I mean, you've built the squad they've built for this season to play the way that they want to play. You have to do the simple things right.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm just trying to look at like their halves and that. So, like even not much going on there. Obviously, Gaflano had a try. I mean, their backs got through a fair bit of work. Good back made a fair bit of meters, which was decent. But, I just felt up front, just got blown off the park. But I do think this Dragon side will bounce back.
Like the doggies, mate. You sit there and go, if they put in another poor performance this week, then you start, being a bit concerned. But, would hope to see something a lot better.
I'll tell you, just like almost the bigger talking point out of this week for me with the Dragons, losing that young fella to Canterbury, Lato. He's a huge get for the Bulldogs.
Yeah, Flano was pissed.
He should be pissed. And I've said it last few weeks. He's one of the 4 or 5 that's in this list of guys to talk about. He's right at the top of it. Huge get for Canterbury. They've still got other good guys there. And you know what? If you've got 5 guns, you retain 4 of them. You've probably done well there.
Yeah.
But I just hope he's not the first of 4 that leave. Because that could be carnage if so.
Wow.
Because Phil Gould's absolutely nailed that one.
Yeah, wow. Okay. Damn. Okay, on to the next game, guys. Don't forget, Tom and Eddie, they released daylights. You can also use code DMP for 10% off your daylights. As usual, you can use your code DMP for 10% off Good Day, 20% off your paired with subscription. Go to begoodhealth.com.au. Make sure to get your multivitamins. I'm flying to Melbourne tonight. I've got my Good Day with me. Make sure I have it tomorrow. Alrighty, Warriors defeat the Knights 26-12. I absolutely love this performance from the Warriors. And not necessarily because they were even that good. I just love the control they showed. Watching this game, essentially at no point did I feel like the Warriors were flustered, not in control of the game. And what's funny is like I don't think they've hit the heights of their prelim final season, but I'd argue they've played way more controlled footy this year, and they're not even at their best yet. They've got players out, players missing. I love this performance from the Warriors. This is a real bogey game for them. They're coming against the Knights that aren't playing well. That you could say the Knights are the most uninformed side in the competition, and the Warriors of last year they probably come in complacent or whatever. They completely controlled this game from start to finish, in my opinion. Yes, did they set the world alight? No, but that's what I like about this current Warriors crop. They don't need to get a good, solid win. I thought it was a great win.
I think it's a really good point. That 2023 Warriors up the wires, it was fantastic. Never beat a top 4 side. Never looked like beating a top 4 side either. Whereas this side, the way they're playing, like they've got 3 of their 5 best players out of this team.
Yeah, and they're just like they never looked in doubt in this game, really. Outside of maybe the first 20, you reckon? After that, I felt like the Warriors were in control from most of the game.
And you take out Vegas and you take out the Melbourne Storm game. Other than that, I feel like the Warriors have been in control for most of the season. It's a little bit unorthodox because you got Metcalf learning how to play 7 and whatnot, but I think the Warriors look really good. I think they're sitting in a top 4 spot still at the moment, 4th place. They're doing good things.
Yeah, some really good signs of that DNA that they sort of built back up in 2023, wasn't it? In that preliminary final run where they'd complete high, they looked in control. As you said, Kempy, just never looked flustered, which is, they lost a bit of last year, but they, again, had a lot of injuries and personnel change. For so many new faces in the club this year to be where they are this early on, I think it's caught most by surprise. They're playing some unreal footy.
Yeah, and there is not a soul in rugby league that would say the Warriors are going to be sitting in the top 4 by round 8 or 9 and not play their best. There's not a soul that would have thought that. They would have thought, okay, there's going to be a red hot streak by the Warriors, and all their players are going to be fit. It's amazing, and I just want to talk about off the bat, Aaron Clark. How good has he been? Like, he has been absolutely phenomenal. Like, I think he might even have made our team of the week the most this year. That's how good he's been. What a buy he's been for the Warriors. And like, when they lose key players like Fish, he's just been so instrumental at keeping that energy through the middle, keeping that leg speed. He has been phenomenal so far.
He's had to fill the role of not only Tohu Harris, but also Dylan Walker. And I just love that the Warriors haven't gone, hey, we need you to be these guys. He's just been himself.
Just ripped.
Been literally a tough prick and just gone at it.
Just rip and tear. Every second of every moment that you're on there, I want you to rip and tear. He's been absolutely phenomenal.
You look at them and say they're fourth on the ladder, and as you mentioned, Fisher Harris is injured, lost AFB last year. Like, the amount of meters that they lose as well, Dylan Walker gone as well. And then you go, the starting prop is Jackson Ford, and you boys in particular are always very keen on Aaron Clark when he was at the Titans, and he had mixed roles there and mixed output. But Aaron Clark starting at lock, playing 64 minutes. Jackson Ford scores a double, ran for 150, 160 odd meters as well at prop, and they're winning comfortably.
Yeah, it's so impressive, and I think they're almost the unsung heroes of this year. Like, because they're over New Zealand, they don't get as many raps. They're sitting in the top four.
Well, last year, Mitch was the year of Mitch Barnett. Like, he was fantastic. Played Origin. He was brilliant. Not a lot said about Mitch Barnett because it's been, Aaron Clark's been the one we've been talking about each week.
Absolutely. And I also want to talk about Leka Halasima. Oh, my God.
I love that they started him and put Niakor into that middle rotation.
Great call. Get Niakor in the middle, because Leka Halasima, every time he has the ball, defenses are stressed. Like, you can tell that they're worried when he has the ball. And I think that, sometimes you can overcomplicate things in selections. You ask yourself, what's the last person they'd like selected in this side? And I think there's a lot of opposing teams that would go, the last bloke I want starting right now is that Halasima, because he's that scary.
And I think it makes the halves so much more dangerous too. They've both got great running games, and I think, with all due respect to Capel, I think when you're defending and you've got Capel there, like, you don't feel like you need to keep an eye on Capel. Fucking Halasima.
You got to keep an eye on.
You got to keep both eyes on.
Yeah, absolutely. Like,
he's almost more damaging without the ball than he is with the ball at times.
Well, when he runs the unders line, you're going to mark up on him. And I think that it's a good balance, because you got the absolute battler in Capewell that does all the tough stuff, all the 1%ers, and then on the other side, like, that's what I think Wayne Bennett does so well, is balance his footy teams. And sometimes when you've got two weapons as edge back rowers, sometimes one guy just doesn't get the ball, so he's almost wasted. And because he's a weapon rather than a battler, he's not going to go out and do 20 hit-ups that need to be done because he's a weapon. Whereas when you've got a battler on one side and a really good weapon, you know how the balance of both players is going to be. K-Well expectation is, mate, we need you to take all the tough carries. We need you to do all the cover defence. Meanwhile, Lecky, you just stay out there and be ready to split the game apart. And he does that.
Yeah.
It's super, super impressive. And I even thought Metcalf was pretty good as well on the weekend.
Just on the halves too, like, as you said before, like, no one would have thought they'd be top 4 after round 8. Like, if you ever look in New South Wales Cup, the Warriors are coming first. They've only lost one game. Tomato Martin and Tanner Boyd are in the top 5 for try assists in the competition, and there's not even a conversation about a change in halves.
Yeah, it's so good. And it doesn't get spoken about enough. Like, I reckon if this was at one of the Sydney clubs and they had lost SJ, Tohu Harris and Adam Fanua-Blake, we'd be talking about it every single week. We don't even talk about the fact that they've lost, I wouldn't say Adam Fanua-Blake's a club legend. However, I would say he played some of the best rugby league or Warriors players ever played in the front row. Tohu Harris, I would say, is a club legend. SJ is definitely a club legend. So you've lost 3 of them in a year, and you haven't missed a beat.
And they're without Roger, who's a club legend.
Yeah.
Dallon's been their best for quite some time.
Yep.
They said they lost. You pointed out before, but they've lost 2 games. Vegas, right off round 1, got to them a little bit the occasion, and then that Storm game down in Melbourne on a beautiful sunny day. Yeah, it was disappointing, but the Storm that day were putting 40 on every team in the competition. I reckon, like, they've hardly played a bad game.
And also, Raiders are a top 4 side. Like, people, they lost to the Raiders. Raiders are a top 4 side, so it's like they've only lost to 2 sides, and both are above them right now. Raiders and are the Raiders above them right now?
Yeah, Raiders 3rd, Storm 2nd.
And 2nd. So it's just like, so what? That's going to happen. You're not going to go on a run and beat every single team. So, I am so impressed with what the Warriors are doing. And I can't, once this all clicks in together, because I'm sure Webster has a plan and progress and all that stuff, once it all clicks together, they are going to be an absolute handful to play against.
I thought the other huge news, which I haven't been on here since it happened, but Chan's re-signing too.
Yeah.
Enormous. I thought he was all but gone.
I thought he was gone for sure. And I reckon they would have got him for a pretty good bargain as well. And on the weekend, like once again, he does what you'd want him to do, which was like 266 metres at the back there, 28 runs, 88 post-contact, 6 tackle breaks, 6 tackles, 0 misses. You know, if you can get him for around the 400, 500K mark, if he doesn't play fullback, he can play centre or wing, 6 at a pinch. He's a good squadman to have.
Yeah.
Just a casual 266 metres.
Yeah, I know. Like, crazy. Hammy, what do you think, mate, of the Warriors?
Very impressive. A great win by them, and good to see him back up there in the top 4. Another player that I thought has been really good so far this year, had another stormer on the weekend, was Wade Egan.
Yeah.
Just straightens him up so much. Obviously had a try on the weekend. But, as well as going over 100 metres, 43 tackles, none missed as well. Like,
Crazy.
you mentioned a couple of players there, if they were playing at a big Sydney club, they would just be losing our minds. He's probably one of those.
Yep.
Slips under the radar a lot. But his last month or so of footy's been really good. And, a great game by him on
How good was the try he scored? He got James Schiller at marker for 3 tackles in a row, just had him in the washing machine. Just didn't
So
let him
smart.
escape.
Yeah. Smart footy. Another bloke I want to talk about, Adam Pompey. Might be his best game for the club. I thought he was outstanding. And he's one of those guys where, Warriors fans, they like to joke about, because you can tell he has all this friggin' talent. It's just, he'll play like 2 or 3 really good games, and then he'll just have defensively some poor reads or whatever. But I feel like the more time he spends under Webster, the more he's rounding out his game. And also Webster's backed him in, and I thought he was outstanding on the weekend. And I think he's been good as well this year.
He has been good. I thought he was good last year as well when he came in. But like, you think about this Warriors side, like in the next few weeks, they're going to get DWZ and Roger back. Like, you're going to have Torpicki and Pompey playing on the wing in reserve grade.
Yeah, it's
a side
crazy.
that's already close to undefeated.
Talk about the value of like chance and squad players now. Like similar with Pompey, where he can play both edges quite well. He can play centre, he can play wing. Like, he solves a lot of headaches having him in this side.
Yeah.
And like, Ali Latawa hasn't even like exploded yet. Wait till he hits his form.
And do you remember in the trials, like that first trial, he looked untouchable. We all felt like he's no end. Like that, he swapped sides 2 weeks ago.
I was going to
Still
say,
finding his
I
feet.
do like him on the right. Like, I know Rocco Berry plays there as well, but and it's only a couple of games, but he looked a lot better on the right.
Yeah. Look, really, really bloody good win for the Warriors. Love to see it. On to the Knights. My God, there are problems at the Knights. Holy moly.
Tough watch at the moment.
They are a
Jeez.
tough watch. They don't have any B plan. They don't look happy. They don't look like a happy footy side. They don't look like they're enjoying their footy. They look like they lack energy. It looks like a lot more than a dip in form on field. Like, I know I'm just speculating, guys, so that means I have no evidence for it. But it looks like there's more going on than just on the footy field at the moment at that club.
Mate, you just described the Newcastle Knights as a hard watch. How can a team with Kalen Ponga, Dane Gagai, Bradman Best, Greg Marshall and Fletcher Sharp be a hard watch?
Yeah.
Like, it's not like you don't have the cattle there.
Mate, I genuinely think, we spoke about it heading in the season preview, the concern is that everything is around KP. If he's not killing it, they just got no plan B.
Yeah.
No plan B.
And you've got to pick the guys that can get the best out of KP, and they're not doing it.
That's as we've said, like, you said no plan B. We said it week in, week out. It's just no variation in the attack, and it hasn't changed. Like, when are you going to start throwing some different shapes?
Yeah, like hit Bradman Best on an out ball just once. Or get Dan Gagai early ball just once. Get Marju some early ball. It just...
Try something.
Just something. Like, you've got 2 origin centres. Like, Gagai is still a bloody good centre. Bradman Best, he is only behind guys that are either captains of their clubs or like generational players. If anyone gets injured, he goes straight into origin. And yet, like, they're barely getting early ball. And I just don't understand how they can't sit there and go, okay, KP's a little bit off at the moment. It is what it is. Let's change some things up. They just don't seem to do it.
If you continue, to move forward a little bit, but like, if the same thing happens for the next 3 weeks at the Knights, like, is there a world Ponga misses origin? I just don't know if there's
I don't know if there's someone,
right?
like, people would say move Hammer to fullback, but Hammer's too good at centre.
Yeah.
So, Buller, potentially. He's playing good footy. I'd still go KP no matter what at this stage.
It's interesting 12 months, mates, where this time last year, or it might have been heading into game 3, where like, we need Walsh there, we need Ponga there, they're both playing unbelievable. All of a sudden, it's like, oof, jeez.
Yeah, who do we have? I think, and there's got to be more going on. And I almost feel like, are they in a waiting pattern for Dylan Brown to arrive? Like, is that why they're playing like this? And as a club, there's almost this underlying sentiment of like, we've got a 10-year deal coming. He's the one that completes our spine to what we actually want. Therefore, I don't know. I don't know.
Round 1, 2026, is Dylan Brown wearing the 6 or the 7?
7.
I'd say 7. Because like Fletcher Sharp, I know he's played in the halves going up, but Dylan Brown's ball playing is better than Fletcher Sharp's, from what I've seen anyway.
I was going to say, if Brown was going to wear the 6 potentially, like just move Sharp to 7 now and say, all right, mate.
Well, yeah, if that's the case.
Their attack's not going to be any worse.
Well, if they keep losing these games and they're not going to make the 8, move him there immediately.
Yeah. And like Rue may have, but like I haven't seen Sharp play at 7 and organise a team. I don't know, but apparently he's done lots of it. Do you change things up and go like, no, they don't want to play Hastings. They keep chopping and changing the halves. I know this would be another one. I get it. And like we've been against that. And we're saying stick to a pair and let them get some cohesion. But I don't know. Do you give Fletcher Sharp a run at 7?
I think you'll wait a few games with Cogger returning because he's had a finger injury. So he's been out for a bit. So
Give him
that
up
was
till Origin.
Yeah, it was like a forced change. But if this continues for another month.
Apparently Cogger's not apparently Gamble is the first choice guy, is what I keep getting told.
What?
The Gamble's only just come back. I think he broke his nose last week.
He started last week.
He started last week.
Hang on a sec. So Cogger is not even their main man.
From what I've been told, Gamble is the guy. I had Ape and Knights fan messaging me last week because I've been complaining about Cogger. Well, now we've got our first choice guy in Gamble. Like apparently that was the plan.
I just don't
If anyone can leave in the comments or anyone knows for sure, please let us know. But that's what I've been told by a few people now, that Gamble was the guy to be at 7 and he only didn't play this week because he got injured. He wasn't able to travel to New Zealand.
I like Gamble, but he just
I love Gamble.
He looks
He's not a halfback.
He looks an out-and-out 5'8" every day.
Great 5'8".
Yeah.
Or
Or
great
14
lock,
or whatever.
anything, not a halfback.
Awesome 14. But yeah,
The problem as well is like I look at this forward pack. It had Leo Thompson, it had Tyson Brazell, it had Dylan Lucas, Kai Pearce-Paul. Like that's a good forward pack.
Yeah, and half of those guys aren't going to be there next year or have been told they can look elsewhere. Like it's...
But even like, and I know they have to try things and they can't keep going with the same stuff, but even, all right, let's start Jaden Bradley this week and let's go finish across them back to the bench. Like it's another major spine change.
I don't see. I feel like the Knights will give Adam O'Brien a chance with Dylan Brown to arrive to the club. But geez, if they don't fix it, there's going to be so much pressure on her. And I saw there was a report that if they do move him on, that there's a $2 million payout they'd have to pay him. But there's got to be some pressure.
When I look at Newcastle, I cannot make sense of so many things.
Yeah.
But then you look and you go, it's Peter O'Sullivan, it's Peter Parr. I feel like there's constantly something that I just can't see.
And what's weird is like they have made finals every year. So is it fair for Adam O'Brien to have pressure on him because somehow, some way, he does get him into the finals footy most years except for one.
And like we had a few questions around recruitment and you mentioned those two blokes, Guru, but the squad and the players on paper, that's not an issue. Like there's far more to it. Like this team should be scoring more points and winning more games of footy.
Yeah.
And at the same time, like they've conceded less points this year than the Melbourne Storm.
They're defending well.
They're defending
Defense
well.
is fine.
Yeah, they've got the granted they've had a bye, so that skews it a little bit, but they've got the second best defense in the comp at the moment.
I just don't know. I don't know what the answer is because we always talk about defence wins premierships, so they're doing that right. And they're a team with KP, Bradman Best, Marju, and Gagai can't score points. It's like it just boggles the mind. It really does.
And even, like in reserve grade, they've got kind of Connor Vitano playing fullback. Like, I think he could be a star of the future. But if I'm him and his management, I'm looking above going, fuck, is this where you want to be?
Especially when like KP's definitely there for at least another 3 years.
You've got Cody Hopwood, who coming into this season, I thought with the lack of middles Newcastle, he'd probably get a shot at first grade. Like, he's coming off the bench in reserve grade now. They're just not developing guys as I would have hoped. Like, Mason Teague arrived this week. I loved Mason Teague at Penrith, but like he went up to the Dolphins, he didn't really show anything. There's just so many things that I can't make sense of.
Like Dylan Lucas and Kai Pearce-Paul is a bloody good edge back row. Like, they can score points. So mate, it just boggles my mind. I don't know what's doing. Like, I know, and maybe it is because Cogger was out and he's back in now. But even Fletcher Sharp, I feel like he's regressed just in this year. Like, he started the year really well, but he doesn't look anywhere near. I'm definitely not blaming him for the losses. But what I'm saying, if you just look at his individual form, even that's
Yeah.
nowhere near what it was at the start of the year.
But once again, if you're moving Fletcher Sharp, and I know he's played there as a kid, all that sort of stuff, but every time I've seen him for the last 2.5 years, he's been at fullback or on the wing in first grade, doing very well. You're moving him into a ball-playing position. Like, if you're going to take punts like that, which I backed at the start of the season, you've got to pick the right guys to get the best out of them. They're not doing it.
Mate, it's so strange. What just always blows my mind is like I watch the game and I'm like, okay, and then the weekend happens, and then I get here on Monday, I look at this roster and I'm looking at it going, that roster couldn't score any points. Like, it's a bloody good roster.
And I know it's only a little thing, but even like they went to New Zealand last week. I was told on Tuesday lunchtime Tyson Gamble wasn't going to play. They named him in the halves. They picked Cogger on the extended. They didn't even pick Jackson on the extended bench. Like, what happened if something happened to Cogger over there in New Zealand?
And I think that this idea, so a couple of weeks ago, I incorrectly said they didn't pick Hastings because they should pick Hastings. They need to put someone in there. But apparently he had a birth.
He had a baby a few weeks ago.
So in the shows after, I said I apologise for that because that's wrong. But in saying that, like now it does really look like they're just never going to pick him and they want him gone no matter what. But it's like at some point, surely you've just got to go, mate, he's the best 7 at the club. Like and we're desperate for wins.
You don't have to talk to him. Just let him direct you around the side, around the field. Like, I don't.
What could have he done?
Legitimately, like, what you need a halfback on the field. It's rugby league over the last 120 years.
I look at it and I go, what could have he done? Now, like, if you had done something that was so bad, you could have moved him on for that bad thing. What could have he done that's so bad that he's just like, nah, you're never playing first grade again? Like, okay, if they think he's a dickhead or they don't get along with him, surely it's not so bad that you go, all right, I think he's a dickhead, but like, just come and play.
You think there'd be a Super League club that's got a bit of cash there that can just pay out a bit of the contract, get him over there, go over there, kill it, start 7, like just cut ties, get it.
Yeah, but if you're Jackson, you go, you've poorly managed this. I'm making a mozza of money to sit at home with my daughter at the moment. Like, I don't blame him for not going anywhere. But as you said, if you take out the context that he got you to finals 2 years ago.
But that's
He
what I
got
mean.
the best
like,
out of KP. Like,
it seems like a personality problem because it couldn't be. Surely it's not a form because they moved him to 13 to try and make him leave. Like, let's all be honest. And so, like, even if he is a massive dickhead, and I don't know whether he is, I don't know Hastings will at all, but let's just assume that that's the reason. Surely he's not so bad that you can't just go, all right, mate, we need to win games. Come back into 7. You know, just we got to boys. We just got to deal with if that is the case. I don't know.
If he shits you that much, he's going to leave in 6 months.
That's
anyway.
what I'm saying.
Just come in and win games of football.
What I don't get is like, unless it is like so disrespectful the thing that he's done, but I can't imagine a senior playing group where they don't just go, boys, I know that we don't get along with Hastings, but it's just a personnel thing. We need to win games. That's more important than how we feel about Hastings. I don't know. As I said, guys, please, there's no evidence of any of this. We don't know. We're just speculating right now. But it seems very strange that Hastings can't get in the side. And maybe it is his fault. I don't know. Maybe he is impossible to deal with. But the Knights are desperate for wins.
And if he's impossible to deal with, don't play him in reserve grade. Just don't play him. Like, if it's such a big problem that you can't utilise him or have him anywhere near the team, just get him out of there. Let him go.
It's so strange. It's so strange. So hopefully they can turn it around. The positive is they're defending well, relatively well. They still had 26 points scored on them on the weekend, but they're not getting absolutely blown off the park. So hopefully it just clicks again, and KP starts firing because it really does all rely on KP at the moment. Or hopefully they can get some ball playing that do what the Dragons did. Like they used Gutho as a distraction. Why not use that with KP? Use him as a decoy if his form isn't as good at the moment.
They take on South Sydney this week. Suncorp Stadium, dry track, 3 p.m. Is Latrell out, I think, Matty?
Yeah, he'll miss a week, wouldn't he? Yeah.
Like, it couldn't... Like, South Sydney are desperate for a win too, but just this is absolute must-win for Newcastle.
Yeah. Oh, must win. What are they sitting right now?
Third last.
Third last on 6 points.
They've had a bye.
They've had a bye, yeah.
And they've had a bye. Oh, jeez. And so, 8 is 8 points, but they've had a bye. I mean, the positive is like they can go on a little bit of a streak and get back in touch with the 8.
For sure, yep.
But it has to happen pretty soon.
Yep.
The problem is it's not necessarily where they're sitting on how many wins they've had. It's just when you watch them play, you're just like, man, this is bad footy. This is bad footy. So, and they got a good side on paper. Whereas, like, for example, I look at the Eels, and yeah, at the start of the season it was like really bad footy. But their last few weeks, like, I've still been like, oh, this is pretty good footy at times.
That's the thing as well. Like, they're only 5 weeks away from losing KP for X amount of weeks to Origin too. Like,
Yeah. So hopefully they turn around. Bloody the NRL is better when the Knights are going well. Time for Storm South. Storm defeating South. And don't forget, guys, we have our Menulog catch-up, a Menulog meetup at Caxton Hotel this Saturday for Magic Round from 12 till 2. We've got giveaways. Come down, say hi, have a beer, shake our hand. It's a massive thank you. It's a big meetup that we have every single year. It's a massive thank you to Menulog. We'll also have codes this week. The code is TOM for free delivery when you spend $30. So when you're in Magic Round, get an order from a local shop, a local legend, to your hotel and have a big feed on Menulog. A massive thank you for Menulog for putting it all together. And also, just before we get into it, Bloke Undies. Make sure to grab your Bloke Undies. They're premium, high-quality undies. Go to bloke.shop. Grab your undies today. Okay, Storm defeat the South 24-16. And I might be in the minority here because I saw a lot of negative feedback from South fans. I actually think, weighing it all up and considering where South are right now and all the injuries and everything, losing to Storm 24-16 down in Melbourne, I'm actually pretty okay with that. I know I'm not a South fan and maybe I'm being too easy on South, but I actually thought they were super brave in defence. There's so much they can fix. Going down to the Storm, 24-16 at home, current premiership favourites, I don't mind it. Am I crazy? What am I?
I think it's more so the collective of the last few weeks for South fans.
Yeah, okay.
Because I agree with you, mate. Being down there, they were in that game of football.
And they, most teams get blown off the park by the Storm.
Yeah.
I thought they showed a lot of grit in defence.
Yeah, I thought they showed a heap of ticker in this one. A game that I didn't really give them much hope of winning, if I'm completely honest. But they were right in it. It was 10-all at half time. And Latrell Mitchell got sin-bin 10 minutes into the second half. From that point on, it was always going to be really, really tough there. Cody Walker was I saw them at the airport on Thursday, and Cody Walker had just been ruled out. They were moving Jai Gray into the halves.
Mate, their spine is Mamazelis, Sullivan, Gray, and Trell.
Yeah,
obviously Trell's a superstar there, but outside of that, you're going down to Melbourne.
I'll tell you what, I did absolutely hate that South Sydney moved Jai Gray to the wing. That made I would have moved a Ewan Aitken out to the centre. So I think the Jai Gray, I thought he was looking really good at 6, and I would have kept him in the middle with the ball in his hand. Yeah,
it's crazy. It's I'm almost backflipping on what I said last week, and I'm like, you know what? Maybe you just put Trell in the centres, Gray back to fullback again. I thought that opportunity to get Trell back there, he would really just have a bunch of runs, and he still had 17 runs, which is decent. But I just think maybe you have him as a roaming centre, and I just think Gray's form is so red hot right now because he was still outstanding even in the out of position. I thought anyway.
Well, if Cody's available next week, do you consider just playing Cody at 7, Jai Gray, Latrell at 1, and just getting them all with the ball in their hands? Maybe potentially. I just think I think Gray needs to be in the starting side somewhere. I just think he's so red hot form wise right now. And Trell obviously didn't have his best game. And off the back of what I said too, I hated the move to the wing. Even when he went to the wing, he looked mad.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. He's so red hot right now. He's their best player. And so I'm going to put my hand up. I've been so... first of all, I was pro Trell to centre. Then I felt when he moved to 6, he wasn't getting his hands on the ball in the right position enough. So I was like, okay, maybe you do move Gray and you put Trell back at fullback. Now I'm Gray is so red hot. I think you just find a spot for him either 6 or 1. I think you just do. I could be wrong. I don't know where I end up on this, but I just think Gray is so red hot. He needs to be near the ball at all times right now for the Rabbitohs. Timmy, am I taking crazy pills, mate? I don't know what's going on.
No, I think I had him to stay at fullback last week and just Latrell at centre.
Yep.
Yeah, 100%. I'd have him in there, and I think
which is funny because I think initially you were Trell at fullback. Were you? Initially?
No, that was me.
That was you.
He's always been Jai fullback.
Yeah, the form that Gray's had, I've been keeping it fullback. And then the big part to it was as well, throughout that Origin period with, Latrell backing up from Origin, probably just put him at centre anyway. It just emphasised it on the weekend because Latrell had a pretty poor game. Fox Sports stats, he had 9 runs, which is nowhere near enough. I know he went to the bin for 10 minutes and whatnot.
But at fullback, it's just not enough.
No, not at all. So especially when you've got Jai Gray there who will have 20 runs and run for 250 metres. You just have to do it at the moment. So I'd be going Gray back there.
Yeah, so I put my hand up. I got that wrong. I'd go Gray back there.
So, Bunnies fans being upset about it. Man, I thought they played quite well against Gun Melbourne outfit down there on Anzac Day. Craig Bellamy has like 15 or 16 in a row against Wayne Bennett. They have an unbelievable record on Anzac Day as well. I thought they put in a great performance.
Well, mate, I'm with you. Like, their front row was Kepi Totola. Their spine was Sullivan, Gray, Trell with Mamazelis. Edge back rowers, Keon, obviously top tier. Aitken coming back from injury. Jai Arrow, top tier. But outside of that, I'm with you, mate. I thought they were pretty courageous.
Like, they lost Latrell Mitchell 49 minutes into the game for that Symbian. I know the Storm lost Pappy, but that was later on in the game with 9 to go. So I think you take a lot of positives from it.
Yeah, I saw a lot of Matty, I don't know if your mic's there, but you can yell out to us. Stoked? Did you see a lot of negativity from South fans, or I'm going crazy? Because I thought South fans were losing it in the comment section.
Yeah.
I think, I think for South fans it is just the build-up.
The build-up to it? Yeah, okay.
The build-up to that game. Got to remember as well,
Sorry, I saw a lot of negativity to Latrell. That's where I saw all my negativity. There's a lot of South fans that they're being crazy, in my opinion. But, some really bad comments. But that's the only negativity I saw. I didn't really see too much. I was very happy with how they played.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought, as I said, I thought they were outstanding. And even at full strength, if you would go down to Melbourne and lose like that, even at full strength, you'd be pretty happy with it.
Freaking oath.
Because the Melbourne Storm are red hot. I just think, the one thing that I probably got wrong, I said, get his hands on the ball more, put him to fullback. I'm looking at it more now and I'm going, okay, maybe we put him to centre. Jai Gray's so red hot, right? Just while he's red hot, keep him there and ease Trell back into the season maybe. What do you reckon, Hammy, about South?
Yeah, well, I think they showed a fair bit of ticker, I reckon, based on all the injuries. Obviously, their most important player was off the field for 10 minutes. They didn't concede any points during that time, so that showed a little bit of...
Against the Melbourne Storm.
Against the Storm.
Yeah.
The Storm have won their last 14 games after a loss, so they're always going to be tough to, especially on Anzac Day as well. Very good record down there. I think there's some pretty good signs there, given that that they're not running out their best 17 at the moment. With so many key injuries and to only lose by 8 points, there's definitely something to build off there. And, even earlier in the season when they were missing a lot of players, they surprised a lot of people. It's probably the Wayne Bennett influence. They won a lot of games that a lot of people didn't give them a chance for. When they have got their best team to run out there, they're going to be a tough team to beat. I think that was a great performance.
Let's say Bentley catches those 2 high balls throughout the game, and I'm not just blaming it just on him, but I think one led to a try, and the other one might have been a try a little bit later. That's 12 points there.
Well, mate, it was 10-all at half time. They came out. Melbourne Storm fine touch off the kickoff, and then they put up the bomb that Eli Katoa gets over the young guy.
Yeah.
There's 2 minutes where they really got punched in the face there that I thought, oh, fuck, they're going to fall apart here.
Yeah.
They didn't.
Yeah, mate, I thought it was a brave performance. I really did. Just for finality, though, so I'm going to put my hand up. I got it wrong last week. I reckon move Trell back to centre. Centre, what would you do?
Centre, my question to you guys, do you move him to left centre or right centre? Because I thought Jack Whiten was the best player on the field in this game.
You know what? I'm just picking on form at the moment. I'm just looking at Trell going, mate, I just need you to ease I don't need you to ease your way back in. But right now, just a bit down on form, a bit down on confidence even. Just get you back into the game. Jackie Whiten's red hot right now. I'll put you on the other side.
Actually, if Cody Walker's available, I would play him at 7. I'd play Jai at 6 and play Latrell at 1.
At 1?
I would do.
Okay.
Would I have Latrell right now?
Yeah. And Jai Gray.
And Jai Gray. I'd probably go Gray to fullback and Latrell to the centres.
Yeah.
I'm not against, Jai Gray at 6 with Cody at 7 and Latrell at fullback either.
Yeah. I'm not against that either. I just want Jai Gray somewhere close to the ball because he's red hot right now.
Around Jack Whiten, who said he was probably the best. I think he was the best player on the field in this game, and I think we touched on it last week. But just he's a left side player, right? And he's got that right hand fend, and he nearly ended Nick Meaney's career 1 game back from injury with that try that he scored, which was unbelievable. It's hard though because the Latrell Mitchell's similar, right? And he plays his best footy on the left, so probably have to stomach Jack being on the right if Latrell is playing centre. So,
I don't mind Trell at 6. I don't mind Trell at 6, Cody Walker at 7, and Jai Gray at 1. Then that way you can move Campbell Graham back maybe into the centres with Whiten on the other centre.
I would prefer Jai at 6 because at least I know what I'm going to get out of Jai at 6. Latrell just looked lost to me at 5'8".
Okay, fair.
Like Jai's played 5'8" coming through. He was a 5'8" before he was a fullback.
Yeah,
He's just ended up there. That's the avenue that I'd go down.
There's just a
anyway.
bit too much responsibility on him in the halves, especially when he's not playing with an out-and-out 7, right? Like, if he's playing with an Adam Reynolds or Nathan Cleary, which is frightening in the first place, but if he was and they were running the show completely and Latrell could just focus on his running, that's fine. But in a side with, when he's playing with, we mentioned last week, there's so many 5'8s at this club and probably not a lot of out-and-out halves, he just needs to probably focus a little bit on getting him around the park a touch or doing a bit of kicking in that. You want Latrell Mitchell worrying about running the football.
Yeah, yeah.
And I just don't know if he gets... Yeah, it's tough at 5'8".
Yeah. Do you lose too much, though, of Jai Gray's kick returns and 20 to 30 runs if he goes to 6 rather than 4?
Oh, of course you do.
Yeah.
But I think Jai Gray's the sort of footballer, he will have an
it work.
impact on the game wherever you put. Like, he literally went to wing and he looked
Still played,
fantastic.
You absolutely want Latrell at fullback at some point in the season, but as it stands right now, while Latrell's getting his fitness, confidence back into the origin period, I just think it's best for them that Jai Gray's fullback.
If we go to Suncorp this weekend and it's a dry track, I want all of them in the spine.
In the spine, yeah. And I hope, well, actually, Troll won't. He'll be probably suspended for a game, you'd say?
Oh, true. Yeah, he's not.
Yeah. Yeah, so...
It'll be interesting if Jai does go back there and they blitz the Knights and he looks...
So, look, man, I'm... Outside of that one pain point of, like, where to put your superstar and getting him back into form, because once he's red hot, we know how good he is. Outside of that, I think that, the build-up, some close losses, but, like, Cowboys are in red hot form right now. Melbourne Storm are top-tier sides. Like... I'm actually pretty happy with the South start to the season. Like, compared to where I thought they were going to be with all, if you had said they get those injuries that happened at the start, then also all this other injuries and they're going to be rolling into games with Bud Sullivan and, I'd be sitting there going, mate, it's going to be a tough year. So I think they deserve to be pretty wrapped. In regards to Storm, look, just an important win, really. Like, they had a sin bin as well. It's just a win. Like, at the moment, they're in this really weird spot where we know how good they can be in attack, but they just need to sort that defence out, and then obviously they'll be super hard to beat. And so I think that what I liked about their win is that they were just patient to a degree. You could maybe even argue too patient at times, but they got the win. Souths were gallant. They were tough, but a win on the board is all they needed, the Melbourne Storm.
For sure. Dude, I thought they looked different without Harry Grant, though.
Yeah, it's going to be tough.
Like, I know we've had the argument over the last year or so, Jerome Hughes is the most important guy, and maybe he still is, but geez, Harry Grant still puts his hand up in that conversation. He's in front of Munster for me and Pappy for me anyway, without a doubt.
I think it's Harry Grant only because if Harry Grant's out, you have like Bronson Garlick coming in at 9. That's no disrespect to Bronson Garlick, but if Hughes is out, you bring in Tyron Wishart into the halves. You have another dominant half in there in Cameron Munster. Like, he's slightly more replaceable comparatively, whereas, Garlick coming for Harry Grant. Like, Harry Grant... The games he's missed this year, he missed last week to the Dolphins. They got smoked on the weekend. Their attack just didn't look the same on Anzac Day. The only loss Harry Grant's had this year was that Dragons game in the bog. So, like, to state the obvious, but he's so important.
It's a really fair point.
To be honest, it's probably 1A, 1B, whoever you want to in regards to Hughes and Grant. I think the key...
I think for a lot of people, it's Hughes without a doubt.
Without a doubt. Yeah,
I don't think that's fair at all.
That's fair. I think the big... indicator is what you said, Tim, is like it's who you're replacing him with. Whereas like when Hughes is out, you're putting Wishart in there and Munster is take more responsibility on the board. Whereas when Grant's out, it's just like the drop, no disrespect, but it's quite substantial.
And like it's just a flow-on effect, isn't it? Because so much of what the Storm do and what Jerome Hughes does is off the back of Harry Grant because he's so creative in around the ruck and he has so many options. But when he takes off... He's
their captain too.
Yeah. Hughes and Munster just go, boom, they pin their ears and they follow him in support, and that's where so much of Jerome Hughes is attacking now, and his play comes off the back of. So if there's no Harry there, well then Hughes loses so much.
Yeah. And as we just said, like he is also their captain, something that you don't really think about that much because he's not that young, but you just, I don't know, you don't think of Harry Grant as a captain as much. You more think of him as just like this superstar, but he's their leader on the field. Like he's the one that's, captain's challenge, all that kind of stuff. I thought Katoa was absolutely phenomenal in this game. Jeez, he was good. Mate, you could make the argument he might have been the difference, really.
Yeah.
He broke the game apart. Yeah, he broke the game apart. If he's not on that field, you could argue they struggle to find points.
Obviously, he scored that try just after half time, but geez, the hands that he showed for that first Pappenhausen try.
Craziness.
Unbelievable.
Yeah. Like, And it's just all the little, like the breaking of tackles, the quick play the balls he gets for the whole system to then get on the back of that. Like there's all that you can focus on the try assists, and rightly so, the beautiful try assists, like getting over a winger and all that stuff. But it's all the other little stuff that he's just round his game out. He had 19 runs for 180 metres on the weekend. 19 runs for 180 metres, 78 post contact, 2 tackle breaks, a line break, 2 offload, 25 tackles. He was phenomenal. Absolutely. If you had said to me like 4 or 5 years ago, Katoa is going to have nearly 20 runs in a game, I would have said, mate, like, let's just get 12 to 13 out of him. That'd be awesome.
We had this conversation.
Yeah, we probably did. We probably did. Now he's having 20 runs essentially in a game, or at least for the NRL stats.
I love to. On that pass that he threw, like, it wasn't even Pappy. Like, he does it with Pappy every week and they nail it. But it wasn't even Pappy on that play. It was Nick Meaney, who hasn't been in the team for X amount of weeks. And the timing was just incredible again.
Yeah, he's just again, I always have such admiration for Storm's ability to round players out. Like, just, I feel like a lot of other players' developments at other clubs, they're almost just vertical. Like, just for some reason, I always imagine like the Storm just rounding it out like almost like a mountain kind of thing. They're just so good at it. Like Katoa, there's no way. Like, he spent a year, I reckon, almost just working on his defence. Like, there was a full season where he might have run for 70 metres a game or something like that, but he missed like barely any tackles. So he took care of that, the foundation of his game, and then the next he added onto that, and the next he added onto that. And now, you could argue he's one of the most consistent back rowers in the competition over the last couple of years.
Yeah, and you're seeing that exact same process on the other side of the field in Sean Bloor.
Yeah. Crazy. What do you reckon of the Storm, mate?
Very impressive. I mean, obviously they still missed, as Timmy touched on, Harry Grant, so they probably, didn't put him away as much as I thought they might have, especially on an Anzac Day down there as well. But, not really many holes to kind of poke out. They still look pretty comfortable in their win. I think you probably touched on some of the key ones. Obviously, Katoa, very good. Joe Chan, I thought, pretty good off the bench as well. But they're looking pretty good at the moment. They're into 270 now to win the comp.
Yeah, well, they're missing Howarth a little bit, in my opinion, in the outside backs. Just his strength in contact and his ability to. He doesn't really get called a game breaker, but when you watch him play, he actually is a bit of a game breaker, Howarth. I think they're missing him, to be honest.
Just to back up that point too, Sean Bloor, that was his 8th game of the year, playing 80 minutes. He missed his 4th tackle for the season.
Wow.
4th tackle on the edge for the whole season. Yeah. That's insane.
And you go back to, the last game before those 8 was that grand final where I thought they targeted him in that game. They went at him. He's obviously spent an off season.
Far out. That is on the edge. You know how hard the decision making is on the edge? Jesus.
Yeah. So even in the last 3 weeks, he's made just under 100 tackles. Yeah, he's missed 2 on the edge.
Far out.
In games where, they got beat by the Dolphins, South Sydney competed with them. It's coming on.
Yep. I'm really liking Trent Leoro's work. I don't think that he gets anywhere near the attention that he probably is going to warrant around Origin time. I think there is a really good chance Billy Slater picks him either on the bench or even starting 13. I think that there's a lot of stuff that he does in his game that Billy is going to really. I mean, obviously, he's at the Storm, blah blah blah, all that stuff. But I just don't think if you actually look at the Storm and the makeup of their forward pack, a lot of it hinges on quality work from Leoro. And I don't think it gets anywhere near the raps that he deserves. Because there was a couple of years ago, probably 2 years ago, where Storm fans were like off him because he would work too hard. He almost had like the Carrigan curse, where early in your career, where you just work so hard that you have 2 or 3 errors in your game. And just like Carrigan, I think, I don't know if he'll ever reach Carrigan heights, but he's rounding out his game and getting better and better each game.
I think the other thing that's gone against him this season is when they have games that they blow teams out, like it just doesn't suit his game. He's there for those tight contests that they need him. And, it didn't surprise me at all that in this game he went 71 minutes. The week before when they were trying to compete with the Dolphins, he went 73 minutes. The week before that against the Warriors, they're up by heaps, 37 minutes. Just not worth having him out there for those.
I mean, that shows you
played 40 minutes against Parramatta in round 1.
That shows you his standing with Bellamy. He doesn't take off. He doesn't give anyone just short minutes just for fun. He only gives key players short minutes because he knows he needs them at the back end of the season.
100%, yeah.
I think he probably jags at least a bench spot, Leoro. Just his ability to play in the middle and also on an edge.
I think so.
I think he jags.
He was 18th man last year.
I think so. Game 3, was it?
Yeah.
It was game 3. I think he jags a bench spot this year.
So no Hopgood then. I assume you can't get both of them.
Not
in?
at the moment. No.
Got to go him over. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
I think he at least jags a bench spot, or maybe he starts in Cotter, or Cotter goes to an edge, and maybe Gilbert starts on the other edge.
I was going to say, is he in front of Tom Gilbert right now?
That's a
I
tough
thought
one.
until this weekend, Gilbert's been pretty quiet since he's come back.
Yeah. Gilbert's one of those kind of players that, like, I feel like if you just put a Queensland jersey on, he'll kill it, especially on an edge.
I agree. Yeah.
I'd probably have him just in front of. They're different because Gilbert can play on the edge, and I know Trent can, but he's a 13 out of 13, out and out 13. But I'd find his spot for him somewhere on the. Because at the moment, if Nanai keeps going this way, he's going to start on one edge.
Yep.
Then on the other edge, you can either have Cotter or Gilbert. I don't think Fafita's going to get there. Who else is?
Are we not missing someone?
I
Oh, the other one is like, does Lero, does he beat out Corey Horsburgh too, who's been playing great footy?
Horsburgh might be my front rower on the bench, maybe.
Bench, yeah, okay.
Who are your edges?
At the moment, I don't know. So at the moment, if Nanai keeps playing well, I'd start Nanai, and I might move Cotter out there and put Leoro at 13. Or I start Cotter at 13, I put Leoro on the bench, and I potentially put Gilbert there, just defensively.
Is Jairo in your side?
Probably not at this stage.
Okay.
But he's definitely in the mix. I would say, I lost my train of thought.
Ryan's edges.
Ryan's edges.
Cotter, Nanai.
Yeah,
Arrow,
damn,
Fafita.
That was 100% my fault too. I apologise.
But yeah, so I think like at the moment, I'd have to look at piece of paper. Maybe my bench would go Horsburgh, Leoro, Mann or Plath, and Dearden maybe. And then maybe go Gilbert, Nanai, Cotter at 13, Tino and Carrigan up front.
Because, I mean, if you have a look at the side from
Kurt Catewell, sorry. I think Kurt Catewell's still on the edge.
he was on the edge last year, and then on the bench was Mo Fodawaker and Felice Kafusi, two guys that I probably don't think will be in
I don't
this
think they'll
year.
make it.
We are going to tear those edges apart. Jeremiah Nanai's your starting edge, please.
Oh, my God.
I would
Clip it
probably
up.
have him off the bench.
Huh?
I don't know off the
Who would
bill.
you start on the edge?
I'm not sure, but I like the way that they've used him off the bench at the Cowboys. He's obviously starting again now, but I liked just when he came on, just caused chaos.
Ripping and tearing?
Yeah.
Play him off the bench. Don't start him.
Yeah, he's trying to play mind games here, Tim.
No mind games,
Trying to
mate.
play
His
mind
defence
games.
isn't up to it.
Oh. Okay. Yeah, back into it. I mean, I think Alec McDonald, he's a Queenslander, isn't he? Alec McDonald?
Yeah. I'll tell you, who was I watching the other day? I think I was watching Andrew Johns maybe go through and name his top three players that if he was Perth, who he'd target.
Yeah,
Alec McDonald was one of them, yeah.
Interesting. Devo, I would have thought Howard would have made his debut this year, I reckon, in the centres with Hamiso.
I'll tell you who, and in that same segment, Billy Slater went through and named his three that he's, and Purdue was one of them, which I thought was interesting.
He's
a
smoky.
I reckon with
Huge
Howard
smoky.
injured, I reckon he'll pick Purdue in the centres. Purdue and Hamiso.
No Val? Or on the Sting?
Maybe on the Sting Bell.
Surely
Coates.
Val's centre or wing.
Yeah. I mean, he didn't have the best series last year. Didn't have the best series. Kiwi and Queensland, so Queensland.
That's in
sweet.
Queensland.
But yeah, look, great win for Storm. They just needed it. Like, however they got the win, just get the win. I thought the Rabbitohs were quite balanced. So good win for the Storm. They're building nicely. It's all just about, for me with the Storm, it's all just about defence for the rest of the year. Shore up the defence. We know how good they're going to be in attack, especially when Harry gets back. Alrighty, on to the next game. Sorry, just quickly turn the timer on so we don't go too long. Okay. And as I said, don't forget, grab your bloke jerseys from bloke.shop, guys. It's the best way to support the platform. And don't forget the Menulog meetup at Caxton Hotel this Saturday from 12 till 2. Okay, the Cowboys defeat the Titans 50-18. Once again, the Titans get out to a lead, and then it just all falls apart, and the Cowboys absolutely put them to the sword. Man, I think the Cowboys deserve a massive rap. And I can't say this isn't expected, because we said this when they were at the lowest of lows, playing like bottom four footy. We all sat here and said, if there is a single side in this competition that could come out and go on a crazy streak and all of a sudden be one of the best teams in the competition, it's the Cowboys. And what do you know, just like clockwork, they woke up one morning and said, we are one of the best sides in the competition, and they absolutely tower the Titans up. And I reckon it's like them, it's like obviously the Dogs, the Raiders, Storm obviously, and then probably the Cowboys, all in red-hot form right now. They are looking absolutely outstanding, and Dearden is really finding his feet. We have to remember, even Dearden had bad games at the start of the year. We're talking Tommy Dearden, the guy that never has bad games. Cotter had bad games. Now they're looking red-hot. So whatever as Peyton has done, a massive rap to him, because it takes a lot of like swallowing of your ego to readjust your trajectory as a coach. Like a lot of coaches are way too proud and they go, nah, I know the way to do it. He's clearly changed something and they're looking fantastic.
If you made me watch this game and you blacked out all the players, they were just silhouettes, I reckon I could have guessed which two teams were playing in this game. The way it played out, genuinely. It was wild. The Titans looked fantastic. And then, as you said, the Cowboys just wake up and go, okay, we'll play some footy.
It's on now.
Yeah.
And it's just like Purdue killing it, Dearden killing it, Drinky's back to his best, Robson's back to his best. Like there was talk about Robson not getting the Blues jersey earlier a few weeks ago. It's mental. I don't know. Peyton must be just sitting there going, what? How do I just get this team each week? I'll win a comp.
But even like the fact that they were down 3-1 after 17 minutes and you're just going far out. Like the Cowboys who turned a corner, they're awful again. And then they put in like 6 or something uncontested tries.
They completed it like crazy percentage.
Yeah. They're a side that can turn corners mid-game. It's insane.
Yeah.
Mid-set.
Either way.
Yeah. It's mental. Peyton must just be going like, I don't know how I get consistency out of these words. Like, I think Nanai is a really good example of like, you've got one of the greatest young players in the competition that can be the best in the competition, but also be not even good enough to play first grade at sometimes.
Jeez, Toddy has nailed that. Absolutely nailed that.
Great call.
Dropping him a few weeks ago.
Because he's electric now.
Yeah, he's looking good.
Hammy, what do you reckon, mate?
Yeah, well, it was just back to Timmy's point. It was 8 unanswered tries that it was in the end. I was for Face Music had Titans 13 plus one. Here we go, I'm on here, and then got absolutely mowed down. But I think that just goes to show like how both teams have got that in them. And I think when we were kind of trying to pick this game earlier, we said either team could win 13 plus, and it wouldn't really surprise us. Yep. But the Cowboys, look, on paper, they've got such great players, and like they should be, being able to put away teams like the Titans like this week in, week out. But for whatever reason, it doesn't always click. Last couple of weeks it has, and they look really good. A lot of guys are hitting top form. One, like you didn't mention a minute ago, Murray Taulagi, I thought he was really good as well.
Oh, he's another wing spot. Fuck, I always forget. Why do I
He's one of those guys because he's a victim of his own success because he does he's always up around the 200 metres mark. Yeah. He's always getting a couple of tries. But I thought he was really impressive as well on the weekend. So was their other winger, Rob Derby as well.
Easy his best game in first.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Well, what do you got there, boys? Some Supercoach shit?
Mate, it's actually exactly what I thought. Some Supercoach shit. You nailed it.
Roos had a very tough draft loss, which I didn't know about, and I'm stoked to see.
So look, incredible performance. Robert Derby's best game in first grade. He's outstanding.
The difference between them, they're two pretty similar sides in a lot of aspects, and that's probably a bit harsh on the Cowboys, but they're both electric in attack when they want to be. They've both shown glimpses of good D, but their Ds are a little bit concerning at times. But the Cowboys are a side showing tick up and an ability to come from behind, and when the going gets tough, they're starting to dig into games. Yeah. The Titans are getting leads and blowing them and just running out of steam.
Yeah. Well, there was actually one moment early on where Bateman, is 5 minutes into the game, I think, and Bateman, he kind of 5 minutes into the second half, he drifted across, created a heap of space, and no one pushed up. He lost his shit at that edge. And I actually think that's exactly what they need. Someone on the field willing to go this kind of lazy attitude because we're so good when we make it click. If you can just get rid of it, they'll beat most teams. And I think that was a real good indication when you go, okay, that right side for the Cowboys, they get that rocket from Bateman. Who's another edge back rower last year that they had? They would have had Nanai and Helam Lukey. Lukey's relatively young. He's not going to rocket anyone. And so I actually think that's where the Bateman signings worked well, is that he is willing to put a rocket up some younger players.
Did you hear why John Bateman was out the other week?
Yeah.
Got bit by a spider.
What the
Peter
hell?
Parker areas.
Oh, my God.
On those edges of Tuananai, and he was devastating this game. So good. And the rocket of, coming off the bench and playing limited minutes from Payton's worked a masterstroke. And credit to Nanai who has responded to it. But play on the left edge when he's always played on the right.
Yeah.
Interesting watch moving forward because we know attacks have been an issue. Defence has been question marks at times. But just to see if the defence changes on the left edge. I know there's been a lot of like effort areas and missing one-on-ones in the past, but changing edges can change a lot for a back row or a centre or whatever it is. So but
sometimes it can just be the communication between him and his half that changes everything. That's going to be a good watch. I mean, if Nanai hits his potential, like you could argue he's the most well-rounded, like potential-wise, back row on the comp. Like he is crazy agility, super strong in contact, got a big motor on him, great under the high ball. Like if he can just hit it,
if he gets his D right, he's the best back row in the
mate.
NFL.
He's phenomenal.
Edge
It's just about the defense and consistency as well. And I think that like he's still 22. So young still. It's
I think
crazy.
he's been 22 for 6 years.
I know, it's mental. 22. So, look, really, really good win from the Cowboys. I just want to talk about Purdue for a second, or Purdue. Mate, talk about a star in the making. Holy moly. He's not even playing his preferred position right now.
Well, mate, that's what I found so interesting about what Billy Slater said the other day. They turned and they go, what position do you sign me? He goes, doesn't matter.
Yeah, he's just played
He's a
football.
footballer. Yeah.
And then he said, probably in the half somewhere.
Yeah, which I didn't, he looks like a fullback to me when I watch him.
Can you imagine him at 6 with a good 7, like a Renault inside him or something like that? He would tear teams apart. He is a special talent. And Peyton probably copped from some people in the Cowboys, not all of the Cowboys fan base. I think a lot of the Cowboys fans understood. But it's a big call to move a guy like Val Holmes on. Even if Purdue is like the next big thing, you're moving on Valentine Holmes, who has gone on and played good for the Dragons. But Peyton made that call. And you'd have to suggest it's the right one because he's got another 15 years left in his career, Peugeot. And even if you want to say Holmes is still technically a better player right now, it's about the next 10 years with this, with your Deardens, with your Cotters.
Yeah.
He's a special talent, Another try. He scored, I think, 2 the week before. I think he might be in top 5 top try scorers at the moment, maybe even top 3. And every game, he's got a line break. He's got 150 metres plus. He's a special talent.
He also did it those first 3 rounds when the Cowboys were pretty ordinary.
Yeah.
He was playing excellent.
And also, remember the first game where it was a nightmare for him, and a lot of young fellas would have been scarred from that first game with Ola Kawatu. He bounced back pretty quickly. Equal 9th. Oh, wow. I would have thought he had more tries. How many tries has he got?
6.
What's the top try score at the moment?
Arthurs.
So they've got a lot of equal.
Yep.
Yeah,
So there'd
heaps.
be heaps of equal. Okay. He has been phenomenal from centre. Absolutely phenomenal. And I can't wait, eventually, is it going to be a battle between Duffy and him to partner Dearden long term, do you think, with Clifford? I know Clifford's not that old, but...
Yeah, quite possibly.
Yeah. Not a bad problem to have. Far out, the Cowboys. Anyone
Especially
else?
if he does make a move, they've still got Laybart in the squad who's just injured, but he's a weapon too.
They got some of the best juniors in the comp, especially outside backs. Laybart, Duffy, and Peugeot, far out. That's outstanding depth in those positions.
I thought when they were behind in the game early, your boy Campy Griffin Neem, he came on. I think he swung
big
the
dog.
momentum back in their favour. He was outstanding when he came
Super
on.
underrated. I reckon if he was a Queenslander, he probably would have played Origin by now. Played for the Kiwis a few times.
Yeah.
Super, super underrated, Griffin Neem. But outside of that, I think, even Tamalolo's having good stints as well at times, more consistently, which is good. Great win. I thought Drinky was outstanding. We already spoke about him a little bit, but 23 runs, 208 metres, and that's where I look at a Reece Walsh, and I think that he can probably take a lot away from Drinky, where you're not the biggest outside back, but you can still have your 20 to 25 runs and run for 200 metres.
Yep.
I think sometimes Walsh he I don't know if he does, but it seems like he almost thinks I can't run like that because I'm a smaller body. But Scott Drinkwater proves you can. You just got to have mad footwork. And look, everyone knows Reece Walsh is super brave. He is not scared to take a hit up. And so I think that if he wants to look at any other smaller fullback and go, what can I mirror our game on? It's probably Scotty Drinkwater. When at his best, Drinky, obviously Drinky can be inconsistent at times.
But even Drinky, mate, over the last 2 years, I
Yeah.
reckon he's been consistent. He hasn't I think you watch him play sometimes and you think, he's got tendencies to be inconsistent, but fucking the last 2 years, he's been rock solid.
When you look at his attacking stats, they're fucking unbelievable
It's
last few years.
He's going for more than 1 try assist a game across 2.5
Yeah,
years.
he used to be up and down for sure.
Yeah.
But in recent years, the up and down games and the areas that are out of his game, like he's continually putting up massive attacking stats. He's a lot more well-rounded. He's a smaller body. He'll be picked out on the line at times defensively. That's going to happen, but he's rounded himself out and got that consistency heaps better than recent years.
His attacking stats are phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal. So, look, great win from the Cowboys. Mate, they're red hot. They're red hot right now. Okay, on to the Titans.
Not red hot.
Not red hot. Once again, started the game really well. I just don't know. I don't know what they do. Like, they got in a red hot coach. They got an outstanding squad. They got great owners that put a lot of backing behind the club. And then they're just so inconsistent. And right now they're consistently poor. Unfortunately, they haven't improved from the Holbrook era, which is like you would have thought for sure they would improve, but they just haven't. And granted, I know they're missing some, Campbell's out. I get it, but this forward pack, I just don't think I've never seen all the forwards play really well at once, or at least I haven't seen it week on week.
But also, they're not missing much. Like, I shouldn't say that. It's a bit rough, but Keanu Kinney, look, he's gone long term. They need to get their head around that.
Yeah.
Jaden Campbell, of course he's a loss, but Tommy Weaver, he comes in with a really big boot there. Kieran Foran, he could be back as soon as this week or next, which would be a massive boost for them. But like, their centres and wings, they're all there. Their forward pack, which is vital, they're all there. So like, there are sides in the competition who have a lot more injuries than what the Titans do right now.
Yeah,
it's not an excuse, put it that way.
For sure. Look, some positives. I thought Bo Fermor was unbelievable in a losing side. Like, worked his absolute backside off. He's another guy that I think will be in contention for the Queensland side.
Yep.
Maybe you give the edge back row to him, and maybe it's him and Nanai or him and Gilbert potentially.
Yeah, I learned Fermor. He covers centre so well too.
Yeah.
So if you didn't want to go like with a backline player necessarily on the bench, or if you wanted to go with Plath, who can cover lock, edge, to a less degree halves as well, if you had Fermor on the bench, there's your centre spot covered as well.
You know what? Maybe that's where Mann gets the nod above everyone, because he probably could play centre. You reckon?
Definitely.
At a pinch?
Yeah.
So there's your outside back cover. Anyway.
It's interesting what you just said there. Like, they've like, when you compare them to the Justin Holbrook era, like, he coached for 4 years. They finished 9th, 8th, 13th, and the year he got sacked, they finished 14th. But the week they sacked him, they were 7-7.
Yeah, wow.
Yeah, and he had injuries too.
Yeah,
to key
so
players.
An argument they've got worse.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. Like, and so I just go, like, how's that possible? Like, and I understand the first year maybe you're resetting things and you're resetting standards, but like, it doesn't seem like they don't look. The thing is like, I would have expected an identity shift at least, even if it's for the worse. Like, even if I looked at this Titan side and said, they're not going as well as they used to, but they look like a different side. They don't look like a different side to me.
But like, the two huge leads they've had, like 12 or 18 point leads against the Raiders and against the Cowboys, they've clearly got it in them. Is the fitness a concern? You hate to say it about a club, but is ticker a concern? Because like, why? It's not even not being able to hold on to these leads, but they've been blown out of the water for like big score lines.
Mate, it's just genuinely mind blowing. I don't understand. It's not a roster problem. We know Desi coach is this playing roster not responding well to Desi's style of coaching? Is he too hands on? Do they need a Justin Holbrook? One of the knocks on him was he was too easy on the boys, but was he easy because he understood this playing group needs a hand around them rather than a hard taskmaster that's got him sitting in video sessions for 4 hours a day. Like that's what Wayne Bennett does. He doesn't have you sitting in video sessions all the day.
Yeah.
I just don't know what the answers are at the Titans.
Yeah, and
beautiful place to live. A courageous leader in Tino that gives absolutely his all every game. Good side on paper.
Even when you look at like your question, all right, because they're fading out of games, is it a fitness concern? Round 3, they kept the Knights to 6, won 26-6. That's a near enough 80-minute performance. The round 4 against the Roosters, they kept them to 12, who are now scoring points relatively freely. Like, that's not necessarily an 80-minute performance, but they've shown they can go the distance. So
there's no way a Desi side's not fit. Desi is too much of a hard taskmaster to have a non-fit rugby league side. I just don't see it. Like, if it was a Holbrook side, maybe you could say, oh, is he too general on the boys? But at least with Holbrook, they were like the Globetrotters. I actually asked Connor Watson a few weeks ago, who's the hardest team to play? And he said, you know what? The Titans, because you can go up to Gold Coast and they literally play like the best team in the competition. Yeah. They're throwing the ball everywhere. You don't know what's happening. He said other teams you can kind of get ready for what's happening. And it's just like, they don't even have that anymore at the moment. Now, maybe it'll change. I don't know. But
How do they bottle up that first 20 minutes and just keep producing that? Because they did look like the Globetrotters there for a minute. Like they were running away with the game. And then I don't know what happened, but it's almost like they just stopped.
they had 18 tackle breaks. That side only had 18 tackle breaks compared to 48 from the Cowboys.
Do you catapult Foz straight back in, or what do you do?
I think you probably have to, surely. I mean, how do you not?
Yeah, until Campbell's back. Yeah.
And then just goes to 14 or something.
Do you bite the bullet and put Brimo back to fullback and go Voran Campbell at 6?
But then, what are you doing round one next year?
Who gives a shit? I'm just trying to win games. You know what I mean? Like, I know what you're saying. The future is Kinney. But I'm like, mate, I'm just trying to fucking win games at the moment. I'm just keeping my job.
Yeah, I get that. But
There's two things Foz brings. Like, points still aren't an issue for them, I don't think. There's enough attack in there. Foz brings ticker, first and foremost. He'll get players to play for him and get up around him.
And when they're behind the try line,
he'll be ripping into them.
Yep.
And he's got the runs on the board to do that. And he's one of the best defensive halves in the competition. So I know he's getting a bit on and he's missed the start of the season, but we know he's a great halves defender. The Titans need to work out how to defend. Quick Smart, he'll help that.
Alrighty, on to the next game, guys. Don't forget, Grumpy Coffee. Grab your Grumpy Coffee from grumpycoffee.com.au. Beautiful, beautiful coffee. Got some really fun announcements coming next week. Okay, Manly defeat Panthers. Alrighty, boys, it's time for a Spotify segment. This is brought to you by Spotify. Is it brought to you by Spotify? I'm not sure. It's just going to be on Spotify. It's going to be on Spotify. Who should the New South Wales fullback in halves be now that the Penrith are struggling and Laurie Daly said he's picking on form? So, we'll talk about the halves, boys. Who should be the halves? Now, at the moment, I would probably go Cleary at 7, Moses at 6. However, Gus Gould recently said you cannot have two halves. You've got to have an out-and-out 6 and an out-and-out 7. And so if you're going to go Cleary, you've got to go Luai at 7, or you've got to go Moses at 7 and Luai at 6. Boys, I am so torn on this. Right now, I think that I'm happy to actually go Cleary at 7 and Moses at 6. I think that they could both adjust well enough. I think the kicking game would be so scary to deal with when you got both of them kicking. You could make the argument it's one of the best 6 and 7 kickers we've seen in Origin in a long time. But I do understand Gus's concerns. He's like, okay, you've only got 3 games to play. And you're asking Mitchell Moses to go, all of a sudden, you've got to be one of the best 6 in the competition. It's a huge ask. The problem I have, or concern I have, is like, there's something about Luai. It's not on the stat sheet. It's not. He just wins stuff. And he was a big reason they won that game 3. Like, a lot of people point to Moses, and rightly so. But Luai had the match play that broke the game open for Bradman Best's try. I don't know what the answer is, boys. Speak to me.
I said all preseason you should stick with the halves that won last year. Part of me still stands by that. It's just been the way that Luai, and I feel sorry for Luai because I don't think he's playing badly, but I just think the way that he's been asked to fit into that West Tigers
Well, he's
system,
doing exactly what we know Luai has done his whole career.
Yes,
which is his role.
Yeah. He's been the perfect Robin for Galvin, essentially, which I think is hurting his chances a little bit. I think the reality is Laurie Daly's made it very clear he will pick Nathan Cleary, which is fair. Not having that information, Moses would be my halfback and Nathan Cleary would be my 5'8".
Wow. Do you think Moses...
Wow. Like, you look at what Moses did in Origin
I'm feeling a bit of wow.
year.
I'm feeling a bit of wow, baby. I'm
Surrounded by goldfish. It's unbelievable. Like, we've been begging for 20 years for an Origin halfback to do what he did last year. A guy finally does it, and we want to pick him at 5'8". People say to me, Nathan Cleary would have done it last year. Would he have?
Hey, I'm not sure, man. I'm wowing still. I'm still in the wow
in the
phase.
firing line. We've got a halfback who has shown he can come in and do the job under terrible conditions. You know, coming in down 1-0, Queensland and Adelaide, 2 games away. Like, the only other halfback you would have ever backed in to do that with New South Wales was Andrew Johns. Name another guy that you would back.
I will say we did get a hint of Cleary at second receiver in that last 20 minutes against the Broncos. I know it's only a small sample size, but he was pretty bloody good one off the ruck. And also, if you look at his stats, his running game is phenomenal.
Phenomenal, yeah. And I think Mitch Moses, his kicking, I think he has got the better kicking game out of the two. I think he's got the better long kicking game. I just think at the moment you've got Nath Cleary, who I think is lacking a little bit of confidence at the moment.
The wow factor?
Wow factor potentially. Watch yourself. But I do think he's lacking a little bit of confidence in this Penrith side at the moment that's struggling. And, you know, I know Mitch has only played one game, but if Mitch can come back with Parramatta and they do well over the next few weeks, he'd be my halfback. I'm a bigger Mitch Moses believer than most, but I just think he's the guy at 7.
And you could make the argument like, look what Mitch managed to do in his one game of return that Cleary, at the moment, form-wise, hasn't done with Penrith. Granted, he's won 4 comps. There's that. There's that big, elephant in the room. I'm just putting that out there. Timmy, where are you sitting, mate?
Firstly, I'd just like to acknowledge that when goldfish was mentioned, Hammy started to mimic a goldfish being fed.
I thought more Owen Wilson. Wow.
Thanks for acknowledging that, though.
I thought it was fantastic. My halves are Nathan Cleary and Mitch Moses, and they have been since last year when Moses dominated in Game 3, and I wouldn't hesitate. It's unfortunate for Jerome Luai.
Who's your 6? Who's your 7?
My 7 is Nathan Cleary. My 6 is Mitch Moses. Ooh. I don't really care either way, but I just think you've got the best halfback in the world in Nathan Cleary. I want him running the show. And you speak about Nathan Cleary having a terrific running game, and he does, and he could play that 5'8" role if need be. They'd make it work. They're two very clever footballers. I just think that Cleary runs the show. Moses also has an outstanding running game. And I think at 5'8", you have Moses sweeping and playing both sides of the ruck, running off Nathan Cleary. I think it would be devastating. I would play Mitch Moses on the right edge. Obviously, they're both right edge players at club level, which is not ideal, but a big part of why you're picking Mitch Moses is for his boot and his long kicking game. And for that reason, I'm probably putting him on the right. Nathan Cleary, he's a superstar, mate. Right or left, it won't matter too much. I think that's how you do it. I said Jerome Luai statistically hasn't been great this year or in the past or at Origins, etc., but he does just have a factor where he's just a winner, Kempy. So it is unfortunate and hard on him, but he's got 2 stars of the game in front of him. And, yeah, it's Moses and Cleary for me, and I wouldn't be thinking twice.
What about this argument? So last year, Mitchell Moses hasn't played that many games, but there was a year where he did play and they came 11th or something like that. Right now, Luai is taking a bottom tier side, literally 3 spoons in a row to potentially the top 8. Could Moses and Cleary do that? I think they could, but at the same time, Moses with his side, I think that first year after the grand final, they finished like a 9th or something like that. It's just something to consider. Would they?
Mate, it's more than something to consider. I hear people say all the time, you can't possibly leave Nathan Cleary out of the side. Why not? Why can't you leave Nathan Cleary out of the side? Is it about
Joey
winning Origin?
Joey was off playing out of position for a lot of his...
You got 2 halves that went in and did the job last year. They went and got it done. I would probably find a spot for Nathan my side, but I mean, his team's coming last on the ladder, and there's 2 halves that did the impossible last year. I don't understand the whole you can't possibly leave Nathan Cleary out of the side.
You would go Moses Luai?
No, I'm saying I would have Nathan Cleary in there, but I think the amount of people that just think it is ridiculous to not have Nathan the side, I can't really get around that.
Well, listen, if Andrew Johns can play out of position at times for Origin, I think any player can play out of position, or potentially. Could you potentially have, I know Watson's the perfect 14, could you have Cleary at 14? Or maybe have Watson 14, Cleary 15? Or Luai?
I personally think you pick 2 out of 3 of them. And that's it. I don't think you pick one of them at 14. Okay. You pick 2 out of 3 of them, you back those 2.
Yeah. And before you get crucified, just a question, not my actual opinion.
And all 3 of them are capable of winning this Origin series. There's no doubting that whatsoever. I think that the boys that actually went and did the job last year are getting a little bit disrespected to some extent.
So, Timmy, what do you think about the fact that Luai has gone to the Tigers, and where are they sitting right now?
9th, back where we belong.
Back where you belong, 9th. They're currently sitting 9th or equal 7th. On points. Is that a testament that he can literally take any team and improve it drastically with the intangibles he brings?
The intangibles incredible, mate, and it's so hard to describe because I don't know the influence that Jerome Luai has day to day when they're training, and it's a hard session. The boys aren't getting up. What's he saying? What is his influence on this team? off the field or during games, what's he saying to them behind the post when they concede a try that gets them back into games? We've got 4 or 5 years now at international level with Samoa, with the Blues, what he did last year alongside Mitch Moses, what he's now done at the Tigers, which for a long time seemed impossible, like how much of a corner they've turned this year. And, I'm a Supercoach nerd. I look at stats. He hasn't scored a try this season. He's had 3 try assists. He hasn't had a try assist in 5 games. He hasn't had a line break this season. His stats are pretty ordinary, but stats aren't everything, mate.
Well, the one stat that matters is where his team is sitting on the table. Yeah,
he's winning, and he's got the Tigers at 9. So, mate, that comes into it enormously. And look, if Mitch Moses or Nathan Cleary were to go down injured and not be available for this game, and you had Luai there at 5'8", I'd be extremely confident, and he'd deserve every bit of it, and he should be there. However, he's got the best half in the world behind him, and probably, you'd nearly argue the form half. Granted, he missed the start of the season. Mitch Moses there as well, and I'd just prefer them two in my team.
Okay, boom. There you go. Alrighty, time for Manly defeating the Panthers 26-10. I mean, everyone saw this coming, didn't you, boys? See, Manly 13 plus over the Panthers was a lock, was it? It was a lock. Okay, Manly defeat the Panthers, mate. I can't believe. Look, it seems silly. I just think that I'm so blinded by how much of a fan I am of what Penrith have achieved. I maybe didn't give enough credit when you actually look at this side and the young guys that are being brought in here, and you look at it on paper, like especially when I look at the outside backs, like it's essentially a whole new side. Like, okay, so right now, you look at the outside backs, you've got Edwards, Alamotti, he's there last year, but he's still relatively young. Casey McLean, rookie. Thomas Jenkins, rookie. Blaze Talangi, rookie. Obviously, Luke Summerton, a rookie. I didn't realise how much that would impact them. I thought that they could carry it to a degree, but, mate, they look nothing like the team that we know that they are. And when I say this, I don't mean ticker, so I want to be really clear. Have they got their head with Yeo, Edwards, and Cleary, but they're missing their heart without Fisher Harris and Luai? And I don't mean ticker. They're still showing heaps of signs of ticker and wanting to stay in sides, but are they missing, we always talk about that intangible quality that Fish and Luai and Critter, I mean, they're captains at all their new clubs. Are they missing that heart, that intangible measurement that you just don't have at the moment with Cleary, Yeo, and Edwards, very like head players, if you know what I'm saying, very clinical, very by the book. Is that something they're missing? I'm not sure.
It's funny when you look at them like, after they won each grand final and, Matt Burton left. And you went, okay, they'll lose 5% there. And Critter left, Appy left. You go, okay, they'll lose 10%. And they just never did. And it feels like this year they've woken up and all of a sudden you're going to they're 40% less than what they were.
Yeah.
It feels like it's all just caught up in the matter of the last 6 weeks or so. And, thank God it's a long season, but we're almost a third of the way through it.
I can't see them being a premiership threat at this stage. I really can't.
Yeah.
Shout out to Rando, gave me this stat. 58 teams in the NRL era have started 2-6. 52 of those teams have missed the 8. So they got it. That's just a 10% chance, basically.
Mate, they'll be lucky to make the 8. Being a premiership threat right now, I would love nothing more in a few weeks, 5 weeks, to be sitting here going, got it wrong, guys. I'm wrong. But right now, I don't think they can overcome the amount of rookies they've got in their side right now. Like, they have just been decimated by the salary cap. Decimated. And also their juniors, we spoke about it last week with the Code Sports segment. All their juniors have been rated. Like, I just think that if you ever needed an example of the salary cap working, the Penrith Panthers, they tried to future-proof with all their juniors. They tried to do all the right things to future-proof against the salary cap, and it still managed to just rip them apart as a side. And I just don't know how they've... And it's through no fault of their own. I want to be extremely clear. They're still trying their absolute heart out. They've still got some bloody good players in it, but there's only so much you can do once the salary gets its hand on your team.
And I mean, you have a look at, it's round 9 this week. They take on the Broncos. Like, they're outsiders in that, and rightly so. But then, like, after that, we're picking Origin teams in 3 weeks. They're going to lose all these guys for X amount of weeks. The other hard thing for the Panthers is they're going to have to win a lot of games on the road way home. Their last bye is in round 18. So they're going to essentially be playing finals footy for 12 weeks if they're going to win a comp this year.
Now, fortunately, I think their Origin run is actually pretty good. Do you actually come up with this a few weeks ago, Tim?
It's good in terms of they've got the bye around 18 there, and is it 15 or 12 or something?
Yeah,
It might be around
15.
15. So they're
15,
the Origin
18.
weeks. So they're not going to have to play those 2 weeks without their Origin stars. But the difficulty is, because they're going so poorly, they don't have the luxury of trying to rest Nathan Cleary, Isaiah Yeo, Brian To'o, blokes after Origin, like Cleary, who has a history of hamstring injuries, Brian To'o, who I think he's hamstring at the moment as well. Like, they're not going to want to back these blokes up, but if they want to play finals football, they need them on deck. Whereas the Storm, for example, their Origin stars, they'll go, all right, if you're a bit sore, mate, or you copped a knock, don't play. Like, we'll cover you. We're sorted. The Panthers can't do that.
Yeah. And you even have a look in the midst of that, like they have the bye in round 15. Round 16, they have to go to New Zealand to play over there. And round 17, they play the Bulldogs.
And the other one, that New Zealand one, round 16, Origin 2's in Perth. So they're going on the Wednesday, New Zealand games on the Saturday. So Cleary, etc., will have to fly from Perth to New Zealand if they want to play.
You can't play them, surely
no,
not.
I don't think so.
You just can't, because you don't want to injure them for next year. You know, like every injury adds up long term.
Yeah, but fuck, if they need to win games to make finals, you might have to play.
Mate, I think at that point if you're still like needing to win every single game, I think you're just looking at it going, boys, this season's a write-off. Let's start preparing.
I don't think
next
they know
year.
what that is.
No.
I know, but
I agree with you, but I
because like the more Hammy problems Cleary has, it could like be detrimental to his career.
No arguments from me.
Yeah.
But
I guess you're
psychopaths.
probably
they are
reassessing
psycho.
a month, don't you?
Yeah.
And see what if they can win 3 of the next 4, whatever it might be. They do have a bye there, and they start to scratch in. But if they lose 2 of the next 3 or 3 of the next 4, then you go, it's
not worth it.
That's not.
They play the Broncos this week. I'll be back in Brisbane personally. What about you two? 3.
Yeah, Brizzy.
Yeah, Broncos. Yep.
Broncos, I think. Yeah.
Play the Cowboys the week after that in Townsville.
Yeah, in Townsville too. Shit.
Like you could be going into your first round 11 bye with 2 wins,
Jesus.
and it's not out of this world.
And through no fault of their own, genuinely. Yeah. Like the first real time where you could say they tried to future-proof, they spent all this money on juniors, they did everything right. All of the things you're supposed to do as a club to have prolonged success, but they're just completely decimated by the salary cap. Like completely decimated.
And it's a compliment to them. This should have happened 2 years ago.
Oh, 100%. Like
It's unbelievable this is happening
it's
now.
It's insane.
Well, the difference is now, I think, as of probably last year, a lot of other clubs started, rather than just going for their first grade list, started going to all the juniors and just taking all of them. So, yeah.
Yeah, and all your points are spot on, but why it's so hard and why, the Roosters went back-to-back 18, 19, Penrith did it 4 times, which is unheard of because they're such an incredible squad and such an incredible club. But why, it was the Broncos before that, 92, 93. There was that massive gap between premiers going back-to-back. It's because the Hunters become the hunted and every club in the NRL gets up for it like it's a grand final. Boys, these are the premiers. We need to lift. We need to beat this team. To have to do that for 27 rounds of footy or 24 games as premiers, it's so hard. Penrith is such a ridiculous club. They've got the depth that for year after year, they've somehow been able to do it. But this year, for the first time, because of all the reasons you've mentioned, they're showing that they're mortal and they can be beaten. Like Manly last week, they'd come off a few terrible weeks in a row. They come out and go 4-time premiers. They look like world beaters again, Manly, in the weekend. And there was the Roosters before that, the Dolphins before that. The Dolphins game, they got up and they'd been ordinary all season. They got up against the defending premiers. The Cowboys in round 5, they started the season slow. They got up against the defending premiers. And the week before that, the Bunnies, same story. So it's easy to point to Penrith being poor, but these teams are getting up going, let's knock these buggers off.
Oh, 100%. Like everyone's playing their best against Penrith. I mean, you looked at Manly. They immediately looked at their edge defence and said, we're just going to send Hamole with ball playing around that edge we know that's weak. Both edges have been weak. And they tore them apart.
And obviously, Tommy had a big influence coming back, but Manly had been awful in recent weeks. They didn't they looked unbelievable in this game.
Yeah. So it's like this added, not only the salary cap's tearing them apart, they still have the hangover of we're the greatest team arguably ever assembled, so everyone gets up for us. And the thing is like I don't want to, not even I don't want to, but I can't be too harsh on Penrith because it's like, how could you be too harsh on a team that just won 4 premierships and's been absolutely decimated by the salary cap? Like, Casey McLean's doing his best. There's plenty of talent there. You can see it. Tungol got brought back into the side, actually had an outstanding game. a guy like Blaze Talangi, he's probably a couple of years ahead of schedule in regards to 6, but they've just gone, you know what, let's back him in and build towards next year potentially. When these players do, when Casey McLean and guys like Blaze Talangi do reach their potential, like look out. They will be a force to behold. But
I don't know why they're picking. McLean just looks at this stage of his career like a winger to me, and like Tommy Jenkins, he's getting starved of ball a little bit out there. I always just thought Tommy Jenkins is more of a hard-working centre, a pretty good defender. I thought they'd have McLean on the wing, Jenkins at centre, Paul Alamotti, who was so good at centre as well. They've got options there. I don't love the combinations they've got going on there in the selections. I know they're ransacked by injury, I get it, but I feel like they could have had a few different combinations.
I can't believe that Casey hasn't played wing and Alamotti hasn't gone to the centres.
Yeah.
I can't believe they've left Alamotti on the right wing this entire time. That doesn't make sense to me.
Are they looking and hoping Casey McLean is like the long-term centre for them or something? Maybe
put Alamotti at left centre where he's been so good for Penrith. Put McLean on the wing, and then Tommy Jenkins, who can play either wing. Put him outside, Tunga on the right. Like it just feels a better fit to me. Like Casey McLean is a run-first centre, which is fine.
Yeah.
But just defensively, he's getting caught out as well. He can make a few less tackles out on the wing if you need him there until Toto comes back. But I don't love him playing.
I wonder, and I'm just trying to think of what they're thinking of. Are they sitting there going, look, he is our long-term centre, but his form has just been so poor. Are they going, Alamotti's not a long-term centre and Jenkins is not a long-term centre, whereas Casey McLean could be a centre for the next 10 years? Do we just have a bit of pain now for more reward later? Again, I'm just saying like maybe that's what they're thinking.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. It seems like Tom Jenkins only got into the side because he had incredible form at left centre in reserve grade.
Killed her left centre.
Yeah, like it doesn't quite add up to me. I do hope that, you're going to have speed bumps with Blaze and whatnot, but I think they just need to stick at him at 6 though.
Especially with like the season is shaping up like they're most likely going to miss the 8. So you just kind of I know they don't think like that, but you just have to be, 10% chance in regards to history.
Yep.
But even like, they just look tired. I think you need some youth in there that can potentially pull something out of their ass.
Yeah. Far out. Look at these forwards. So big fella Moses, only 67 metres. Liam Henry, 47 metres. Scott Sorensen, 34. Liam Martin, 45. Isaiah Yeo, only 118. Papali'i, 113. And Lindsay Smith, 120. I
think Sorensen's got a 2-week suspension now, doesn't he? Yep. So
this is what I don't get as well with that shot. It's you're supposed to get sent in the bin if it's direct and forceful or moderate force or whatever. If he actually had have hit his head direct with his shoulder, Nathan Brown would have been out cold. So that's what I don't get with that situation. Like, was he supposed to put his hand? Like, he's got blokes right beside him. I don't like. Is he supposed to, I don't know. Look, maybe they've got more angles of it, but the way I saw it was 3 blokes next to each other, and where do you put your hand if a guy's next to you? And also, if you watch the footage, you can see his arm, like, it doesn't necessarily go all the way around, but it wraps a little bit.
No, I don't think they care about what he should have done. And it's backwards, but I don't think they care. I think they just care about the optics and what it looks like.
When you've got a guy beside you, I just don't know where he's supposed to put his arm. Like, is he supposed to take a step back and then put his arm out, or a step forward and take it one-on-one? I don't know. I felt like one like that, it's like, if you put your arm out like that for situations, you will dislocate your shoulder on a kick return where Nathan Brown is literally off the back fence. Because what you're doing is you're creating space for your muscles to withstand, like, all the impact's going to land right on. Whereas when I have my in shoulder like that, the impact is spread across my chest and my shoulder. And you're never going to be able to tackle. The only other option is catch and allow Brown to basically bump through the line and make 10 metres. I don't know. If there's no intent, like, did it look like there was any intent from Sorensen to, like, pull off a crazy shot or whatever? I just felt like it was a guy trying to make a hard tackle. I think intent should matter. I really do. Especially, like, 2 weeks. Jesus.
It'll be interesting to see what they do now. Do they move Papali'i out there? Do you, like, Maverick Guy's been playing left edge back row, reserve grade?
I will say you could make the argument their recruitment probably hasn't hit like they thought it was going to hit. So there's one thing where you could say it's their fault.
Yep.
Papali'i hasn't hit the ground running. Blaze hasn't hit the ground running. But that's a different Like, that's a different part of the organisation to development and juniors and all that kind of stuff. Anyway, onto the Seagulls. Great win. Exactly what they needed. Now, like, you know, it's almost like the opposite of, you know, I don't want to be too critical on the Rabbitohs because, you know, they fought hard and all that stuff, and we'll see next week. And even like the Bulldogs, I don't want to be too critical of them because we know that they've had 6 good games in a row and maybe just a bad storm. It's almost the opposite with the Manly, where I don't want to be too positive because, like, what Manly is going to roll out next week? Could it be this world-beating side that really picks things apart and Olakau'atu is absolutely terrorising the side? Or is it going to be the Manly that, you know, side to side, dropping balls? But I will say, outstanding performance though. Really, really good performance here from Manly. And if you're just looking at this directly, you know, what's crazy is like Tommy, he didn't really set the world alight statistically or whatever, but it's just his presence there. It's his presence.
Everything.
Yeah. He's just like, you know, if you actually look at his stats, so he had 18 runs, 180 metres, he had a try assist, 63 post contact, 4 tackle breaks. You could argue Lehigh Hopewadi had better stats last week, but there's something you can't measure, the intangible thing that you have Tom Trbojevic at the back deck. And it's clearly that's what he brings. It's yeah, when he hits his straps, he can give you 4 try assists and 250 metres. But it's also just Tom Trbojevic is our fullback.
It is just frustrating though that those guys need him for that lift. Because like, and if they were, you know, a team of, you know, young guys and whatnot, like, sure, but there's a lot of experienced footballers in that team that they do seem to be 20% better when Turbo's just on the field. It's frustrating.
Well, the results with him without him this year, like, he's played 4 games. Round 1, they won 42-12. Got dusted round 2, the Warriors 36-16. Round 4, beat the Eels 26-12, then Penrith 26-10. Like, they're not even, like, scraping home. Like, with Tommy on deck, minus the Warriors game, they've dominated. Like, just the influence he brings to that team is crazy. And, like, Manly did this without, you know, arguably the 3 best shorts. No Jake Trbojevic, no Tanya Lepseka, no Toa Sipley. Those 3 out coming up against Penrith, albeit, you know, a different-looking pack, but that's an incredible win from them.
And that's why I want to get really excited for Manly right now and go, they're missing 3 starting forwards essentially. Like, what a game, how good. But they could come back with a full-strength side next week and be like totally different.
You know, you're putting your hand in the fire.
Yeah,
Complimenting him too much this week. Yeah.
So it's like I almost need to see another 3 or 4 weeks of footy from Manly to be able to praise them properly because we just don't know. We know they can do this.
I'll acknowledge they can, and there was the round 2 Warriors game in crook conditions. I think it was over in NZ, but with Tommy is a different story because they're clearly a different team.
Yep.
Like, their poor performances this year, Warriors game aside, Turbo wasn't there.
Yeah. Look, some real positives is obviously Olakau'atu's form. Had a bit of a tough night last week, and I think this just shows you his maturity as a player, where he didn't allow that to get him down. He didn't stop playing footy this week. Like, I think a few years ago I would have been like, oh shit, I'm going to stop trying to offload. I'm going to stop trying to ball play. Mate, some of his hands as a big fella is actually a joke. A joke on the edge there.
Yeah, he's a freak.
Terrorised them.
Well, it was great coaching, wasn't it? Just around that weak Penrith edge. Like, Olakau'atu, it was a dream matchup for them, right?
Yeah.
Olakau'atu, Cherry Evans, Garrick, etc. Tommy Turbo back. The right edge of Manly going, the left edge with Talangi there, with McLean there, Jenkins. They targeted and isolated him, Blaze Talangi, so well. It was a master stroke.
And, like, you know, you could be critical of Blaze, but we know he's young. You know, when you've got Olakau'atu running at you like that, and you've got Olakau'atu one wider to the point where he's almost playing like almost like a ball playing 6 to a degree, or even a fullback out there because he's one wider. So as a defender, like, what do you do there? And if he's a ball player, you've got to take him one-on-one.
And as we said, mate, like, you boys bring it up all the time. It's one thing to see, you know, a weak spot in a defensive line and an easy area to target. You've still got to be able to execute. And the way they did it with Olakau'atu, I mean, I've said it every week, but it's the evolution of these back rows. Like, the first one he did, Ola played the flat pass to Garrick, running that steaming line for the opening try. Couple of sets later, he played out the back and found Tommy Trbojevic, and there was a tip on, like, just the difference.
What do you do there?
Yeah.
You know, what do you do as defence? Like, even if you get one-on-one, you're screwed.
And then a few sets later, they're all eyes on Olakau'atu, and Kohler wraps around from left centre. It's probably player of the week, that one. It was a cracker.
3 starting as similar shapes.
Wasn't that beautiful?
3 completely different ways.
To see that play unfold, like, I don't think people appreciate how hard that is to hit your timing on that. And just to see Kohler coming around, you're like, hang on a sec, what's happening here? What's happening here? And then just as it was about to unplay, you've gone, oh, I reckon like half a second before before DC passed the ball, was DC, wasn't it?
Yep.
It was like in the movie where it's like you realize like, I don't know, like the ending is all coming together and the twist has happened. Just before he got the ball, I said, oh, okay, you've just been taken. Because you saw Blaze Slungy, he took the right player.
Yep.
But it was the wrong player. It was all built on that. And I love plays like that because it's almost funny because if Talangi was a shitter defender, he wouldn't have taken the right player and he would have been there to tackle Coolard. You know, that play is relying on the defence doing their job for it to work.
Yeah.
That was, talk about just, yeah, that's why you watch rugby league for me. There's the tough stuff. Love the tough stuff, but when a play like that unfolds and you see Kohler, who looks just such a good running gate, just break through the line like that, you just go, wow, that is the DC cherry on top, baby.
There's not many times in rugby league you see a guy get a ball 30 metres out and you go, he not only will he score, he won't be touched there. That's
What a
just
play.
Too good.
That was, and that's the thing with Manly that's scary is like when they click, their attack is unstoppable.
And just simplifying it, boys, but Jake Simpkin had an absolute whirlwind game.
Wow.
He's an out-and-out number 9. He got Jazz Tavanga back into that middle rotation as a lock forward with
Yep.
Jake Jaboyevich out. When Jake comes back, keep it that way. They look so much better with Simpkin at 9.
Totally agree. I think Jazz Tavanga deserves a massive rap because, like, we haven't even spoken about the fact that Croker's been out, and that's a lot to do with the fact that Tavanga's just done a job for the Manly Seagulls. He deserves a massive credit for it. But I'm with you, mate. Like, what's Jazz Tavanga good at? Just ripping in. He can't rip in at 9. He can in defence, but at 9, matter of fact, you know what? He can't really rip in at 9 in defence because he's got to keep his gas tank high for passing the ball. Mate, you get him back in that forward rotation, all of a sudden you got Bullymore, you got Brown, you got Tavanga. There's your leg speed.
Simpkin played 58 minutes. Like, he hasn't played 80 minutes at all this season. It's the first time he started. I'd love to let's find out if he can do 80.
Yeah, mate, I'm with you. And then eventually, you know, him and Croker is with rotation.
But he also, like, they had Gordon Chan come tongue on the bench. Just, if you can't go 80, just let Jazz play 15 there and give him a spell.
Because Jazz, as I said, I don't think he's getting enough credit for the fact that we didn't even bring up Croker at 9 because he's not an out and 9. So, look, great win for Manly. It's just about consistency now, backing it up. Okay, on to the next game. The Raiders defeat Dolphins 40-28. And I tell you what, I'm looking at that first half going, these Dolphins are red hot. But once again, the Raiders just so ticker, they so fight. It's almost like they just need to get bashed around a little bit, punched in the face a few times to wake up, and they turn on. And I tell you what, I don't know whether I'm willing to say Raiders are a premiership threat this year because I just wonder when that next step is taken, will they take it? I know they got the forward pack for it. I know that, but like guys like Kayo Weeks and stuff, like, will they be able to take that next step? However, are they a top 4 side this year? I actually reckon they might be able to push for a top 4. I think anything less than top 8 finish for this side this year is crazy, and they should expect nothing less than top 8. But I just think the Raiders have this confidence about them now where, you know, I may not think they're a premiership threat just yet. Now, maybe that'll change in a few weeks, but they certainly do. They're not going into games going, oh, you know, we're not as good as this team on paper, whatever. They have a bit of swagger about them. They can win the game from anywhere. Their forward pack can dominate any forward pack. Mate, they are, right now, I reckon they're on track to finish in the top 6, maybe top 4. They are phenomenal so far this year.
Yeah, brilliant. 30-0 second half after going down to that big lead early. It was 18-0 or something.
It was 18-point deficit.
Yeah, and this, looking at them turning that around, 2 weeks in a row coming from behind.
Would you say they're a premiership threat yet or top 4 threat more?
No, top 4 threat, sure.
Yep.
But
$2.80 to make the top 4, $26 to win the comp.
Wow.
Yeah, like, come finals time, you know, depending whether they make top 4 or top 8, whatever it is, but having to win 4 games against gun opposition in finals, I just don't know if they can do that every week.
3 games maybe.
3 games maybe, if they can finish top 4 and win that first week potentially.
Yeah.
But no, I think they're lacking X factor and points to beat like a back-to-back Melbourne and whoever the other high flyers might be. But look, we're well ahead of schedule, put it that way. So, like, if not this year, there's no reason now why, if not next year or the year after, like Sanders comes in and just the experience these young blokes are getting, not just getting experience. Ethan Strange and Kayo Weeks.
Look how good Strange is playing now.
Yeah.
You know, we questioned a few weeks ago, like, his form. Ever since then, he's just gone boom.
The one thing I want to look at, and Jamal Fogarty looks like it's happening and going to Manly. Obviously, well publicised during the week. But in this game, when we did hit that lead, his influence is so important on this team. And it is a pretty young spine, as we know. But he just kept them composed. When we went down to that early lead, he closed the game out really well. Like, we didn't shut up shop when we hit the lead. We still kept attacking, but it was high percentage. He kicked so well in the back end of the game. Like,
I wish they could just get one more year of the Raiders.
I know.
Because what's crazy is they've gone from a team where a lot of us thought, I mean, some people even had them bottom 4 this year. I mean, I might have had them bloody 13th or 14th.
They were favourites for the spoon start of the season.
No way.
Yeah.
They are most seasons, to be fair. They're ours.
And like all of a sudden, we're all sitting here saying, like, they're a fair shout for the top 4. Is that all of us agree?
Yeah.
And it's just like, mate, with one more year, could they take that next step with Fogarty? I wish they could get one more year with Fogarty. I understand why he has to take the Manly deal. He'd be crazy not to. It's that extra year of $700,000. But geez, I feel bad for the Raiders because, and I'm not angry at all at Fogarty because I can understand why he's doing it. But they've built something so nice there, and I wouldn't suggest they gave him a lifeline per se from the Titans. However, they did back him in a fair bit from the Titans.
And you're spot on, Kempy. Like, it's probably a bit premature to talk premiership windows, but like, we know that Ricky Stewart and this club have been building for the future, and maybe it's a couple more years down the track. But next year, you have Ethan Sanders will come in, who looks like he's going to be an exceptional talent, be hopefully our 7 for a long time to come. But can he lead this Raiders club as a young halfback, which will be his first full season in the NRL as a halfback, to a premiership? Like, far, that's a big ask.
It's a big ask. And Ricky's already said he will go into the market for an experienced 7 to help Sanders. So even he's sitting there saying, like, I'll need experience to help the young fella through. Oh, man, it's one of those ones where you wish, like, I don't know, they could get some kind of salary cap suspension so they could offer him the 3 years and then maybe on the 3rd year, like if he's injured or whatever. I don't know. I know you can't do it. But it just feels so unfair. The Raiders are already up against it. They already struggle to recruit. The Titans brushed Fogarty. Like, look what Sexton and Fogarty have gone on to do at their respective clubs. Anyway, sorry to put the boot in with Titans. And they built something so good. And unfortunately, Manly, like, have thrown a crazy offer at him. He's 31 years old, 3 years at $700K. Like, I just feel bad for Raiders because they've built so nicely, and all of a sudden you got this, like, that forward pack. It's fast becoming. Is it the best forward pack in the competition? I don't know. Top two or three.
Maybe form-wise.
Like, yeah, if you look, Penrith are out of form, so we won't put them in there right now. On paper, just the forward packs, would you back Raiders versus Bulldogs? I reckon you could.
Yeah.
Just the forward packs. You got the Broncos. I mean, they've already dominated the Broncos this year. So it's like,
well, you look at it and how good Matty Nicholson's been for us coming in on the edge. Zach Hosking, he's outstanding for us every time he plays, scored a great try on the weekend.
Give yourself a rap, mate.
Yeah, well. But, like, Ricky's been forced to move Zach Hosking to a middle role.
Yeah.
Because of how good Nicholson's been. And that was like, I don't know what Ricky was signing when he thought, sign Nicholson if he was going, he'll be a depth signing, or whether he'll, like, give Hosking some relief on the edge or what it'll be. But I would be surprised if he thought early on in the season he was going to be his locked-in 80-minute edge and he was going to move Zach Hosking to the middle as a result because he's been that good.
Like, Trey Mooney he's struggling to get in the side. And he's a gun. And then you got Hudson Young in career best form. You got Tarpon here absolutely ripping through the middle. You got Big Red playing phenomenally. Like, it's just, it's almost like a bittersweet time at the Raiders because you know what this team could grow into if you could just keep Fogarty for a year or two more, you know?
Mate, we came in and, like, we were struggling to crack him a little bit. There was obviously the Tamale try earlier, but Adam Mariota comes on with an outstanding offload for the week's try.
Yeah, outstanding. I've got to give the Tamale a rap again. My God, bro. How good is this guy? I cannot believe the Dragons let him go. Like, mate, and look, maybe he wasn't playing like this. I don't know, but this guy is special. He's fast become the number one winger at the club. And you could make an argument he's one of the form wingers in the competition. I'd have Xavier Coates probably up the top. But, like, as a rookie, he's right up there. He's right up
closer
there.
than he should be.
Yeah. He's outstanding at the moment.
He's top couple of value signings of the season. You
Mate,
throw off the Aaron Clark
like-
in there, Tamale, but
That pass back to Chris and then an offload back from Chris back into Tamale, like that was like to catch the ball the way he did, to get it back to Chris, and then Chris somehow getting it back in to stay alive like that.
Sebi Chris is just a walking highlight, really.
He is so good. And Tomoko's back to his best.
Modern day Mal Meninga.
Yes.
Mate, it is, it's a special time in the Raiders at the moment.
I'd like to see it, but if you do have an injury at some point to one of your centres, I'd like to see Tamale in there as well.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see
well
that.
there.
Just because he's so strong in contact, so strong. So look, bloody good win from the Raiders. And yeah, as we mentioned, like I think Strange has really taken a step up since we kind of talked
Mate,
about.
if he doesn't
form.
listen to this podcast, I'll give it away.
And mate,
Fuck.
it's like clockwork. We questioned him, and all of a sudden he just went, boom, we're going to start running the ball more, which is great. That's what we want to see.
100%.
We want to see. So really, really good win. Fogarty once again outstanding as well. But yeah, what more could Corey Horsburgh, 14 runs, 154 metres. Tarpanair, 17 runs, 185 metres. Hudson Young, 22 runs, 205 metres.
Freak.
Like Matty Nicholson, over 100 metres. And you got Papali'i. You haven't even mentioned the big fella on the bench.
Yeah.
Special time. So really, really good stuff for the Raiders. Now on to the Dolphins. I might be a bit of a party pooper for Dolphins fans that want to listen to a long chat about the Dolphins, but I think it's pretty self-explanatory. You're playing bloody good footy, and then you came out and you refused to complete sets and you let them back in the game. It's like that's genuinely, you had a bloody good side. You knew exactly what to do to beat them. You came out in the second half. You had that terrible call against you with that head high. But then after that, all you needed to do was just complete and get kicked to the corners and you probably win the game. But they did everything they could in the second half to invite the Raiders back in. Just a really poor second half.
Yeah, was it a disappointing finish from them?
Mate, they went all the way down to 72% completion. In the first half, they were friggin' right up there.
Yeah. And, they've got injuries and whatnot. Like, you have a look at that 9 jersey. Like, I think Sean O'Sullivan was maybe the 5th choice guy to wear 9 in that game. Like, crazy how that's played out. But it's just so hard in the NRL when you get a lead like that.
You just got to put it away.
Yeah.
I'm not critical of the Dolphins in the sense that, I think this is going to be a pattern. I don't think it will be at all. I just think it's one of those things where this is what the top tier sides don't let happen. Like if they're going to get a lead by 18 points, they come out in the second half and they at least complete high and give them every chance of finalising the match. I will say the good thing though is that at least they know when they do complete high, they can put any team to the sword, which is something you probably couldn't have said a couple of years ago. You would always say there's a bit of a ceiling on where the Dolphins can be.
Yep.
Right now, when they get things going, they'll take anyone.
Oh, yeah, they made that right edge of the Raiders, which has struggled a bit defensively this season.
Oh.
They made it look so mediocre early on. It looked like they were just going to go on with an absolute, put a cricket score on us.
Yeah, absolutely. And then
You're right.
Killed it.
They've shown and they now know they've got it in. Ever since that, they come from behind against the Storm a few weeks back, there's belief in them. They know they've got the footy in them.
Yeah.
They just hit a wall.
So, if I'm, the coach, Wolfie, you could focus in on that second half, but I think I think all the players would have got in after the game, looked across each other and said, "Boys, we know what we did there." I'd be focused on the positive.
I mean, I know it's a bit of a cop-out to say because it's an obvious answer and it's very hard to get up each week of the NRL, but it's just about trying to put some more 80-minute performances together, right? They're in games to big periods. They can pile on points, but they can also leak points very quickly. Look, you don't necessarily have to be up for the entire 80, but you can't play a half of 40 or 50 minutes footy. Try and get to 65 and just having these fade-outs.
And just play smart footy, just complete high, kick to corners. Complete high, kick to corners. Whereas, mate, there was a period there where I don't reckon they completed a set for friggin' 5 sets. It was crazy.
Even just more insane when you think about that first half. They went in 28 points to 10. Cody Nikorima had a sin bin in that time too.
Yeah. It was honestly amazing what they did. And then Kerr's throwing silly offloads and just mistakes that an experienced top tier side would have said, you know what, boys, this second half we don't need to shut up shop, but let's just be super aggressive, super direct, kick to the corners. We'll break him eventually. We don't need to chase points or throw any silly offloads, and I reckon that's probably their biggest takeaway. It's not like panic stations at all. I actually think you can look at that game and go, boys, when we click, we can put anyone to the sword.
I think it was the Raiders, the first play of the second half, they made a break straight through the middle off the kickoff, and you sort of went, fuck, here we go.
Like, that's a team mentally switching off at halftime because they're ahead by 18 points.
Can I just ask you before we move off, Raiders, like, is there any concern they're not getting off the bus until the 30th minute 2 weeks in a row? Like, or is it? I know it's a great comeback, but
it's funny. I feel like they're having the downside of swagger, and what I mean by that is like they truly believe within the deepest of them that when they turn it on, they will bash any team. That's the way I see it. Is like they're almost going into the games going, you know what, like when we turn it on, a bit like Broncos 2023 a little bit, where they would like go into games and start really poorly, but then just go fucking boom. And I think that's one area that the Raiders could try to fix, is that stop waiting to get punched in the face to get aggressive and dominate games. I think that's Timmy. I'd love to hear your thoughts.
I'm still scarred from being labelled the faders for many years. So to be doing the opposite and coming home strong and not fading, I'm like, I'll take it.
Yeah,
First fade.
fair.
I think they need the fear of the Ricky Bake in them. You know, they
True.
need to go, we're 10 minutes away from one here, and then that's when they get going.
Yeah, and it can be when your forward pack is as dominant as theirs is right now. It can be a double-edged sword where you're just like, boys, we know we can put it together. Like, we can be behind by 18, all good. We'll just roll the sleeves up, get Hudson Young running absolutely insane lines. We'll get Tarpon here offloading it. It's like a double-edged sword to a
And
degree.
of course, you want to be starting stronger and not having these slow starts to games, but it's the NRL, right? Like the Doggies up until the weekend, they were the only team in the NRL putting consistent 80-minute performances together. Like, it's just not happening to any club.
True. I will say a couple of really great brave calls from the video ref. I thought the call for the Sebastian Chris offload back in, he could have easily said not enough evidence to overturn
it went up no try, right?
Yeah, went up no try. And I just wanted to give him a rap for making some brave calls. There was also another one later in the game. I can't believe I'm forgetting it now. The Saifidi one where Starling's hand went under it. Like most video refs go, stuff that. Like I'm not making this call. He went under it, and I just wanted to give him a rap because we always be negative on refs when they struggle, and we've got a game coming up where, the Penrith Manly game, the refereeing unfortunately just wasn't NRL standard. When we be critical, we want to be positive too. I thought he made some really brave calls in the video.
How good was Daniel Saifidi's face when that try?
Oh, yeah.
He was like, mate, the easy out there is like, oh, surely it touched his hand. But I agree. I thought his hand did go under it. I really
agree.
did.
Yeah.
Just back to the Penrith Manly one. Just like last week, I think it was the Tigers Eels game.
Yeah.
Where I thought the reffing wasn't great.
Yep.
Penrith Manly, unfortunately, I felt like the reffing wasn't NRL standard. And hopefully they can put more resources in to make sure that we don't have games where we're, as we said, where Tigers Eels, where I walked away from that Tigers Eels game last week feeling like that wasn't at NRL standard reffing. And I felt like the Penrith Manly one wasn't at NRL standard either.
Just on the Dolphins before we move on, the 18th man, Tavita Nafahu. He played a little bit in the trials. I think he'll debut in the next few weeks.
Yep.
Really exciting.
Okay.
Kid. Yeah.
Sounds good. Alrighty, now it's on to Tigers v Sharks. Now, we've already spoken about it a little bit, guys, in the Kayo can't miss moment. So if you want to go back for the field goal, great stuff, go back to the Kayo can't miss moment. Tigers v Sharks. Let's talk about Sharkies first because we've already spoken about the Tigers a little bit. Man, I just feel like they're missing a bit of venom. Like, I feel like they play pretty good footy most of the time. And granted, Tigers are a better side this year. But I just feel like sometimes going through the motions is harsh, but like just desperation sometimes. I feel like they almost trust their grindy style of footy at times too much. And I feel like this game, when Hines kind of got them back into it and they had those 2 tries, I felt like, okay, here's where they're going to just come over the top. And granted, they really did. Like, as I said, Hines got Hazelton one-on-one with Galvin, and you would back Hazelton to win that tackle every day of the week. He didn't. Then Hines spun it early, and Atkinson had one-on-one with his centre. You would back Atkinson's 9 times out of 10 to beat a defender one-on-one, especially when they're sliding across. He didn't. But it's just that venom I think they're missing at times. What do you think, boys?
Isn't it crazy, though? Like, if Hines just hits a coat of paint on that post slightly to the right,
He's a hero.
He's a hero. And it's the whole week changes.
Yeah, the whole week.
That one moment. We mentioned it last night in our chat. Hines copping a bit on socials, as he always fucking does. But Jeez, I thought he did everything he could have in this game. Like, he just...
Yeah. And I know there are going to be people that be like, oh, you just Hines apologies. Trust me, when Hines, like, for example, should have he passed the ball to Trindle instead of just taking that field goal? He should have just taken the field goal. I know they have set up plays, and you can't have it both ways. You can't be, it's Trindle's team, he's the man, Hines needs to just take a step back. Because that's the yarn last few weeks. He needs to just give... You can't have it both ways. If it is the case that you rate Trindle over Hines, then you should have been happy that Hines gave Trindle the ball. But I still have a firm belief that Hines is the main man in the side. Now, does that mean necessarily he's a 7 or not? I'm not sure. But when it comes to being the star, I still think Hines is that. I think in the last 20, man, he could not have done more. Now, you could argue the field goal. They took an extra hit up. That wasn't Hines that took that extra hit up. I couldn't believe Brayley did that.
It was the one, like it is becoming a bit of a recurring theme at times. Kempy, the Sharks' just inability to close out games. We saw it down in the Capital against the Raiders a few weeks back. And again, not necessarily Nico's fault. Like, nearly nailed it with a massive drop goal to win it.
See, the one in Canberra, 100%. Like, Hines should have been better on that. I feel like with this one...
Yeah, but not necessarily Nico in this one. Like... You're about to say it, but it was the one on tackle 4 on the line. They had a quick play of the ball, and Brayley went like a shorter side to Fanua Blake for a hitter, and it was there to be hit.
And Hines, you could see Hines blowing up in the background.
They had the play of the ball. It was there, 10 out in front, and then even just losing the extra couple of meters, like that was the moment. But there was a few other moments where they went too wide on 4th and didn't get themselves in position. Like they're struggling to close out games.
Yeah, and it's becoming a bit of pattern where Brayley and Trindle are either overcalling Hines or I don't know. But it happened a few weeks ago where they just kept going down the left side when they had a player in the bin. I think it was a Manly maybe or a week before. Anyway, they've got to make it really clear who's in control when the game's on the line. Now, I would be putting Hines, but if Hines is in control, then that means that Trindle needs to step up more because at the moment, it's just not working. It's just not working. But I thought in the last 20 minutes, Hines was one of their best players. He had his hand on the ball a lot. He had that 45-metre field goal that hit the post and nearly went in. As I said, he got Hazelton one-on-one. He spun it early for Atkinson, whereas I felt like Trindle, unfortunately, he was a bit quiet this game. I didn't think Trindle had his best game.
Yep, I agree. Yeah.
And I know it's easy to just... If you want to make the argument Hines is on $1 million, therefore it is his team, then... Fair enough, but then you can't also say Trindle's the main man, give him the ball. It's got to be kind of one or the other, in my opinion. But I do think there is a sense of Trindle and Brayley at times overcalling and going their own way, and that's totally fine, but you've got to make sure you make that play. And I thought was it Brayley to AFB or was it Trindle that passed to AFB?
From dummy half?
Yeah.
It could have been Trindle. I thought it was Brayley.
That was just like, what? You're already in position. He's waiting for the ball, and now you're making a way easier charge down for the defence.
That should have been the game.
That should have been the game, 100%. And whether you want to say Hines needs to be more dominant, maybe. I don't know. I'm not in the four walls, but something.
He was there. They were in position. It was all ready to go. That wasn't his fault.
I know. What I'm saying is there might be people that will go, he should be more dominant. He should be like blowing up.
Yeah.
Whatever it is, but they need to sort it because... Yeah, it just looks like it's all over the shop, unfortunately. And look, funnily enough, I actually thought Luai made some similar-ish mistakes as well when going for field goals, where he was passing to Dewey, and I was like, mate, just get Luai to take it.
Kick it yourself.
Yeah, that's what. So it's like both teams were guilty of it, and I understand they want to go down because Latrell used to do it quite a lot at the Roosters, where they would throw Latrell this long spin, and Cooper Cronk would do it, and he would just nail it from like 40. Mate, just take the kick when you got it.
That one that went to Luai for an opportunity to snap it, and then and he was already super deep, which is fine. Then he went back to Dewey. He was about another 20 metres, but he ended up hitting it from about 35 out. It's like, you got a shot from 15 out in front. Take it.
I think, was it Sowie who was on here the other week saying, when you're looking for a field goal, it might have been on your podcast.
It was on my show, and Sowie was talking about how, when he was playing and if he knew it was going to be a field goal set, he said that if anyone that set didn't get in the right spot, it's my fault. Yeah. So I haven't got in their ear before they hit up saying, you fucking go down there. I need the ball here. And he's like, he just it's exactly what he said the other day. He goes, mate, there's all these halfbacks that want to have all these huge setups where it all comes perfectly. Like, you're $1 million player. Kick the fucking ball between the posts. Yeah, make sure your team's in the right spot.
But like, for example, there was a period where Adam Fanua-Blake got the ball and he's supposed to take a hit up and he skipped across the field like 20 metres. And it was like, What do you just hit this?
Was that when I can't remember when he said it, but it was like basically he always wanted it in an exact spot. And, if you're a left footer, it's on the left post. If you're a right footer, it's on the right post. And Joe Below, left footer, he probably got it on the right post. He went, I'm not on here. Let's find someone else who is in a better position or something like that.
And that's where Sowie sort of said, like, that's your fault.
Yeah.
If you're not getting the ball exactly where you need to be, that's on your fault for not. And if you don't have enough control of AFB, so he doesn't skip, that's on you.
Yeah. Oh fuck. I mean, look, I get where Sowie's coming from, but if he just doesn't do what you say, like, what do you fuck? Like, if AFB just decides to skip across, or Bradley decides to hit a short ball out of his, like, it's tough. It's
tough, but like there's guys that have control of sides and I don't think AFB does that to Cooper Cronk, for example. You know what I mean? Like, you've got to have that.
Yeah.
Halfbacks are there.
Yeah. Fuck, Cooper
It's
Cronk.
harsh, but it's a harsh job. Like, it's.
Yeah. It's a tough one. That's a tough one. I think you earn that right as you become more experienced as a 7 and you get more runs on the board. And I just think that, like, if you're early in your career, which Hines is his third year at 7? Third year?
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. It's tough. Yeah, maybe he knows more than me about rugby league. I just reckon Adam Fanua-Blake was told to hit a certain spot, decides to start jumping around. You could make an argument that Adam Fanua-Blake is a higher tier player than Hines at the moment in regards to form. Like, I don't know. Fourth year in the
Poor old
7.
Hines. He got a good piece of that one that nearly went in.
Oh,
and he was like on the run as well. It was it felt like he wasn't actually set for it. He went, actually, no, I'm going to have a crack here. And he went, whack.
See, that's where I you want him to take the game by the balls. He did.
Yeah.
He just said, give me the fucking ball. I'm going to bang it from 45 out.
Mate, legitimately, if that ball's a centimetre to
He's a
hero.
the inside of the
Straight
post,
in.
the whole season changes.
Oh, mate.
The whole conversation around Nico, you'll never hear him moving a lock again.
Oh, mate. It's, so that's, anyway, is what it is.
I thought AFB was unreal in this game too.
Yeah. For
outside of that,
of that one play, 100%. Absolutely. He was unreal, as he always is. Like, when is AFB ever not friggin' unreal? It's just so good. Sharkies, another one that got away. So right now, they are sitting seventh. So that's, I know they've had their bye. No, they haven't.
No, they haven't had a bye.
So they're still there. They're still within striking distance. They're essentially the same. They're essentially sitting around 5th, 6th, 7th. So the good thing is they're still in contact with the top 4. Has it been the start that they probably would have hoped for? Maybe not. And I think the back end of their season gets a little bit harder. But in saying that, the teams that were good last year aren't as good this year. So that draws are all over the place.
Oh, who knows?
And they're also not going to lose Origin players during this period. So
it's not disaster, but tell you what, you're looking a lot better if you're sitting on 10 points right now going, shit, if that ball just goes a little bit closer in.
Yeah.
What price are they to make the 4?
The Sharkies, $250.
Okay. In regards to individual performances, just having a look here.
I thought Talakai was a handful.
Yeah, when he come on, really spread him apart.
Two very, impactful stints there. He caused some real headaches for the Tigers.
And as you said, Rue, like Adam Fanua-Blake, mate, the amount of work he gets through for a big mate, it's unbelievable how much work he gets through, and it's all quality. It's usually all quality. I thought Will Kennedy, especially when the game was on the line, far out. He was outstanding.
Yep.
Some great covering plays. Got a bit unlucky with that knock-on where they said it was a knock-on, but that line break that he made when the game was on the line.
Yep. On the first tackle.
Oh, mate. Unbelievable.
Yep.
Unbelievable.
Having a good season.
But yeah, it's going to be, you don't want to have too many of these as the Sharks because you'll be looking back at the end of the season if you just missed the 4, going, shit. We had that game. We had the momentum. And I think, Hazelton, if he had his time again, I reckon he somehow breaks that tackle from Galvin. Atkinson, definitely, I think. Like, him falling over and knocking it on, just like, it was like
I forgot about that moment. Like, watching that live, it was never going to end any other way than a try.
It was one-on-one. Your centre is totally screaming out. And not only do you not make the line, you knock on. And then the Hazelton, I actually don't think he was trying to strip the ball. I think he was just trying to get him down. But unfortunately, he pulled at the ball at the same time. I think the Tigers player played it really smart, just letting go of the ball like that. I think that was smart footy from him. It just wasn't meant to be. It wasn't meant. They had a sin bin as well. Oh, the Tigers did have a sin bin as well? Yeah, they did.
We did, Pole.
Yep. So, look, not panic stations at all, but they just, if there is a critique, whoever you want to land on, Trindle, Hines, Brayley, whoever, I think that Fitzy probably needs to sit them all down and go, boys, when the game's on the line, whoever he picks, if it's Hines, is the man. Whatever he says goes. Because then we can sit here and go, let's say they don't win the game and Hines is clearly the man that had all the shots. We can go, mate, you need to nail him. You need to nail him. But at the moment, it does seem like they're all kind of Trindle, kind of the man. Brayley kind of has some overcalls. They need to work that out. Okay. With the Tigers, we've got to speak about him. Terrell May. 29 runs, 230 metres, 73 post-contact, 3 tackle breaks, 8 offloads, 42 tackles, 0 misses, with only 1 error happening towards the end where he tried to offload. What a game.
And a charge down.
Took a pretty key intercept too, just quietly.
Mate. Listen, I can take credit for being one of the first ones to really spot May and be like, I think he's a good player, but I never thought he'd be this good. I never thought he would be this good. He has gone to a whole other level. And I think he's out and out a top-tier front rower. And right now, he's probably a favourite to get one of the front row Dally M's.
Yeah. Well, it was interesting last year.
Second on the Dally M's, not front row forward Dally M's.
Rob
Second on Dally M's.
Should be first. Remember last year, everyone was getting stated to be going, oh, you're never going to be able to replace Stefano at the West Tigers. Well, I'm sorry. One of the upgrades of the century.
Wow.
So
you're not angry at Stefano anymore? Happy that he
I was never angry. I was like, see you, mate. Terrell May's coming. Yeah. No, he's been unbelievable. Just like to do 84 minutes in the front row at a game that was played like against Adam Fanua-Blake. Guys like Sifa Talakai coming at you all day, and you still have the energy to charge your ball down. It's remarkable stuff. Like he's just got to be in a blue jersey in a couple of weeks. Oh man,
at the very least off the bench. Very least off the bench. He is phenomenal.
After this performance, and capped off by the charge down, to save the game there. I've got nothing else to say about him after this week. He's done
crazy.
it all. Like what he did on the weekend in 89 minutes, a charge down, he's offloading, the impact he had on the game, what he did defensively, far out.
42 0 misses.
Unless he starts setting up 3 tries a game, which I wouldn't put past him. What else can we say about him after this week?
I got something to say.
Wow.
They took him off in the 68th minute.
He blew up.
Fuck, he should blow up.
So Benji Marshall said
in close games, I think they just need to let him go.
Yeah, Benji said in the press conference that he blew up at him and was like, what are you taking me off for? I'm not tired.
Mate, I'm sorry, but I would rather have an exhausted Terrell May on there than the other guys that are sitting on the bench.
He doesn't get exhausted.
He doesn't. He looks fine. And he saw when he came back on after that in the extra time, he was sweet.
Interesting time to take him off too, because Bolo had just been sin bin 5 minutes before.
I thought it was the decision that was going to cost them this game. I thought it was really poor management by Benji in that moment. It didn't end up costing them. They got away with it.
Could you argue that it gave him enough energy?
Yeah, maybe the 5 minute breathe, they gave him
to go hard again at the end.
Do a charge.
You could argue it. I disagree with it though. I think just eyeballing him, I think he looked fine.
Yep.
So he had 5 minutes off or 4 minutes off or something.
Man, he is so special.
He never looks tired. And I'm not saying do it every single week, but when after the 2 weeks you've had at Leichhardt Oval, with Cronulla seemingly running downhill, I would have just left him on and let him go.
You know, it's crazy. It's I never thought we'd see a Payne Haas stat line. I thought that Payne Haas would only ever be a bloke that could give you 80 minutes, 43 tackles, no misses, 200 plus metres, 8 offloads, and we've just seen it from Terrell May.
This era of front row forwards, it's changed. I know a lot of positions have changed over time. We talk about wingers doing work out of their own end. Toto's changed the position. Mate, Haas, AFB, Tarpanay, Terrell May, you now look back at what Webke and Seven, and these are legends of the game, but it wouldn't stand up in today's game.
No, they wouldn't go for 80 like this.
It's unbelievable.
Yeah, crazy.
And it's set this ridiculous standard for front row. I remember it was funny when you first ever came on my podcast, we had an argument that day about Payne Haas, about 6 years ago now. And we were sort of saying, is he just a genetic freak or has he set a new standard? And he set a new standard that now all these guys are chasing.
Yeah.
Can you imagine in 15 years when it's not a unique 2 or 3 that can do it, but all these guys realise, okay, if I work hard enough, I can get to that point?
It's crazy. And what I guess scouts will be looking at is body shapes that are similar to Haas, and they'll be going to the islands and finding kids and going, look, if we get them in their system early, we'll be able to train them up to be these absolute workhorses. Because basically the old The old yarn was this. If you are 110 kilos, you cannot play up over 60 minutes, maybe even 50. Now, all of a sudden, it's like, well, no, actually, there are certain body shapes that can do that and do it well.
Yeah, and front rows were never the top-ended, like, towards $1 million contracts, even in the past with the lower caps, etc. Like, Wayne Bennett was notorious for back in the day, getting front rows and not necessarily having the biggest money ones. He'd just find a couple on 400K who could do a job for him, and they did, and they'd get by, and they'd have big seasons. But that's just changed, hasn't it? Yeah. Now it's like, for the future front rows of the game, and like to Guru's point, in 5, 10, 15 years, they're just going to be sitting there going, why can't the front row be the $1 million or $1.5 million player? Because what Payne Haas is doing, he's obviously there already. If Terrell May continues to do this, which is why there's no reason why he can't, he'll be in that conversation soon enough. Like, as you said, it just changed the game.
It changed completely. We talking to Sarah on the show the other day, went through like our each position and the best guys he played with. He got to front row, mate. He gave Mick Wayman the biggest rap of all time. How tough he was, how good he was to play behind. Like, and with all due respect to Mick Wayman, the game has just changed. But like, you couldn't put Wayman in your top 15 props in the game right now based on what these guys are doing, because it's just changed so much.
And also, I think the unique thing Payne has at this stage is he's been doing this for like 6 years now. Yeah. Whereas like, for that long to be putting the stats up he's putting up is just crazy. And that's why it's like, if Terrell May can play like this, continue to play like this, then that'll be amazing. But that's what makes Payne Haas just this unique 6 years of it. Like,
and he's playing his best footy in year 6.
Oh, it's just craziness. It's craziness. But it's just awesome to see Terrell May come and play like this. And I just want to give Lockie Galvin and the entire organisation and team just a massive rap. Very easy. Look, if you wanted to question Luai Napi's leadership last week or whatever, fair enough, everyone's got their opinion. But at the same time, if you questioned it and you said it was bad in the last week or whatever, I hope they do come out and say how good it is this week, because it showed good leadership that they could bring this young kid after all. I mean, there are legal letters still pending. And they showed enough leadership to be able to bring this kid back in, and it didn't look like a beat was missed. So if you've had negative things to say before, which is fine, everyone's entitled to their opinion, and who knows, maybe they're right. Surely they deserve some positive raps for being able to bring this kid back in and look like they hadn't missed a beat. That to me is great leadership, when there's all of these things going on, all this negative press, all this news, everything, the world is ending. You bring him straight back in, he kills it, and everyone looks like a happy family, like nothing happened. That's good leadership to me.
Yep, completely agree.
And the fact that they go out and beat the Sharkies, who are, I would still consider them a top 4 to 6 side. I would still, if they go on a run, they can still put a push towards the back end of the season. It's a great win. It's a really, really, really good win.
More games at Leichhardt. Make it happen.
More games at Leichhardt, you reckon?
Yep.
Okay. I thought Naden was really good as well, back.
Yeah, he was. He looked good he had a great preseason from all reports and looked really good in some of the trials, and had a really bad knee injury, which I thought was going to be a lot worse, missed a lot more of the season, but at Leichhardt as well. But since he's come back, he's looked really good, and he was great on the weekend.
Alrighty, time for Face the Music, brought to you by our friends over at Sportsbet. Massive thank you. And don't forget, guys, this Saturday we will be down the Menulog meetup at Caxton Hotel between 12 and 2 p.m. Come down, say hi. We've got a lot of giveaways, have beers, all that good stuff. Get down.
First game, Magic Round, 6 p.m. Friday. We've got the Sharks, $1.47. Take on the Eels, $2.69. 5.5 is the line.
Okay. I'm going to go Sharks plus 5.5.
That's Sharks
minus 5.5.
Jeez.
Sorry, bad start.
Taking the $1.10. Just quietly too, we have got one team that's over $2.70 this week. It's a cracking.
So
week.
Wow, that's
unreal.
Sick. That's sick.
I'm going to take the Eels 1-12.
Yep, 3.70.
Sharks to cover.
Yep. Matty did text me. I'm going to take the Eels plus 5.5. I reckon. Yep, that's Matty's as well, with Mitch Moses back in. He was obviously in good form against the Tigers. All right, the Friday night game, Roosters $1.89, Dolphins $1.95. The line is half a point in this one.
I'm just going to go Roosters head-to-head.
I'm going to go Dolphins 13 plus.
$4.
Ooh, Dolphins 1-12.
3.15. What did you have again, Matty? Dolphins head-to-head, $1.95. I'm also doing that. Dolphins head-to-head. All right, on to Saturday. Souths, $1.72. Take on the Knights, $2.13. 1.5 points is the line.
Knights 13 plus.
Oh, jeez. Have they scored 13 plus points for the whole season?
He nearly died. KP special, baby.
It's getting you $4.90, but I think that's well under the market there.
Rabbitohs 13 plus.
Yep, $3.45.
I don't mind it, Campy. They have to bounce back at some point, but I need to get a winner. So I'll just go Knights to win.
Yep. And Matty's gone South head-to-head as well. I'm also going to go South head-to-head in that one. The next game, Warriors, $1.95. Take on North Queensland, $1.89. Another half-point line in this one.
Jeez. Not much money, not much value in any of this. I'll go Cowboys 13 plus.
Yep, $3.90.
Cowboys 1 to 12.
$3.05.
Jeez. Yeah, I'll go Cowboys 13 plus.
$3.90. Matty has gone Warriors head-to-head, $1.95. I'm going Cowboys 13 plus at $3.90 as well. Headlining Saturday, the Dirty Merger Cup. We've got the Tigers $1.91, Dragons $1.93. Again, half a point is the line in this one.
Dragons 13 plus.
Gee whiz, $4.10.
Red V 1 to 12.
$3.05.
Dragons 1 to 12.
Yep, $3.05. Tigers head-to-head is what Matty's going with at $1.91. I will join him. Tigers head-to-head, $1.91. On to Sunday. Titans, the Toby Sexton Cup here. Also the Max King Cup. Paper time as well. $4.10 for the Titans. The Dogs, $1.24. 12.5 is the line in this one.
Titans 13 plus.
Yep, $12.50.
Yeah, I'm the same. 12.50.
Yep,
What's it paying?
$12.50.
$12.50. You just fucking,
Almost $1 a point.
you just take it.
Oh, my God. Dogs have got heaps out as well, because of suspensions. Yeah. Oh, my God. Dogs 1 to 12.
$3.
Oh, no.
Matty is taking you guys on. He's got the Dogs minus 12.5 at $1.97. I'm going to go the Dogs. Doggies 1 to 12 at $3. I think they can still get it done. All right, Panthers $2.22, Broncos $1.67. 2.5 is the line in that one.
Broncos head-to-head.
I'll go Broncos to swallow that 2.5.
Broncos to also swallow said 2.5.
Yep. Matty has gone Broncos 13 plus at 3.30, and I'm going to join him. Broncos 13 plus at 3.30. Last game, great game this one as well. $1.51 for the Storm. The Milk $2.57, 5.5 the line in the last game. Bit of 8 Mile from Timmy over there for this one. Kenny from South Park. Wow, Raiders 13 plus.
I am going to go. I'm going to go Raiders 13 plus. Storm 13 plus.
270,
Raiders 1 to 12.
350.
Melbourne to cover.
Jeez. Hate your team.
Yeah, that's
No
gross.
wonder you've covered your face.
No wonder you're coming last 1 mile. You got no ticker.
Yeah, that's true.
I know, I couldn't bear to show myself.
Yeah, Matty's gone with Raiders plus 5.5 as well. I'm going to go Raiders 1 to 12, 350 to bring us home.
There you go.
Enjoy your Magic Round football.
Enjoy your Magic Round and come down. See us at the Caxton, 12 till 2. Grab a bloke jumper. Might get the house before Magic Round. And as usual, we'll go and fuck ourselves. Thank you.
What's gambling really costing you? For free and confidential support, call the number on the screen or visit the website.